all comes down to this.
It's time for Good Game University versus Dignitas.
I'm on Zion. Yeah, get Zion. He's dead.
Dignitas!
It is going to be Dignitas with another win.
GGU taking the win.
Good game by GG University.
Counter Logic Gaming versus Vulcan.
Chris just covered Chris.
Vulcan's first win is against Counter Logic Gaming.
Switch.
And they do get a rematch win versus Vulcan.
Yes.
That's it! That's more!
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the North American LCS Spring Playoffs. I'm David Freak Turley, and next to me is Sam Kobe Hartman-Kensler. And after 10 weeks of battles in the spring split, it's time for the top 6 teams to fight for a share of $100,000 and the North American LCS Spring Crown.
Yeah, the LCS Spring Playoffs got underway earlier today in Europe. The first match went the distance with EG taking down Copenhagen Wolves in the third and final game.
But the big news out of Europe today was the forfeit of Against All Authority. Due to a family emergency, one of their starting players was unable to make it for today's match. And because AAA couldn't get one of their subs to Cologne in time, they were unfortunately eliminated from the tournament. That means their opponent, SK Gaming, and of course EG, advanced to the next round of the EU playoffs, while Against All Authority and the Copenhagen Wolves dropped down to the European Promotion Tournament. Now, let's head back over to North America. The final playoff spots were locked down last week thanks to some amazing comebacks, unbelievable upsets, and one incredible base race.
Yeah, that was Vulcan's base race. Their win over Dignitas secured them 5th place. GGU also upset CLG and Curse to grab 6th place, and Curse went 1-4, dropping down to 2nd. They still get that all-important first round playoff bye, though.
Yeah, but of course, besides losing their top spot in the standings, Curse also lost their starting support player Elements.
Yeah, Rux is going to be the new support, though, and he won their first 1v1 tournament that Curse held to look for a sub. He also played with them in IPL 5, and then he was living in the house ever since then, so he has great chemistry with these guys already. He's also been playing on Curse Academy, so he's practiced against the team a lot, and he'll fit right in.
Of course, Curse will make their playoff debut Saturday in the semifinals, as will the hottest team in North America, TSM.
Yeah, TSM, they're on a 7-game winning streak. They took over first place on the last day possible.
Yeah, but on the other side of that coin is Dignitas. After spending most of the spring split near the top 2, lately their game looked a little nerfed, honestly. Dignitas went 1-4 last week, and they dropped into 3rd. They lost that first round playoff bye. And while a 3rd place finish is really good for most teams, it actually falls short of Dignitas' own expectations.
Our season, I wouldn't really call a success because early on we were doing pretty well, but at this point, like, 3rd place isn't what we were hoping for.
Somewhere along the line, we fell behind, and I don't really like that feeling.
Dignitas is a team that has like 1 or 2 really bad weeks and then comes back fine. At the beginning of the season, they went 1-2, and I thought they're a bottom 5 team.
So Skara and Crumbs chatting it out, and you can see Skara, usually the main shot caller, discussing what, went down with the team right now.
They went 1-2, and everyone says, good game, Dignitas sucks, they're going to lose out of the LCS.
And then week 2 onward, they had a gigantic winning streak, won everything.
Dignitas!
Now the longest standing win streak in North American LCS belongs to Dignitas, and that was dominating. That was when Dignitas was living the high life. They're just a really streaky team.
They'll win a bunch in a row, they'll lose a bunch in a row.
And right now, they're in one of those down streaks.
Dignitas have had a rough patch recently, starting with the departure of Crumbs.
We had to use a sub because Crumbs was unavailable. We had no idea what we were doing those games.
Season 3, it's very jungler dependent because all the lane swaps, it's where you apply jungle pressure, and since we had a new jungler, we had to tell him what to do.
Not only is he their jungler, but he's also their play caller. And if you lose your play caller for a week, then you play poorly not only that week, but the weeks after.
Crumbs leaving kind of hurt them a lot, and then a lot of their champions that they're really did good with got nerfed, like Singe and things like that.
Some people just have a champion pool that they're more comfortable with, and when those get nerfed, like they have to spend some time to learn new champions.
What's that saying? With Darwin, it's like
survival of the fittest or something.
Dignitas needs to get back to where they were. They need to play as Dignitas as they did throughout most of the season.
They were considered the best team in North America. Now there's a chance they could lose to Good Game University, they could get knocked into promotion relegation, and they could even lose that if they continue on the poor streak.
This is make it or break it now. If we don't perform here, it's like, okay, we're done.
That's more just us going back to finding that team synergy again.
Just get back into our form, and I think we'll be okay.
It's going to be a matter of whether they can turn it around again, because they really have to.
Well, as we saw, a lot is on the line today for Skara and crew. So let's take a look at the spring playoff brackets. Dignitas tries to turn their season around when they face off in GGU in our first best-of-3 quarterfinal. The winner of that will advance to the Final Four and play the second-seeded Curse in Saturday's semifinals.
Our second best-of-3 series today will feature 4th place CLG facing off against the 5-seed Vulcan. The winner of that quarterfinal matchup will have to take on the #1 seed in the NALCS, TSM.
And in addition to advancing to the next round, the winners of today's matches guarantee themselves an automatic berth in the summer split. And of course, a chunk of that $100,000 in prize money.
Yeah, the champion is going to take home $50,000. Second, third, and fourth are going to take home $25,000, $15,000, and $10,000 respectively.
Yeah, it's going to be awesome. And of course, the losers of today's quarterfinal matches, though, they will join the bottom 2 teams from the spring split. That's Marn and Complexity. And of course, they're joining the top 8 challenger teams as well in the summer promotion tournament. We're going to broadcast that live 2 weeks from today, May 10th through 12th.
Yeah, the 4th teams that advance out of the summer promotion tournament will join TSM, Curse, and the winners of today's matches in the North American LCS summer split.
So with so much on the line in today's matches, we want to know which teams you think will advance to the next round of the playoffs.
Just hop onto lolesports.com, click on the matches at the top right, go to the quarterfinal, and vote away.
It's so easy, even Mundo could do it. Then after you and Mundo pick today's winners, head over to Twitter and riddle me this. Which North American LCS player do you think will have the biggest impact on the playoffs, and why?
Remember, we're at LOL Esports, and be sure to use the hashtag LCS. We'll be reading the best responses live later today.
And also, today marks the LCS debut of our favorite mean green bouncing machine. Let's welcome the secret weapon, Zach.
So if you see the green blob out on the rift, here's what to expect. He does magic damage. He's a tanky jungler. He doesn't have mana or energy. His abilities cost 4% of his current health to cast. But due to his passive, whenever he does cast a spell, a bloblet will drop on the ground that can heal him for 4% of his maximum HP. And the second part of his passive is kind of like Anivia's egg. When he takes fatal damage, he'll split into 4 bloblets that will try and recombine and revive him.
So, Kobe, the question is, are we actually going to see him today, though?
Well, we did see him twice already in the European LCS. Wicked played him top lane. He's also a very strong jungler, though, so we may see North American teams pick him up if they need a tanky champion that can initiate from a long range and disrupt the enemy in team fights. At max rank, he can channel his elastic slingshot and jump up to 1,550 range, which is even longer than a Nidalee spear. You can actually get all the way from the red buff into the Baron pit with that ability, so it opens up a lot of new windows. Once he does get to that back line, he can use his ultimate to knock aside enemies and, well, let's bounce.
Let's bounce, man. All right, we got to take a short break, though, but when we return, it's the first game of GGU versus Dignitas in the playoffs. Don't bounce away.
The season has gone okay for us.
We're really happy just to be in the playoffs. I think we defied all odds in every possible way, so I am pretty happy with that.
People would come up to me confused and be like, well, look, Scar, you're in 3rd place. That's good. That means you're the top 3 teams in North America. Like, you should be proud of that. And I'm like, kind of, but not really.
They thought they'd be top 2, and now they have to play not only to stay in the playoffs, but honestly for their lives if we do beat them.
Not having to fight for your job is always a plus, so having to play first round kind of sucks.
This time it's the last draw. You can't mess up anymore.
Dignitas is a team that, at least for me, back when I was on Team Dynamic, which is what this team formerly was, they've always been that team that has been our kryptonite and has consistently knocked us out of like every major tournament.
We play them in MLGs, we play them in packs, and we beat them there. So I'm pretty confident going against GGU.
So they've always been that team that's just gotten under our skin that we just barely couldn't beat. And this is a great opportunity to get back at them.
Welcome back to day 1 of the North American LCS Spring Playoffs, and it's time for our first quarterfinal match of the day. It's Dignitas versus Good Game University.
Just a couple weeks ago, this would be a huge mismatch, but GGU, I mean, they've come back. Before they were staring at the bottom of the standings, while Dignitas were one of the LCS elites.
Yeah, it's been pretty rough, but these teams have done a complete 180 over the last couple of weeks. Since their addition of Daydream at support, GGU's gone 6-4. They jumped from 8th place. Now they're in the playoffs. But Dignitas, they've fallen out of the top 2. They've gone 1-6. They actually got crushed by GGU in Week 9.
Yeah, Jinte has really matured as a player. He's brought that global presence that they've needed with his Karthus and his TF as well. But Dignitas, they didn't have Crumbs in the jungle in Week 9, and that left Scar and QtPie exposed. In that single game, they died 10 times versus GGU, whereas earlier in the season, with Crumbs, Scar and QtPie only died 4 times in their 3 games combined.
That is a pretty good score. And that is, of course, good news for Dignitas. Their King of the Jungle is in the lineup for today's match, and his crew is going to be counting on him to make some key plays.
But having Crumbs back doesn't guarantee a win. Even with Crumbs in the lineup last week, Dig went 1-4. They lost to Vulcan, CLG, and Complexity. Teams have been banning away Diana and Gragas, and it really seems to be working. Scar's trying to branch out, though. He's making an effort. He used Evelyn in their 1 win against Curse, so he's got some options.
So while Scar has been trying to make his champion picks less predictable, the Young Guns and GGU don't mind letting Dignitas know what's coming from their side. A lot of pure aggression.
I'm confident against GGU because the champions they play and the way they play their team fights is extremely predictable.
No, I don't think we're predictable.
They're a team that's never really deviated too much from champion picks. Like, they don't have large champion pools.
I don't think they have any idea how far some of our champion pools go down.
You know what you're playing into. Like, you know the champs they'll pick.
Even if they think you're predictable and you beat them with that, it's just a huge boost of confidence. Like, wow, you knew what we were playing. We still beat you with it. You know, we've really got our game down.
GGU as a team has like a very aggressive play style. I guess it comes with being like a bunch of 16-year-olds, but they're like all angsty and like willing to scrap.
Everyone on our team is 18 except me. I'm like 20.
I would describe us as hot, young, and talented.
It's just a all-star team of teenagers, and that's kind of funny to watch.
While being young is great, a lot of us have been here a while. We know what to do, and we have to step it up like the veterans we are.
We're just gonna make sure we out-aggress Dignitas in their early game aggression.
Their aggression comes at a price. You just have to make them pay for it.
I don't think we're more aggressive, but I guess we're willing to take more risks because we're young.
And we'll see if those risks will pay off. It's time to look at the starting lineups. On the blue font, Team Dignitas. Kiwi Kid in the top lanes, Crumbs in the jungle, Skara in mid, I'm a Cutie Pie on AD carry, and Patoy on support.
And in the red corner, it's GGU. Up top lane is Zion Spartan, and the jungle is Nintendude. Their mid laner is Jin Tae, AD carry is Don't Mash Me, and the support is Daydreamin'.
And these supports for the two teams are the featured matchup here. Dignitas' Patoy versus GGU's Daydreamin'.
Both these guys are really flashy supports. Daydreamin' loves playmaking supports. He uses LeBlanc, Elise, and Thresh. His Thresh, though, he had 3 straight wins, and then it's been banned out every single game since. Patoy is considered to be one of the best supports in all of the North American scene, and he averages just a little bit more than 1 death per game.
And remember to keep an extra eye on Patoy's bottom lane. The owner of Team Marn will be donating up to $1,000 to the victims of the Boston bombings based on Patoy's performance today. $50 for every death, $50 for every death, every 2 kills, or every 3 assists, plus $100 for first blood and $1 per minion kill.
And the philanthropy continues Saturday with TSM's captain Reginald. He was the first to promise to pay money for his play. He's pledged to donate $100 for every one of his deaths during the playoffs.
So now, guys, of course, we got another reason to look for some level 1 team fights. But before we get into Champ Select, let's take out who you guys think will move on to the Final 4 of the spring playoffs.
So according to LoL Esports, 85% of you think Dignitas are going to take this win.
All right, that's impressive, though. They just won last week. GGU took that game over. Of course, we've got 10 players in the lobby. We will be figuring out who wins this game very shortly. It's a best of 3, so it could go either way.
This is one of the most definitive we've ever seen the online scores. 85%. That's huge considering, like you said, GGU won the last time they were matched up. And previous to this, Dignitas, they only beat GGU back in week 5. So it's been a long time since they've actually beat GGU.
Well, the bans are coming through fast and furious to start things off. Jace and Thresh dropped away from Daydreamin' and Zion, Spartan, and Jinte. Yeah. And the Diana Gragas bans against Dignitas. Man, you called these at the start.
Caitlyn, obviously, for Don't Mash Me there. He still has his Twitch open, so we might see him pick up that. The Shen is the last ban that they decided to go for Dignitas here, and immediately Scar locks in the TF, both for the global presence on his team, but also denying that from Jinte. It's one of Jinte's favorite champions.
That is going to be interesting, actually, because I remember Scar ran TF once, last week before, and it didn't look too great.
Yeah.
And now it's GG's turn to think about that. I mean, is that a smart choice there? He didn't do well last time.
I think it's a good choice, not only because of the global presence they had. Even if he did have a bad time last time he used it, you have to get that away from Jinte because they've practiced a bunch of strategies where GGO are counting on having a TF mid. So if you take that away, then Jinte will be forced to go with maybe his Ryze or his Lux or something like that.
All right, so we'll see what they end up doing with the leftover mid lane picks. GGU have already grabbed Ezreal and Elise, so 2 E's so far for GGU.
Nintendude has not been shy about his love for Elise. He's picked her whenever she's available, one of his favorite junglers, because as soon as you hit level 3, you just have so many ganking tools. And he really likes to go aggressive early. And they said that's one of the main points they're looking for against Dignitas, is to not let Crumbs get the solo lanes rolling. So Nintendo's going to do a lot of early game pressure here to try and contain that.
Well, Dignitas right now, we're looking at a couple of interesting options, but they've actually locked in the Draven here, so do or die time for Dignitas, and they're going back to that comfort Draven pick for Cutie Pie.
So both these teams are like, yeah, the other guys are really predictable, and they seem to have chosen the same champions here. The Draven is, Cutie Pie's been going back to that Draven over and over again. He's a very strong early game AD carry, but he's very snowbally, so if you don't get him going, then it's going to be hard for them to finish off the game.
Well, it's interesting because speaking of getting going early on, they've already locked in the Blitzcrank here for Daydreamin'.
And he's one that's really good at punishing mispositioning here. And Draven, he's very, very position dependent because you have to be picking up the axes, and there's a giant glowing circle saying, I'm going to walk right here. So Daydreamin' will have an easy time if he wants to try and grab that one. And he's so at home on those hook champions. His favorite is Thresh, Blitzcrank, pretty close.
All right, and there we go. The last 2 picks here picked up for Dignitas. We're seeing a couple of new things. We've got both Zach and Lee Sin grabbed here.
All right, it's going to be time for some more Zach attacks. That could be a top lane or a jungle right now because, like you said, Lee Sin, he can also switch to either of those roles very easily. So we'll have to wait till the last couple seconds before they finish switching around. But this team does look pretty solid for Dignitas here. Zach is a very tanky champion if you want to build him that way. He can also build AP heavy, but it looks like they're going to need him to be that disruptive force in the team fights here.
All right, so you've got 1 pick left for GGU, which I guess could be a top laner or a jungler. You mentioned Intendude loves the jungle at least, but looks like that is likely the situation. They're looking at Riven right now as their time ticks down.
That definitely would fit Zion Spartan very well. He's an aggressive top laner. He's along the lines of Mega Zero, where he loves to have the 1 versus 1. He likes to try and carry the team. And Riven is a good champion to do that, usually building very AD heavy because you get a little bit of defense with that shield scaling with your AD, so you kind of get the whole package there.
Okay, so the lineups are in fact locked in here. Dignitas left-hand side, GGU on the right. He'll be break me down these teams.
All right, so right off the bat, Jinte, he's bringing his global presence again. He's not the most lane-dominant mid that we see, and so he has been using those champions like TF and Karthus to sort of add that extra edge to the rest of his team. He's gone that here, so he's going to add a little bit, and any gank that Nintendo tries to pull off early will be aided again by the extra damage from his Requiem. Meanwhile, Dignitas, they've gone with their patented very early game focus here, and the Draven Sona lane is really going to be the key to this one because whoever gets stuck in that lane is going to be taking a lot of hits.
All right, so this is going to be an interesting matchup. Once again, guys, it's the start of the spring playoffs here in the North American LCS. This is a best-of-3 game 1 coming up here between Dignitas and Gigam University. And what's going to be crazy here is the adaptation between games, the fact that this game means an automatic spot in the summer split of the season and the shot at the 100,000 overall. Really big series.
Yeah, teams like Dignitas who have been in esports for a long time, they're used to playing best-of-3s. It's been a while, though, because ever since we started the LCS, everyone's gotten into the groove of single games. You only prepare for 1 match, and then you're done after that. You have a whole week to prepare for the next time you see them. This is going to be a little bit different, and they'll have to go back to their roots and adapt, like you said.
Yeah, the only time we've seen them actually run a best-of-3 was back in the MLG International Tournament, where both they and Curse actually dropped 0-2 to KT Rolster B and Gambit. So hopefully the NA teams have learned to BO3 themselves. We're into the game, of course, in Game 1. Dignitas in blue, GGU in red, and they're leaving their bases.
All right, Kiwi Kid taking that Zac to top lane. So very similar to like we saw in the EU, we're going to have a solo lane at least. You never can tell exactly where Dignitas are going to send their solos. He's going to be a little bit more tanky this way, and he doesn't have to build. He doesn't have to start out with that Hunter's Machete. He's instead got a Fortitude Elixir.
Okay, so Gigam University early on, they put down some early wards. They had Mash Me poke out, look for people in the brush, put a ward down. Actually, both teams are going to see that upper sort of brush right there as GGU are still running across the map. Looks like Skara has spotted them run around the side. GGU still looking to make some early moves.
Yeah, I mean, as everyone in solo queue is well aware, when you see a Blitzcrank on the other team, it means that they could definitely be going for invades because a hook into 5 people at level 1 usually means death. So there's a very level 1 heavy team that GGU have, and Dignitas doing the smart thing here, warding up, trying to spread out so they don't get caught off guard.
Okay, well, GGU have put an early aggressive ward down. Crumbs did spot out the enemy team. We're 30 seconds away from the major buff spawning in all 4 corners of the map. We'll see who ends up looking at what. Right now, it's still Dignitas with a defensive position looking in a lot of different places. And GGU, they're going into the jungle again.
Zion has already recalled and gone top, so this is pretty dangerous to do a sort of delayed invade here from GGU. Daydreamin comes back out. He waited a few extra seconds to put down those wards around red buff, just so they'll have a few more seconds of vision and they don't run out too quickly.
Okay, so Kiwi Kid is actually going to be top lane Zac here, and he's actually going to spot Zion Spartan, and Zion actually wants to go in for the pressure here, puts a bit of damage back, and they're starting to trade hits. This will be an interesting match, as the rest of their team is still running around in the bottom half of the map here, and it looks like Karthus is putting in a pretty heavy helping hand on the blue buff.
All right, so the Zion Spartan getting that golem is pretty big because he's got experience advantage, but Kiwi Kid did see that he got, so he's not going to be surprised by the all-in Riven level 2. He's going to be expecting it, and he can play accordingly. He can back off.
Yeah, that could be actually pretty big for him right there. They're actually trading blows again here, both down about half health at level 1, chugging through their potions. Of course, both opened red elixir as well. Looks like the blue buff did go to Crumbs. Yeah, he did pick that up for himself with Smite. We did see a friend come by real quick, and they're still kind of milling about, but it's a 2v1 mid lane. We've seen this a little bit before.
Yeah, this is definitely a Dignitas signature strategy, but now it's GGU using it against them. When you do have that Blitzcrank, there's always the danger for Skara. If he gets pulled, it could be bad news. Meanwhile, up in that top lane, I want to point out something interesting that Zion was doing. He went and stepped on the Bloblet after Kiwi Kid spawned it. You can actually stomp those and kill them before Zach's able to get them and regen. So I'm really glad Zach's in this game, so we can point out a whole bunch of little tricks here. That's the first of many.
All right, there we go. We see the bottom lane, though. It's Cutie Pie basically actually 1v1ing up against Jinte because Patoy is supporting Skara over in the mid.
Yeah, Draven actually very strong 1v1 straight up against Karthus. The only thing is we have Nintendo winning in the wings to come for a gank.
He's going forward. Oh, he does not quite land the cocoon, but will they put down enough pressure? Jinte without Wall of Pain, not able to actually add much there, so good dodge there by Cutie Pie.
I'd say Cutie Pie's lucky to get away from this one, but he's still going back in there trying to grab a few CS. A little cheeky.
A little cheeky indeed. GG seems to be pushing that lane out. Crumbs look to the top to spot for a gank, and it's actually just Lee Sin and Riven recalling back right now. So no early Russian has yet really happened, or I should say succeeded for either team. Just 4 minutes in, and you've actually got the almost most awkward of 2v2's mid lane because it's the solo plus support, really.
Yeah, TF, he is ranged, and he does have a ranged stun, so it's not too dangerous here for Dignitas since he's got the sustain from Sona heals. This 2v2 in the middle is really going to hinge on which jungler comes first. And as soon as one does, it's going to be about Daydreamin' and his hooks.
Well, we'll see if Daydreamin' can find one. Of course, big, bright red fists on him should let them know when they're coming. Daydreamin' moves forward, seems to be pushing him out of range. We're watching Cutie Pie now. Once again, chilling up in this bottom half. He said his 1v1's good, but looks like Sona's being brought back over to support him.
Yeah, so they've pushed out the first time that they had Elise come in. They tried to shove it all the way to the turret and hope that Cutie Pie would miss out, but Cutie Pie just stayed there. He's been doing a good job of continuing to CS, and he has more than anyone else on the entire game.
Okay, so impressive play right there, and you can see just in the bottom of the screen the rest of the scores you might want to point out. The gold's still equal here 5 minutes in. Cutie Pie actually finding a little bit of damage from Jinte, puts the stand aside down, takes one turret shot, but otherwise seems no worse for the wearer overall, and of course has a Sona to sustain him back up, and they're just repeatedly shoving down towards Jinte's turret right here.
Yeah, you can tell Scar having to be a little bit more careful in the middle too because of that Blitzcrank threat. Crumbs even just wasting some time. He was trying to get in there for a counter gank, but it didn't quite pan out, and he's gonna have to recall. As Lee Sin, if you're not able to make some early stuff happen, it cancels his recall there, but if you're not able to make those early game plays, then it's gonna be a bit harder for you.
Okay, we'll see if he can recover from the lack of early plays here. If GGU have felt safe so far. You're watching now them last hit under the turret pretty successfully. And no team, you mentioned it, right? The Elysian needs to make the early moves. They've not quite found any just yet. We saw Nintendo once at the bottom lane. What lane's going to crack first here?
So this Karthus lane is what I'm most worried for because Karthus very early game has a low base stats, and Draven is great at punishing that. You can get surprise kills even under turret, and you'll definitely have to watch out as soon as that bottom lane hits level 6. If there's a crescendo, then Karthus is just going to die.
Oh, they find the hook onto Crumbs though, down to half health right now. Daydream is still trying to put damage down. Flash forward from Don't Mash. Do they have enough damage? They do! First blood to Good Game University, and they back out safe.
The 2 versus 1 pays off against Dignitas here. GGU using Dignitas' own strategy against them. They do pick out the jungler.
Just a very impressive play by Daydream, and they're just going to push forward. They've got a 2v1 against this turret with a minion wave as well.
Yeah, and Don't Match Me there. His CS looking pretty good too. Not too shabby. Nintendo just coming right through the lane here, but there's no more minion wave, so he's wasting a little bit of time.
Okay, so in the bottom lane here, we're looking at this one again. Axes come across. Jinte is taking some pain, but seems to be surviving overall. And this lane is just, it's turning into a farm fest for these guys with Draven and Karthus just picking up minions right now.
So Jinte basically using health potions as his HP 5 regen, just constantly spamming them there. He's been chugging them, pretty much chain chugging them, and he's got that tier also trying to stack that up as quickly as possible because there's a few champions here that also like the blue buff. Elise definitely happy whenever she can grab that for herself.
All right, so that will be a fun thing for them when they grab it. Minions still going down. Nintendo has now started on that golem buff, as you mentioned. She might like it a little bit, but of course Karthus is down there. Seems to be lending a helping hand. Oh my gosh, that hook onto Scar though, max range. He's gonna try to lock the gold card, but will it not be enough? Oh, perfect cleanse by Mashme, but he's not gonna follow up, so a summoner spell for nothing.
Ooh, very, very close right there. Scar does get out with his life. Now Jinte's got that blue buff, and he's level 6. If they had done that a little bit quicker, he might have been able to add Requiem and make the difference right there. Ooh.
Oh, Scar in the fountain takes damage, but I think he's going to survive that one overall. Zion and Kiwi Kid actually still in this mixed top lane, though we don't watch them much, but you can see the minion scores 56 to 54, pretty equal, and they've just been brawling back and forth, and neither's falling over.
Yeah, so we have some Dorans on both sides. We actually have 2 Doran's blades, a little Make It Zero-esque up here for Zion Spartan, trying to go more aggressive. That way we have Skara TPing in.
He shows up and he gets hooked right into the middle of the enemy team. This could be bad for him. Requiem comes across as well. Skara's going to go down. Now Crumb's in the mix, but here comes I'm a Cutie Pie. Ult comes across. They both have to dodge this. Oh, the spinning axe takes down Don't Mash Me. Cutie Pie looks for some more pressure. Sorry, Crumbs looks for pressure here. Nintendo actually forces him away.
So Scarhawk getting a little bit too aggressive. Oh, the last blob goes down.
Wow.
That was Zach's passive, the second part of his passive, where when he takes that fatal damage, he splits into 4 bloblets. Not only can you stomp on the bloblets that he gets from just casting his spells, but you can smite the ones from his second part of his passive right there if the jungler was around. And you can also, if you're on the same team, teleport on those bloblets. So let's take a look at the replay from that top fight. All right, so we started off with that Requiem. The Ignite going to help a lot. This is the Let's Bounce ultimate from Kiwi Kid. He flashes away, but Zion has a flash of his own. And now you just have to clean up all 4 of these bloblets before they all get back together. Because once they do recombine, you'll revive with a little bit of health. And Zion was so low there that he could have actually got the kill.
And that was an incredibly close fight. And now I actually want to point something out. You mentioned about the potential bottom lane matchup with Draven with the giant glowing axe that lands versus Daydreamin' with hooks. We saw the exact same thing with Scar with a giant glowing circle.
Exactly. So there's also no excuse for Scar because when you use your Twisted Fate ultimate, Destiny reveals all of the enemy champions. He knew he was teleporting into 3 people right there. He just was a little bit overconfident because Cutie Pie was there to back him up. They end up answering for another kill, so not too bad right there. But well here, he's got plenty of mana to go for a dragon when they need it, and Cutie Pie taking a lot of damage.
A lot of pressure. The ult comes across with a crescendo as well. That is enough to pick up the kill. Nice job, Cutie Pie. Ignite's going to time out. JD will not find anything for it. However, GGU did pick up Dragon for that.
The single target damage of Karthus is extremely strong, especially when he has that blue buff to spam. You can see Zion there stepping on all the bloblets that he can. The passive,
they're going to go in on this one. Will they find enough damage? Oh, a beautiful repel gets him out of range, or actually dodges the gold card. The rest of Dignitas push on forward. The middle turret has gone down to I'm a Cutie Pie. So first turret blood, first stone, I guess, goes to Dignitas.
You could see Crumbs there trying to get behind Nintendo to kick him back into the rest of his team, but not quite close enough there. Jinte shoving that bottom lane now that he got a bunch of free farm down there too. This Karthus is going to be scary late game.
He is going to be scary. You're seeing his scores do very, very well. And the pressure, his ult is up. Actually, all the ults are up for GGU. Problem is they don't have a dragon to go for. They're in the lead. Do they make moves here or do they play the laning phase?
Well, it's a good thing that they already did get that dragon because they would have to watch out for the collapse of Dignitas. It looks like they're going to take another advance here. The middle turret going to go down first. That's going to be huge for them.
And there we go. Middle turret has gone down. These teams traded them back and forth. This game, only 1,000 gold separates them. Zion, again, fighting Kiwi Kid in the top lane. And I want to talk a little bit about this matchup because we, of course, first time we're seeing Zach. Just to FYI, Kiwi Kid is maxing his Q first and E second.
Yeah, and then he's got a 5-minute cooldown on that passive too, the on death passive, where he splits into 4 blobs. So after he did just die, it takes a whole 5 minutes. It's not constantly up. That would be a little bit too much.
Every single time, just bloblets. And in fact, if you kill the bloblets, they'll just resplit again.
Yeah,
it'll be wonderful. You'll actually never kill them. You just get them smaller and smaller and smaller.
I believe that's what we call anti-fun.
Yes, that'd be great. 0 kills the entire time, just slowly lurch forward. But in the mid lane, GGU actually still holding 3 strong right now. They're sending Jinte down towards the bottom. So these sort of quote-unquote mid laners, they are actually fighting head-to-head right here. But at this time, really, Jinte's a bit bigger.
Yeah, Jinte's really doing it. He's got that Requiem in his pocket right now, too. So if a fight did break up top, he could add that Requiem once again, which we saw was the difference in the last fight between Kiwi and Zion Spartan. It was really down to the slivers of HP there, and it turned out the Requiem was the decider.
It was indeed. Now Dignitas actually making their own way around towards his bottom lane. These teams are making just significant roster moves to the different sides of the lanes, trying to hold turrets on and pressure different places.
Yeah, I mean, and it's looking really good for them too. I just want to point out one more thing about Zach here. He's building specifically to lane against Zion Spartan, all armor and HP. So he's getting extremely tanky here. Look at this bottom lane. There's so much action about to come up. They do kill the ward, but nobody goes down. It could be a 3-on-3 fight, plus Requiem going to come in from Jinte and Destiny available for Skara.
All right, so a nice read by that telepathic Daydream and realizing Dignitas waiting in the wings. Skara's ult is up as well, as you mentioned, so a lot of things could happen all at once. Nintendo actually still waiting around in the back wings as well. They might just try to bait Dignitas into a fight because Crumbs is still lurking around. Dig wants to force something here.
Yeah, the tension, you can feel it building. Now we have Elise backing off, and Scar's in position. Looks like they're just going to stay where he is, though. Doesn't pop that Destiny. They both get vision of each other, and the bottom lane going to be left to their own devices.
Not going to find much. Yeah, Crumbs finally gives up, says, you know what, all right, you knew I was there in the first place, but here we go, the top lane, it's going to be a battle, and Scar's not in position, so Kiwi Kid and Zion just trading blows, and Zion gets the better of that one by quite a bit. However, the numbers game went to Dignitas in the bottom lane. That turret now down at half health as Nintendo makes his way over.
Crumbs finally showed himself in lane, and so now Nintendo makes his way all the way back down here. Scar did not pull the trigger there, no Destiny coming off for the gank. And they're just going to stay in the mid lane to try and farm. These are sort of the normal lanes that you would expect.
For the first time in the game, I think. You're absolutely right. We have normal lanes for once, aside from the junglers camping out. Daydream taking a bit of poke here from Cutie Pie. Can he find the hook? He go, oh! Just barely out of range. Nearly lands that pull. Cutie Pie suffers a turret shot to deal some damage to one, and that's getting worked down very, very quickly.
So they're just going to keep on pressuring this bottom turret. They want to answer, get some distance back for that mid lane and go up in tower kills here. This could give Dignitas the advantage, and towers is very low, and it doesn't look like GGU want to make the stand. They're already kind of backing off.
He's trying to go in on a Kiwi Kid, Ignite Pop Requiem as well, but Kiwi makes his way out of that battle, pumps his chest, fist in the air. I made it out.
All right, but that is going to give Zion some free time to work on this upper turret. You can see flashed for the kill, but doesn't get it.
He popped his passive. He actually popped it. He's reviving in the fountain right now. So it ticked him as he teleported back to base. Kiwi Kid is without his passive right now.
Another interesting interaction we're seeing with Zach here today, guys. I'm glad that we got him right as soon as he's available.
Yeah, so yeah, the last quarter-second of recall actually won't cancel off of damage. Normally, he would have been sent back, but it's the blue buff being taken away right now. Scar is going to want that for himself, his first of the game. Thankfully, he's actually in mid lane for once, so he's nearby to it. So Scar's going to enjoy that cooldown reduction. Kiwi Kid making his way over there, popping out some of these minions, and he's going to be more or less safe here.
Yes, it's a very close game. GGU were able to answer back for the bottom turret with the top one. So we're back to even tower control, but the wards around Dragon are all pink right now. They're all red. They're all for GGU. They have the vision advantage, and there's another 15 seconds left on that spawn.
Well, thankfully for Don't Mash, he just picked up the red buff, pops ult towards the top, and clears minions away, which actually might just keep his turret alive for a little while longer. Kiwi Kid isolated in the top lane, and Dragon's coming up.
Yeah, this will be a 5-on-4 if Dignitas go to contest. Otherwise, going to be a free Dragon here from for GGU. Looks like they're just going to burn this one down. Zach actually walked down a little bit. He hesitated there, so he's missing out on some tower hurting time right now.
Okay, so that turret is going to survive for a little while longer. Again, another global objective going towards GGU, and there's the teleport in. Skara and Dignitas, they really want this top turret, actually, and I don't know if GGU are ready to defend anything about this or even counterattack.
So that would be answering top turret for Dragon, which is a common trade that we see, but GGU taking the opportunity to push down this middle.
Okay, they've got 4 right there. The recall coming in from Zach and Jinte just camping on the right-hand side, not doing anything about this. This turret down to half health. Mash Me Nintendo putting a bunch of pain onto it. Looks like they are forced away, bringing it only down to 2/3. Dignitas does hold that structure.
It looks like we have Zach trying to converge here, but Dignitas probably won't get that engage. Kiwi Kid's also building so that he can be just that really disruptive force in a team fight. He's got Sunfire Cape first, so just by standing around people, he's going to be doing damage.
And that's going to be useful for him, that tanky man that you don't want to kill first, burning people down as GGU keep moving their way around the map. It's Zion Spartan, again, back in the top and looking for farm, taking golems down. GGU, their AD carrying support, once again, looming around the mid lane. The interesting thing I see about this, though, is a build we don't see much from Ezreal's. He's going for a fast, what looks like Muramana.
Yeah, Cutie Pie is known for his interesting builds, but now we have Don't Match Me coming out with one of his own here. The innovation. Everybody prided themselves on being the innovators in North America because they get so much flack from everyone else about being sheep and doing the same thing over and over here.
All right, so a bit of something new here, at least in North America, for Don't Mash Me. See how that build pans out as we kind of look around the rest of the items. You've got a Lichbane finished here for Skara getting some damage. You got the Sunfire Cape you already mentioned. Bloodthirster done on Zion Spartan. Their items are definitely scaling up here.
Yeah, this is going to be a really interesting first team fight because this is actually a really close game. And it's going to be it's going to be really dependent on the positioning. If Daydream is able to start it out with a pick on someone like Cutie Pie or Scar, it would just be amazing for GGU. Otherwise here, it's going to be Jinte taking the brunt of the damage.
Well, speaking of picks, they are going in. The gold card lands onto Jinte, but will they have the counterattack damage they need? 1 for 0 so far. Requiem comes across. Will GGU find anything so far? Just a 1 for 0. Dignitas have gotten out. Great fight.
Perfect way to fight when you're going against Karthus there. Burn him down and then immediately come back. You're trying to get out of his AoE. You're trying to negate that Requiem. Now they can heal back up with their Sona Sustain, and they'll fight a 5 versus 4.
Let's see if they can do that. Crumbs running off to the top-hand side. Wants to clear up the top lane, it looks. And GGU with one minion wave here. Can they put any pressure down? Kiwi Kid. Oh, everybody's just there to defend it. The wave clear coming in from Skara as well. No pressure found at all for GGU. So, yeah, that 4-on-5 didn't do much of anything.
One thing we did see in that fight, though, is that not only can Daydream punish you for showing your positioning and giving that away, but so can Elise. He fired off the cocoon, so it landed right when Skara teleported in. Still got the gold card off, so they were rewarded with that kill.
All right, impressive play by Dignitas. So now, 5 on the map again for both sides. Most of them congregated towards this mid lane. The gold lead still just 700 up for GGU. Dignitas are pulling this game back a little by little.
Yeah, and in the team fights, what Dignitas are going to try and do is have Kiwi Kid launch in from the Fog of War, fully charge up his Elastic Slingshot, and then use his ultimate, the Let's Bounce, to knock people together for the crescendo from Patoy. So if he can knock people into a little group there, then it'll set up Patoy for one of those beautiful game-changing crescendos he's known for.
And that would be music to Dignitas' ears if they can get that kind of engaged. They're moving forward. Again, GGU trying to shove down this mid turret just with a brute force method. Getting it a little bit lower. Right now the force is not with them. Dignitas pushing themselves back out. Kiwi could actually isolate in this top lane. So it's 5-on-4 in GGU's favor. They're not making anything out of this yet.
Yeah, Dignitas are able to shove them back here right now. And even though Kiwi Kid has no teleport, he's still able to shove that top lane with impunity. Zion Spartan going to have to go through his own jungle and be careful walking up to that top lane.
Okay, so let's see. They are going to move on to this one-on-one right here. Don't Mash Me just burned his ultimate, shoving down that bottom lane, trying to make his minions push down. And no one from Dignitas are actually there to defend that spot of the map. And again, we're just seeing these teams sort of spend like 20 seconds on one side of the map, then congregate back towards the middle, then spend 20 seconds on the other side of the map, then congregate back towards the middle. They're basically bashing heads right now, but none are finding the opening kills very frequently.
Yeah, and while they're all milling around in this top and middle area, the bottom lane for GGO just had a huge wave. Pushed on that bottom turret, a lot of experience was lost for Dignitas, a decent amount of gold. The bottom turret also taking some damage there, so that next point of contention actually could go down pretty quickly. The bottom turret and the dragon will both be up in about 50 seconds here, and we'll probably see more action on the bottom side of the map.
So how do these dragon fights going to go? Who's going to start it up? Who's going to win the fight? Where do these guys... Sorry, how do they want to battle for dragon?
See, whoever starts off the dragon is going to be in a worse position here. Neither of these teams want to be inside that pit. If either of them are in a confined location, then it'll open them up to the AoE of the opponent's team here. Like we said, Karthus got off to a really good start, and he has combined his Rod of Ages with his Seraph's Embrace. So his AoE damage, a huge threat right now. Meanwhile, we talked about the Crescendo already, and Zach setting that one up. So whichever team starts inside the pit is going to have to either burn the dragon down really quickly or catch someone off guard.
Okay, well, both these teams, as you've mentioned before, have ways to catch people off guard. That Destiny from Twisted Fate, the hooks out there from Daydreamin', and in fact, there are both. You've got the Destiny coming across. GGU pulling back right now, and they're just putting down words trying to keep themselves safe.
Yeah, so they're going to spread out right here. It's going to be on Daydreamin' to catch a pick on someone besides Zach. They don't want to pull in the green blob.
And there we go. Wards are down right here. GG re-engaging on this right here. Of course, there's a ward.
Oh, he's got Scar.
Oh, he gets Scar. Scar has to flash across the wall. Red team is slaying Dragon, but here comes the fight. Let's bounce come across. Nintendo off to the side. He lands a stun on a Scar. Will anyone go into this one? More poke coming across. They're kind of isolated, though. Will the fight begin? And yes, they get Scar for free. Crescendo comes across. Jinte in the middle of the enemy team. Dignitas getting completely crushed right now. And no, he's channeling Crescendo. Oh, he loses his own ultimate. Crumbs just kicked him out of it. Crumbs will go down. They'll chase on a Kiwi Kid. Nintendo might just find this one, but the Requiem did nothing at all. And, well, they're still going to kill out this last pickup, though. They get a 3-for-1. Nice pickup there with the Dragon as well. GGU, good fight.
Jinte's got an itchy trigger finger there.
Yeah,
Crumbs was very happy to silence that one there with a kick. And Dignitas actually got the engagement they wanted. It was a great initiate by Kiwi Kid there, but the rest of the team didn't look like they were ready to act on it, and his full ultimate went off there with nobody really following up. Skara had already been pulled in and blown his flash early, so getting chunked down meant that GGU immediately went to finish off Skara and snowball that team fight.
Beautiful coordination by them. So we take a look back at the scoreboard here and see what's going on. You've got a 3,500 gold lead for Good Game University. They're looking great right now. They've been not necessarily in control, but making a lot of good moves overall. But what does Dig do to get themselves back into this one?
I mean, it was really mostly that last team fight, so they have to not get down. They have to recognize what went wrong that fight, people getting caught out. You have to be aware of the Blitzcrank pulls, but you also have to initiate at the same time. You guys have to be ready to go in with that Zach. He does initiate. Oh, Scar going for a pick right now onto Nintendo.
All right, he's jumped up into the air. He's going to find Crumbs right on the back from the slow is there, but there's the rest of the team revealed by Destiny, and GGU are going to get out safe. Scar does not find much with the Destiny. Nice repel to keep him safe.
That's huge for GGU, actually. That's a pretty big cooldown. Now they don't have to worry so much about getting caught out. The mid-game TF, it really punishes a lot of people because for some reason, they always start to forget, and when all the outer turrets are down, you're vulnerable for a much longer stretch.
Well, the blue buff has been grabbed by Mashme. He sees Scar and the gang kind of coming over. They've both got wards down. Mashme does get out from this one. Wow, all of Dignitas are just looking for something. Actually, Zion Spartan's isolated.
Look at the damage here on this Ezreal with the Bloodthirster and Muramana build. The extra blue buff on him is actually really huge because he is pretty much a semi-caster right now.
Well, Zion is trying to run away, though. We'll see if they can catch him. He's running. He's got the Guardian Angel. Here comes Crumbs. He's going to be right in range. Flashes, lands the Q, and here comes a bit of slows. Will it be enough to catch Zion? He's level 16, still spamming shields. There's Daydreamin' in the gang. Can they find a fight here? Looks like they've actually fully regrouped, so nice escape there by Zion, and they might just resume the push here, 5 mid.
Yeah, Riven extremely mobile, able to use all 4 of her jumps right there to get out of harm's way. He's also completed the main 2 items for Riven, that Bloodthirster, which scales all of your abilities so well, and the Guardian Angel. So when he does go down, you're going to have to watch out for him getting back up really quickly.
Well, that could be a very important fact for them now. Dignitas have regrouped themselves here. 4,000 gold really separates these teams in game 1, once again, of the quarterfinals. As best of 3 means requalification into the summer split of the LCS and the right to fight Curse if they can win that matchup here. That's something that both of these teams want. The loser not going to want to drop into the summer promotion tournament, but that might just be the fate of one of these two teams. 27 minutes in, game still fairly close. Where's the next move?
The next move is probably going to be up in the top side of this map. Now, everybody's got to start worrying about vision around Baron. So they're going to have to fight over pink wards around here, trying to get something in there. As long as your team has 1 ward around the area, then you can feel safe. Because while it's time to start worrying about Baron, it's not that late that people can sneak it so easily.
Okay, so Baron not yet on the table for either of these teams. Neither seem hungry anyway. Dignitas holding up in the mid lane, and they're playing more of the defensive game, it seems, right now. You mentioned that the turrets go down and Twisted Fate can find you caught out because these lanes are so long. What are GGU doing to keep themselves from ever getting caught by this TF?
Well, wards are not going to be enough. You have to be very careful about when you're split pushing and who is the one that's split pushing. So we saw earlier Nintendo with that repel. It's a great tool for getting away when Scar does TP in with his gold cards.
Well, that seemed to be working very, very well for them. Dignitas, actually, it looked like it's Zion Spartan the one doing this as well. I mean, you mentioned slippery champions. I guess we did just see a Zion run across the world and get out. And that did work very well for them. Kiwi Kid is the one that seems to be given a lot of this farm on the left-hand side of the map. He's catching up nicely as well as his items come through. Sunfire and a Haunting, guys.
Pretty good pickups for him. Meanwhile, we do have a lot of damage. I was talking about nobody can really sneak Baron right now, but Elise plus Karthus is actually a really good combo for doing that. Since Nintendo is the jungle too, he's going to bring that smite along with all his percentage damages. So if they were going to try and pull something sneaky, they would have to pre-clear the Baron of wards and then just have Jinte and Nintendo try and two-man that Baron while the rest of the team sort of keep Dignitas busy and try and fake them out. Because Scar's got a Destiny in his back pocket. If Dignitas get any whiff that you're trying to sneak something, they have that reveal.
Well, forget sneaking. They're doing it in full view of a ward right now. Just below them, there comes the Destiny as well. And GGU forced to run away right off the bat from this one. Watercuts come across, but they don't find much. However, they go for the flash ball. Oh, Scar forced to flash away from that one as well. Trade of Summoner spells.
So good job by GGU actually forcing out that cooldown because they realized that was, oh, the...
Next section is Kiwi Kid going in for this battle. There's the Let's Bounce. They find Jinte off to the side. A lot of damage onto him, and they're just focusing their efforts onto that poor Karthus, trying to get away from that one. Now Kiwi Kid in the front. Zion Spartan knocked back. A nice pull. Oh, they find Crumbs, though. Everything's coming across. Crumbs falls down. They trade 1 for 1. Here comes the Requiem. Is it going to be enough? Kiwi Kid taking some pain. There comes the Wind Slash. Knocks down 2. Cutie Pie barely running away with no health. Zion looks for Kiwi Kid. Kiwi Kid jumps across the map, getting away from this one. But still, it's a numbers advantage here. Zion Spartan gets a knockup out of Patoy. The pull does not quite land. Patoy still losing health. Zion does not quite find a kill. Scar gets Daydreaming on the back right there. Nice pickup on that one, but this turret will be going down. 2 for 2 in the fight. Will GGU stay? Nuh-uh, they're running for Cutie Pie.
Yeah, home guard boots, huge threat right now. Great buy by Cutie Pie. He gets right back to the front lines, able to save that inhibitor. It's interesting that Zion has built that GA too. He's going with the semi-revive here to try and combat Zac. They're both on 5-minute cooldowns, so they both sort of have the same mechanic here where they're trying to get into the team fight, and they have this extra life sort of to rely on here. For GGU's perspective, if you're going to initiate on Jinte like that, then they'll take that fight because that's the one person that they're okay with going down first, and it turned back in their favor.
Yeah, great job by them, of course, in that battle. We look now at Cutie Pie trying to scale himself up through this game. Now, you mentioned for a while the sort of interesting item builds coming out of Ezreal. I actually want to compare the AD carries, though, and their function in this match. So you look at the Ezreal pickups, a lot of cooldown reduction, you got the Iceborne Gauntlet, whereas you've got like straight up damage output from Cutie Pie. Who's going to like function better in team fights?
I feel like that is in reaction to the different styles of their top laners. Like Dignitas are like, okay, we need another huge source of damage because Kiwi Kid is going super tank mode right now. Meanwhile, we have Skara going to go teleport and try and catch Jinte here. Just a little stun. But the Ezreal, he's gone more utility-based because Zion Spartan, he's putting a whole bunch of damage himself. So they need another means of kiting there. That's why he's gone with that Frozen Fist on top of all the extra magic damage that he has. Or excuse me, they changed it to physical damage in the last balance.
Yeah, a lot of physical damage there from Nintendo. Getting away from Crumbs right there with Repel. Nice escape. Nintendo has been on point with Repels the entire game, dodging gold cards, dodging Lee Sins, dodging a whole bunch of everything.
Yeah, he's had plenty of practice too. We've seen him use it not only a lot in the LCS, but that's one of his favorites in scrims as well. Dignitas is going to take this opportunity to grab up some free global gold, take this dragon. They have really good ward coverage around both sides of the map here. Each team can actually see this Baron, so it's not going to be too sneaky. There's an exposed inhibitor right now on Dignitas's base. So if GGU want to force a fight, they don't have to do this this Baron rush again. The only reason they're doing that is because they saw Cutie Pie, bottom lane. That's an AD carry. He has no teleport. He has to run all the way over here.
And look at the health bar. It's down below half already. They're just putting in a ton of damage on it, and they get it. They just completely just face check and destroy Baron Nashor. Daydream are going to sweep out some wards, and Dignitas are like, all right, we're just going to back off.
No hesitation from GGU right there. Like I said, Cutie Pie in the bottom lane. It's this late. Anytime you see someone down there without teleport, it automatically gives you a free path to Baron.
And that was a free one right there. Great pickup by GGU. And now they're not quite looking at pushing down the front side because you've got a couple of guys recalling back to base. So maybe after a quick item buy, GGU going to make a push in.
Yeah. Now that, like I said, there's an exposed inhibitor here for Dignitas. So if GGU want to force a fight, which they definitely do now that they have Baron buff, they can easily just walk right up to that inhibitor, start poking at it, and see if Dignitas responds.
We'll see what their response ends up being. Jinte farming in the bottom half of the map. looking to make sure the moves go forward. Mashing puts his ult across, and look how defensive he's being right there. Kind of a little afraid that Dignitas might be showing up, and then runs away with the last Q. So the waves have been cleared. Looks like they're going to go make one last attempt to buy, and then GGU's push may just begin.
Yeah, we saw sort of a similar mentality among ADs there, but they both wanted to farm side lanes, but Don't Mash Me being very, very careful about it. Poking in and out from Vision here. He does go back, and he knows the rest of his team has control of the map. Since there's that threat of Baron buff right now, and they have Oracles, it'll be very dangerous for Dignitas to come outside at all.
Okay, so Dignitas mostly standing inside, actually. Looks like it is their curfew. They'll be staying indoors for now. QDPie waiting for these minions to reach him at the front steps, and they'll be taking these out. The rest of GGU are just piling in now towards this mid lane. Bottom lane, nah, we want the mid right here. Daydreamer waiting across the wall, looking to hook something.
So some plays could come from Scar here. He's finished his Zanya's Hourglass, so now would be the time if he would be able to bait out the hook or
well, he gets the hook and he immediately pops his own. He's a beautiful crescendo. Here comes Let's Bounce. So much damage coming across GGU. Zion's Spartan forced the GA. Kiwi still in the middle. Nintendo trying to put some damage as well. Kiwi dropped lower and lower and lower. Can Zion get out? Windslash picks up one kill, and there comes the Requiem, and that's going to find a bunch of damage. Not deaths, and equal. Oh, amazing shots right there, picking up 2 more. They found 3 for nothing, and GGU are still in Dignitas' base.
Ooh, Daydreamer lands a hook there, trying to pull Scar back, but Don't Mash Me kills him on the way in. There's just too much guaranteed damage from this Karthus. We were saying he's going to be a problem late game, and he definitely is.
Yeah, a big problem it was for Dignitas as they will fall down 1-0. GGU win game 1 of the quarterfinal, and they're 1 game away from the semifinals.
You can see how amped they are right now in the team cams. They are so excited. They are on the road to victory.
And it's so impressive. You look at them and how pumped they are. They're not even done yet.
No, like, that's just the first one.
Like, I've seen BO1s where it's like, all right, we won. We're done with this series. And they're like, all right, that was good. Like, well played. But here they're like, we got another enemy to go. Don't care. Oh, my gosh.
So they know that everyone online is voting for Dignitas. 85% people expected Dignitas, or still expect Dignitas to come out with this one. So understandably, GGU are excited. That was an upset in the eyes of the online community. And let's take a look at the replay here for the last team fight just to see what happened here. As I was saying, he's going to get hooked in. Scar gets hooked. Immediately pops his Zanya. Doesn't lose too much health. And we'll see him flash back out here. So there's the cocoon into the hook. Good combo, but he's able to get his Zanyas off. Zach bouncing on 4 people here, but Zion's the one that gets knocked in everyone, and he's got a GA. So he's going to get right back up here and just go down immediately. Oh, the Bloblets. The Bloblets are getting stomped, and Scar finally gets pulled and executed by Don't Mash Me right there. Just well executed by GGU. Even that passive of Zach not able to protect him long enough.
You know what I like about the Karthus with that is Defile hits all 4 Bloblets. You just like be Karthus and you're like,
yeah,
Zach passive what?
They should have taken teleport to make one immune.
That would have been great. Anyway, guys, coming up next will be the second game of this quarterfinal match. GG looks to gank their way into a Final 4 spot and a spot in the summer split. Plus, we're going to have Complexities probably joining us here to talk about the matchup, so stick around.
I think extended formats always favors the better team.
I think it just favors whoever put in more effort to get here.
The first game is the game that every team preps for the most. That's the one where if both teams prepare the most, the team that wins should have the psychological edge on the other team.
Winning the first game is important, but I think even more important is knowing how to bounce back after a loss.
If we win the first game, we're definitely going to win the second game.
Welcome back, everybody, to day one of the North American LCS Spring Playoffs. And in the words of Don't Mash Me, they're definitely going to win the second game. And it's time for, of course, the second game in the best-of-3 series between Dignitas and GGU. GGU's up one game. They're looking to complete the upset. But before we get into breaking down that game, I actually want to break down the game here with the madman of the mid lane, Complexity's Prawley. How's it going? That game looked great. Were you surprised?
Yeah. I was pretty surprised. I saw Blitzcrank and I got really excited because that's definitely Daydream means like in solo queue. That's where I got known for. So when I saw it, I was like, I'm gonna be excited to watch this game.
So walk me through why Blitz was such a good pick for that game.
I have no clue what happened during laning phase because they 2v1 mid, and that's kind of like any support can kind of do that.
Go.
But the big plays were before every team fight, Blitz basically forced Scar's flash every fight. Scar never had flash in any of those team fights, and like against a Riven. And you're playing TF, like, what are you going to do? Like, you have, like, you know, your 1 second stun, and then Riven's, like, slashing everywhere. So Scar pretty much, like, died every fight really fast because that Riven just, like, tore everyone up because, I don't know, he didn't have flash. What are you going to do?
All right, so then how about some of the other players? We had Mashme putting out a bit of a different build, Muramana, Iceborne Gauntlet, instead of, like, the you know, pure damage build. He's got a bunch of sort of utility items. What's up with that build?
That's basically just the Ezreal, I'm going to be the most annoying champion in the game build. And it's like, you can't really do anything about it. You just, like, get really annoyed and, like, I don't know. The best strat is, like, don't get super pissed off because how can you not? Like, you get that little, like, the blue circle on the ground and you can't run anywhere. So, I don't know. That build's really infuriating to play against. I'm really mad he played that because now everyone's going to start playing it, and I'm going to have to deal with that again.
We also saw Zach here for the first time. You're a big fan of using champions people haven't seen before in matchups. So, what are your thoughts on Zach?
I don't know. I thought Zach was really fun, and he looked like, I don't know, whenever he does things, it's like such a comical ability. Like he like comes and blobs on people, and then like blobs more, and then throws up his body. I don't know. That champion just like looks away so much, way too much fun. And then he did some like really good engages there with like the Sonal and stuff like that. So I don't think if they weren't that far behind, I think the Zach engages would have been a lot more like impactful. But since they were behind, like it didn't seem like he was like killing everything like it normally is.
What are the chances we see you bring Zach mid?
I played him yesterday, Zach mid, and I did terrible. So I don't know, man. Maybe I'll do it so everyone can see me feed with it, but I don't know.
That's always a good goal, of course.
Yeah.
So final question then. Coming into the rest of the series, we've got 1, maybe 2 more games left. What are we going to see in the future?
In the future?
Of this series.
Of this series. I don't know. Dignitas has always like practiced some kind of cheese and scrim, so I'm really curious if they're going to bring out anything that we haven't seen yet. That'd be really fun. But other than that, you know, like GGU got to play their Blitzcrank, so maybe they have more stuff up their sleeves.
All right. Well, thank you very much for your time. Of course, maybe we get another ban aimed at Daydreamin'. Thanks, Prawley. So, of course, we've got Game 2 coming up in just a minute. It's going to be you know, a crazy match, right? Mashme said, if we win Game 1, we're definitely winning Game 2. Skara says in a best-of-3, the team that's more experienced basically is going to win. He's like, yeah, we're going to be the ones who take the BO3.
Yeah, Skara, pretty confident there, but Don't Mash Me basically called out the win, so he's going to have to see if they can live up to those words. They were looking really good in that last fight, and I have to say, Daydreamin', going back to his roots with Blitz, just worked out perfectly. As Probably said, he was able to make Skara basically use his flash every single time it was on cooldown there. And also, you have to give a shout out to Nintendo, though. Those cocoons were setting up some easy hooks, too. He was making some max range cocoons land on everybody.
I don't know, man. One of the hardest things I've ever done as Blitzcrank is hook a stunned target. You just expect people to dodge a Blitz hook, and you automatically lead them, and you're just like, he can't move, and I can't hit him.
He's got that sock and bopper Blitzcrank, though, so extra large hands, easy to grab onto people.
That helps, yeah. Run that skin. It doesn't actually help you. But we are, of course, into Game 2 here, and with completely zero surprise, Diana Gragas-Shen banned out away from Dignitas.
Yeah, they're not going to have to move away from their strategy because they won the first game. So they're going to stick with that, make Skara go to a different champion here. In Super Week before this, Skara played 5 different champions in 5 games. So the rest of the season combined, he had only played 10 champions total. So once you take away his key Diana, Gragas, and then Kale used to be, but she got kind of nerfed here. So it really forces him to spread out into an area he's not as comfortable with.
But now look at the champ selects here. Of course, Dignitas no longer first picking TF, of course, with Bandit. Then after GGU grabbed Elise, Dig was like, hey, we're going to steal Karthus and Ezreal away from you guys.
Yeah, that's a pretty big one. They saw the effectiveness of Karthus in the last game here. So this is going to make Gente go with Ryze. That's basically his second favorite champion there, so he's definitely at home on that. And it's another one that can scale up similarly to Karthus because they both start with Rod of Ages and Tear of the Goddess, and they try and stack that mana up very quickly.
Okay, so again, more sort of picks coming through here. You've got the Tristana also grabbed here for Don't Mash Me as Dig considers their picks.
We've seen a couple people use Tristana extremely effectively in that late game. If you can get her to 6 items, then she's one of the most powerful things in the entire game.
Well, it looks like it's Dignitas' turn to react to that, and they've locked in the Nasus for the attack speed slow, among other things, as well as support Zyra.
So one of the most effective late game AD carries, one of the most effective late game AD carries shutdown skills with that Wither. It's probably going to force Tristana to run Cleanse here, as Don't Mash Me is already using that on his Kha'Zix here. They do lock in the Yorick, so that's probably going to be a top lane Yorick. It could be a support Yorick, though, because a couple people have done that as well. So either it's going to be Elise in the jungle, support Yorick, or they could actually switch that around and jungle Kha'Zix. There's so many options here. GGU, a very flexible team. I'm going to go with jungle Elise just because Nintendo loves that one, and then it's going to be support Yorick.
All right, so we're going to see how those lanes end up matching out, and of course talk about them when we get into the game. It's time for Dignitas to pick their top laner here. They had Zach last time. It worked okay-ish. What's in store for them?
I don't know if they'll go back to that one because they actually were unsuccessful. It wasn't really Zach's fault, though. As Paulie said, if they weren't behind so much, then those team fights could have gone completely differently. Looks like he's going to go for that lane bully that is Renekton. Whether he's in a 1v1 or a 1v2, he's definitely always a threat that you have to keep your eyes peeled for. The thing I want to point out about Dignitas, though, their team composition, we have the Zyra plus the Karthus. This is like the mother of all counter-initiate teams. We saw Patoy's Zyra ultimates so effective in Super Week. He was just counter-initiating every single team fight. He would at least get 3 to 4 people in the knockup with that ultimate, and it's a really good combination with Karthus.
Okay, meanwhile, as GGU swaps their champions around, if we assume it's what's on the screen right here, which is Ryze mid, Kha'Zix top, jungle Elise, and the support Yorick, what's in store for them?
It's probably going to be a switched lane for the AD and support. Support Yorick, he's pretty good at blocking skill shots, though, so if they did end up in that lane against Ezreal, he's got ghouls popping out everywhere. It'll make it a little bit harder for that Ezreal to land all his mystic shots and stuff. Pretty interesting matchup, actually.
Okay, so we are getting ourselves into the game as it's loading up for the players and us as spectators. Once again, guys, we're here in the Game 2 of the quarterfinals. Now, even if we're done with this game, you've got another series here still to play today, so don't go anywhere. But again, GGU are up 1-0 in this series. They are a single Nexus away from guaranteeing their spot in the summer split and dropping Dignitas somewhere they thought they'd never be.
Yeah, they are really hyped up. They actually said that they would rather go against Dignitas than CLG back in Super Week when we were still figuring out who's going to play who. And they're confident. They've showed why they were confident.
Yeah, they seem to have their numbers suddenly. Last time they lost to Dignitas was back in Week 5. They beat them in Week 9 now. This is, of course, GGU, and they beat them just 20 minutes ago. So we are here now into the game. GGU up 1-0. They're on the blue side. Dignitas, they've got to come back in 2-0 this series here in the red. We'll see if they can do it.
We've got 3 utility specs here, though. Zion Spartan, a little bit interesting, going deep in that utility to get his biscuit on Kha'Zix. Meanwhile, we have a Ryze utility, not very surprising there. Everybody loves getting that last point with the movement speed for Ryze because that is really expected on him. As well, you can pick up that point for 3% spell vamp, which is going to help you out a lot.
Okay, so that is going to be fun for them. Dignitas making a very aggressive move into the jungle of GGU, and look at him just forced to run away. Nintendo running back, another ward coming down there, spotting out the Wraiths. Dig making a lot of early moves.
So both teams actually got a Wraith ward out of that invade. We had Zion go over there to the red side and place one for his team as well. So everybody's really got similar vision here going into the start of this game.
Okay, so we have Dignitas now camping just defensively this time on their side of the map. Of course, GGU making the same move here as Mashmi waits in the bottom lane. And it looks like we're potentially seeing just default lane setups here. We've got the AD carry support for GGU, definitely in the bottom half. Gente chilling in mid, Zion up at the top. Will Dignitas do anything special here?
Yeah, it's looking like Dignitas actually want this 2v2 in the bottom lane. They want to go up against that Yorick support and try and punish him. They have great poke. The Zyra plus Ezreal is a really strong poke combo. Kiwi Kid going to try and start with these Wraiths, but it looks like GGU want to punish him for it. And he tries to kite them into the bush. They're just going to back right off. No advantage for him.
Yeah, that good early ward definitely did help GGU out there. Meanwhile, you're seeing them lurk around their own jungle. The double golems were picked up here by Mashmi and Daydreamin. Nintendo will start on his lizard buff, and the spider's going to help that one happen. And actually, look at this. Gente being sent to the bottom lane. They're going to 2v2 the mid lane.
So they showed Ryze in the middle here, but now they're switching it up last second, and both teams are actually going to go ADs and supports in the mid lane. So instead of seeing them in the long lane, they're going to be in a little bit safer position. The short lane here in the middle, and Daydreamin' gonna have to start dodging some skill shots here.
Yeah, so you mentioned actually dodging skill shots. This is actually a lane where the support can't sit and rush the entire time. Is that a big weakness for Daydreamin' here?
It's a bit of an advantage for Dignitas, but it's not going to be game breaking here because he does, like I said, have those ghouls. He can at least block Mystic shots. Thing he's going to have to watch out for is a little bit slower moving Zyra snares.
Okay, that will be a bit of a risk there. Mashmi taking another Q to the face. Cutie Pie putting out some good damage right here. Right now the game just sort of equal as they kind of pan out in their lanes.
And this time we're going to see the 1v1 down bottom here. Karthus actually bullying Gente off. You can see Scar got the level 2 first, and he's making a really good use of that level advantage, trying to zone out Gente from the minions. The minion experience range is actually 1,000. You just kind of need a feel for it. It's a little bit more. And Gente taking a lot of harass here. One more late waste.
Wow.
Does force the flash.
Forced to flash away from that one. Nice job there by Scar landing these skill shots. Gente still level 1, forced to chug potions out. We're now watching Mashmi in this mid lane. This top lane, actually, look at that, 16-3. Kiwi Kid is absolutely destroying this lane.
Yeah, and he's shoving in a little bit, but it's not going to be too dangerous because he did start with that red elixir potion and ward start, already placing that ward, just trying to bully Zion Spawn early because Kozilek scales really well into the late game as that assassin that can go for resets. So this is really Kiwi Kid's time to shine, and he's got to make use of this advantage. We just saw Nintendo dodge this lay waste here, so it's going to turn into a 2 versus 2 brawl down bottom.
The Crumbs is waiting in the brush. Here they go. They're going to open up on a Scar. Exhaust comes down. Do they have enough damage? Has to rappel up into the air. Where will Nintendo go? Off to the left. He's trying to run from Crumbs. A bit of damage in the back of that one. Looks like they will survive. Scar burns Exhaust. No summoners burn for GGU.
Yeah, that was a big win actually for GGU. Crumbs also burned his ghost there, so that's 2 big summoners down here for Dignitas. And Crumbs actually, he was afraid that those minions on the front line were within Nintendo's range to repel, so he started to go a little bit towards the tower there, and it just gave Nintendo an extra little bit of distance to safety.
Oh, nice move right there then by Nintendo to choose his targets properly. We're watching Mashmi again in this mid lane, just trying to push things down. The poke still coming out from Cutie Pie. He's landing a lot of these Mystic shots here. He's making GGU's life a little difficult.
Daydream is kind of a punching bag at this point. That brush, lack of brush is turning out to be a pretty big deal for them. Don't Mashmi also doing his part, trying to dodge those Zyra snares.
Yeah, they're holding on at the very least. You're seeing 31-35 as far as this little mid lane is concerned. Zion versus Kiwi Kid, though, you still see 21-29. It's a closer gap than last time. Actually, aggressive coming in. Look at the punishment there. Zion forced to use Leap to get out of that one, but he's running out of mana.
Yeah, he's called SOS here. We need some help. I need backup. Nintendo's going to come to the top lane here. We're going to have him take over, just try and defend this top turret so Kiwi Kid doesn't get any free damage on it.
Looks like Nintendo will be holding on this one very, very safely. Zion heading back to base, picks up Tear, a mana potion, a couple more health ones as well. So a lot of different, well, actually only 2 colors here in his inventory. Taking the toss, Mashmi. Ooh, finally not a root landed there on a Mashmi, but the plants, they do a bunch of damage. He's not liking his life much either as they try to take down these little plants now.
Yeah, Patori's doing a great job of zoning and really controlling the space in this mid lane. Since it is shorter, that Zyra is a lot more effective of controlling the area here. You can see that we only have Cutie Pie winning by a few minions, but some of these minions for Don't Mash Me are plant kills, which only give 5 gold. So it's a little bit misleading, that 42 CS for Don't Mash Me.
All right. Now, actually, something about Mashme that I just saw a second ago. He actually has a 1%. I'm going to actually guess 1%, but I saw him crit something. He has a 1% critical strike chance from his rune page.
Yeah, some people, they always throw in that one rune just to get lucky. It's that game-changing mentality that you have there.
All right, so we'll see if that ends up panning out for him in an actual battle and not just against minions. So far, it's been his only success so far, is critting minions. Jinte up in this bottom lane, fighting up against Scar, pretty safe.
This is something that we see some mid laners when they're forced down to the bottom lane for the first couple of times. They actually forget to buy as many wards as someone who's used to the side lane would buy. Like if we had Kiwi Kid down here or something, he's used to solo laning, then we'd have my own Tribush ward or something here. But Jinte actually fairly exposed here, and we saw Crumbs go put that pink ward inside Dragon, and now he's going to go back and clear that one out. Vision control over Dragon is huge when you're up against a Nasus. As soon as Crumbs hits level 6, that's his Dragon to take.
All right, you can see him right there just taking down the ward. Gets +3 on the Siphoning Strike for his trouble, and there we go, level 5 pushing down on the Dragon.
They don't even wait for the Nasus level 6 here. They don't need it. They've got a Karthus in the bottom lane, burning it down. Nintendo wants to answer, though, and he's great at stealing away Dragons.
They're going in onto Crumbs. A lot of damage there. Ignite off as well. First blood, will it be? He's taking damage. First blood actually goes to Skara. They'll jump in from Mashme. He finds one to answer. 1-for-1 in this battle, and out goes GGU. Skara very, very low in mana. Looks like he will not ult anything, but they did stop Dragon. Actually, Mashme, he's caught up alone.
Yeah, Jinte took a little bit too much damage there, and he went down first, so that was the first blood, but don't Mashme going to have to make a sneaky escape to get out of this one. Scar's found him.
And the Skittles do not lie. Picks that one up. Skara now 2-0 in this game. Great early pickups for that Karthus.
He's tasting that rainbow. 2 kills is going to be huge for Skara. You always like to see a Karthus get fed early because that means the early game Requiems are going to be that much more potent. He's got it ready now, skilled that one up, so the next team fight could be even worse for GGU.
That's going to be a rough thing for them to think about. They won game 1, but game 2 now looking a little bit more rough. Really aggressive, early aggression, I should say, not quite going in their favor. Nintendo starting up his Lizard buff, do what he can to keep himself relevant throughout the map.
And we also have Cutie Pie trying to one-up Don't Mash Me here with his new Ezreal build of rushing that Spirit of the Elder Lizard, which we've heard some top laners say that they really like because it's an efficient AD item. You get cooldown reduction with that as well. And then the true damage burn is just kind of an extra little bonus that you get with it.
Okay, so we'll see how good his poke is. Don't Mash Me right now is on fire. He says, hey, 2 can play that game, and puts the explosive shot onto Cutie Pie.
Now he's basically able to solo up in this mid lane here. He did jump into that last team fight to finish off the kill on Crumbs, and he was rewarded with a BF sword. So that's going to allow him to be a lot stronger in that middle lane, not get bullied around quite as much. Zion Spartan, though, not really in the same boat here. He's still under pressure from Kiwi Kid constantly.
And you can see how that manifests right there. The flash actually being, wow, forced out of Zion Spartan. Even at half health, he's afraid of Renekton. And you see that manifest in the minion score here. 54-77. Absolute advantage for Kiwi Kid, as you mentioned. This bottom lane, though, this one's been more equal despite Jinte losing his flash early, 55-52.
Yeah, the minions are pretty equal, but remember, Scar just got 2 kills. One of them was first blood, so he can start to pull away with this one. Meanwhile, in that top lane, we see the flash was burned from Zion Spartan to get away from that one, and he had a red pot in his inventory. So even with a red pot able to answer, he didn't want to fight. He had enough of Kiwi Kid here. Now Crumbs is level 6 here, and he has his ultimate for this round of dragon fights. It looks like he's waiting for the ward here, but Daydreamin' just using those ghosts to go over the side, and he pops his ultimate here. Scar's coming back in with that magic damage from Karthus.
Oh, and they just burned that one down immediately. Great pickup there for Dignitas. Of course, they had spotted guys from GGU in the top lane and said, great, that is ours. Thank you very much. They've pulled themselves now 14,500 gold to just under 12. So a bit of a, 2.5k gold lead here for Dignitas. They're looking great in this game.
That's one of those times where we see Kiwi Kid deserves a lot of credit for that dragon. Yes, he was nowhere to be found. He was in his fountain at the time, but it was because of the pressure Kiwi Kid was putting on Zion. Wow, Daydreamin' taking so much damage right here.
Oh my gosh, the pressure from Cutie Pie is just too much. Daydreamin' pops his ultimate, revives himself, kind of, but of course the kill still goes over. Cutie Pie runs away from that one. Again, just more things keep going right for Dignitas.
It looks like Crumbs just wanted to come in, punch Daydreamin' in the face a couple times as well. For good measure, and they're going to shove in this middle lane. Like I was saying about Kiwi Kid, though, he gets credit for that Dragon because he forced Nintendo to show himself in the top lane, and immediately they feed that information to Crumbs. Crumbs acts on it. Nice Dragon for Dignitas.
Absolutely nice by them. And this just looks like a bit of a change at Dignitas here. They finally have the early moves going, their way for once. Skara, they get behind him. He's found a champion he's excelling on right there. Again, that 2-0 Karthus you mentioned, having a great game for himself. What's next? Actually, hold on. Yeah, the Wall of Pain actually even spots Nintendo coming in. Skara's just on point right now.
Yeah, what's next could be the Spider Lady. They did see him coming down through the river with that pink ward that they had around Dragon. So good reactions by Skara. He actually baits Nintendo down to waste a little bit more time, and then goes right back to farming as soon as he knows that he's safe. He's just in command of this bottom lane here, just shoving it over and over again. Jintae's doing a good job of CSing under his turret, though.
He is doing a very good job of that one, still keeping up as best they can. So right now, you got to consider what is the hope here for Good Game University. Most of their lanes are doing pretty rough right now. The only guys holding up, I guess, are Jintae and Mashme, despite the fact the fights aren't going well.
Yeah, GGU, they still have pretty good late game here. I mean, we've got Tristana, we've got Ryze, we've got Zion Spartan here on Kha'Zix. So all three of those are going to skill up really well into late game, and they're going to hope for catching people out single targets, because the late game for AoE still goes over to Dignitas with that early fed Karthus Skara. Scarthus.
Scarthus, nice. I like that one. That could be like the third Scarface movie.
Scarface 3. Scarthus.
Instead of Defile, it's just cocaine flying around, and Mashme, man, getting lit on fire. I'm a cutie pie, just is getting crushed down. Mashme just explodes them all. I mean, this is the one explosive game of releasing. Like, there's fire and explosions everywhere. Right now, it's Crumb sniffing out Zion Spartan right here, seeing if he can find anything to kill. And looks like they're still pinching, but not quite going in onto it.
Yeah, Kiwi Kid and Crumbs both have their ultimates to pop, so they can get that burst of HP and the AoE magic damage bring down. But Zion's a very slippery guy here on Kha'Zix, and they don't want to chance that under a turret, even though if they went for it, you've got a Requiem in your back pocket. That's going to be supercharged from Karthus. He's got his Rod of Ages already, so both of his mana stacking items are going to be ticking up all game long here. It looks like Dignitas really focused on this upper side here as Crumbs is waiting at that blue buff.
And Juju seems to be reading it. You see Crumbs right there in the corner, hiding from wards, but Nintendo is also waiting in this sort of wing right here. He knows there's going to be some pressure coming in very, very soon. Zion Spartan and Kiwi Kid getting into a scrap again. You just see Kiwi with a giant item advantage, and he's constantly pushing Zion away, and there comes the Repel. They want to go in on a Renekton. He pops his ultimate. Will it be enough damage? Kiwi getting dropped really, really low. There's the Requiem, but he lands a stun. Nintendo, does he have the damage? He does. Finds one back, but here comes Crumbs trying to avenge his brother, even though they don't like each other. And Nintendo is still withered, trying to run. Can Zion do much to stop this? Ezreal comes off, does not quite hit them though. That could have been enough for Crumbs to pick it up, but they're still diving. Here comes Patoy, here comes Cutie Pie. Nintendo's still trying to run. Cutie Pie slowed down by Zion. Amazing Void Spike there. Are they just going to get out of range? Cutie Pie does not want to give up, but he has to. And there we go, 1-0.
So the trade-off here for Crumbs, always seeming to be in the right spot at the right time, is that he's only level 7, and he's spent so much time waiting around in bushes there. We saw him just milling around this blue buff for almost an entire minute there. Wastes a lot of time. He's getting behind in experience. Nintendo level 9 to Crumbs is only level 7. Just hit level 8 right there off that free minion wave. This may end up costing them because a squishy Nasus is not a good thing for your team.
So speaking of squishy, by the way, I actually want to point out Kiwi Kid's item build. We saw him build super tanky last game. He's gone Brutalizer, double Doran's Blade here.
Yep, and he wants to be that threat. This time, their AD carry is not a pure damage AD carry. They're the ones with Ezreal. He's going to be a little bit more utility-oriented, and he wants to have some more damage out of that top lane. Didn't feel like he had the impact he wanted with a full tank Zac, and now he wants to actually grab some kills. Cutie Pie snapping away that red buff with his True Shot Barrage.
That's why he got Lizard Elder. He steals his own red buff better.
Extra damage.
Yes, perfect. Amazing. Great play, Cutie Pie. Good synergy there. Mashme, though, doing it the old-fashioned way. Look how much effort he put into this. Auto attacks, dancing back and forth. Cutie Pie did it in style.
He was pulling a pirouette over there, too. Tristana pretty nimble on her toes. He has rushed his Infinity Edge, so he's feeling just fine about his picks. He's like, okay, Cutie Pie, you can mess around with your utility build. I'm going to go pure damage here. I will out-damage you in a team fight any day.
Okay, we'll see if that ends up being the thing that turns this game around. Dragon spawning in 5 seconds. Who goes for it?
This is going to be both teams converging here. Neither one wants to give it up. It's still a very close game. Even though Dignitas 2K gold ahead, GGU getting in position first. They have the vision advantage, but they don't want to tank this dragon. That's a lot of damage this early in the game. If they cede over to Dignitas, though, they can burn down very quickly. A blue buff on Skara means that we can see a repeat of last time where they just burn it down in 3 seconds.
Well, here they go. GG looking to make some pressure. They go for the stun, don't quite land anything. The plan's just completely eviscerating Dragon right here. Will GGU stop them? Dragon goes over to Dignitas. Now, the damage coming across still on both sides. Zion taking a bit of pain. Dignitas, there we go. The ult comes out from Crumbs. Kiwi Kid has already popped his as well. They're still looking to try to make something happen. There's the stun, does not quite land. Kiwi Kid dodges away from it, and now Dignitas are kiting back. They will make their way out of that fight.
Great poke on Dignitas there. They were able to keep GGU from engaging on them even after they had already taken the dragon. They had to blow Zyra ultimate, and at that point GGU were thinking about going in, but they weren't able to finish it off, and now they're going to swing to that middle, get a turret as well. Split pushing Tristana is going to have to come back at some point.
She gets one turret for herself, but 1 for 1. We've seen a lot of people say the mid turret is worth more. You got to believe it here as well. Dignitas put themselves on the turret map, but they've got a 3,500 gold lead, and they're still pushing forward.
Looks like they want a game 3 here. Scar going deep inside the turret.
They just evaporate him at the very beginning, but Daydream taking a whole bunch of pain. Here comes a Requiem for a Daydreamin', and he's going to go down. Double kill there for Skara, and they're going to keep pushing down to the turret.
So we try to see the combo here for the Yorick Rise. If you ultimate Yorick ultimate onto Rise, then he can continue casting all his spells, and it's a really a good choice there to try and keep up damage, but they both go down so quickly that Dignitas come out with another win right here. They back off up to the top.
They are near the top side. Looks like it's not quite Baron they're looking for, but the top turret just might be theirs. The gold lead now spread apart to 5,000. Dig are absolutely in control of this game, and they're bushing this top lane. This turret could very well be theirs.
Yeah, Scar going to go down, put some more pressure bottom too. So as Dignitas are drawing GGU up top to try and defend the remnants of this turret, we're going to have Scar going in that bottom lane, and he might even get some damage on the bottom turret here. They're trying to chase down Dig, but they're already, the turret was so low, they're probably going to get out of this one.
Oh, great pickups there. Dignitas completely turning this game. I mean, they were already winning, but super far ahead this time around. Intendude will not find anyone to interrupt, just a couple seconds too late. However, now they have the numbers advantage, and now they're looking at the top turret.
It seems like Dignitas are sort of one step ahead of GGU, though. If we do answer turrets here, then it's going to be the bottom for the top. Skara, not the strongest at pushing down turrets, but he can certainly clear a minion wave like no other. And since it's so hurt already, that is going to be another one for Dig as GGU. Looks like they're aiming at Baron.
They are just forcing this down as hard as they can right now. Daydreamin's ult still down for a short time. They're putting out the damage output. There we go. They don't have Scar. He doesn't have Requiem either. And look at that. GGU forced to back away. They do not get the Baron here. Zion Spartan actually in a rough spot. Tries to put the Q down. He gets rooted in place. They are still putting damage onto him. And there he finally leaps over the wall.
And they don't really have a main tank here for GGU that can hold aggro on Baron. So as soon as they get seen out, they back off of there. And Scar, like I said, shoving that bottom lane actually rewarded with 2 turrets because of the extended stay GGU made up top. Looks like they're going for it again here, though. It's going to be Dignitas this time, and they're popping the ultimates.
Wow, this is going to be a really, really fast pickup for them. If they don't get stopped, Nintendo forced to flash away from the grasping roots, and Cutie Pie is still chasing. Iceborne Gauntlet slowing him down, and there comes the counterattack. A lot of damage coming off. Oh, beautiful pickup there. Kiwi Kid finds Nintendo. There is now no jungler to smite, steal this one away, as look at that. Skara is still pushing down the bottom half. Zion is not done, but he gets slowed down. Maybe he is done this time around, still running back away. Scar, the turret is going to drop down, and Cutie Pie wants to chase. The Void Spike slowing him down. And there we go. Skara rewarded with 3 turrets for his troubles, and no one has stopped him. There we go. Don't Mash Me and Kiwi Kid into a battle. Mash Me forced to run away from that one. Looks like Kiwi Kid has mashed him and forced him back. Skara still pushing the bottom lane, and Daydream is now stuck out. This battle will not end, but this time he will fall over.
Cutie Pie goes ahead.
Oh, Cutie Pie finds a double kill. Great pickup there on to Mash Me.
Cutie Pie has the perfect build for this style of play. He's gone with that, as probably would term it, the most annoying champion in the game build with Iceborne Gauntlet. He's kiting all of GGU, keeping everyone from recalling and allowing Skara to get 3 turrets, all of them in bottom lane there. Doesn't quite finish off an inhibitor, but that was Dignitas 4 versus 5, kiting around GGU and coming out with 3 kills.
They 2 for 0 that one. Absolutely, man. That was a beautiful, beautiful setup there by Dignitas. And they just burgeoned to a 9,000 gold lead. That is absolutely a huge score there. QDPie not even interrupted going for the Lizard buff there. Dignitas are in complete control right now.
QDPie also called out his build early with the Frosted Tips Ezreal. He's got some matching style going on here.
I like that very, very much. So Dignitas, I mean, what changed that made them look so good in this game compared to game 1?
They're so much more decisive here. You can see them calling the shots, them going for the objectives, then just basically playing this as a chess match, forcing GGU to go to different points on the map and respond to them. They've also built accordingly, like we said, QDPie going with the kiting build here, trying to keep GGU from being able to respond to the pressure that Dignitas are applying.
Oh, absolutely great play by them as Scarra just goes and pushes down. Of course, actually with the rest of his team, they go and push down this basically naked bottom lane right here. Blue buff is on the Death Singer, and he's making his way over. And GGU, I mean, they're clearing waves on the other side of the map, but they've got to regroup for this soon.
This is the easiest way to force a fight is an exposed inhibitor. You don't have to take any damage from turrets. You don't have to take any damage from Baron. Not even Dragon is easier than this. So if they want a fight, they can just poke at this inhibitor, wait for GGU to engage, back off a little bit, use their amazing counter engage with that Zyra, and just demolish the rest of this base. If not, it's going to be a free inhibitor here for Dignitas.
Well, you're seeing them kind of poke back and forth at each other. QDPie got some early damage on Jinte. Nintendo down very, very low as well. Also got slowed down. He's going to have to go heal Daydream. And oh my gosh, the poke. Nintendo's so very low. Then look at that. GGU forced to heal back at the fountain, and Dignitas have found themselves that first inhibitor.
GGU are really hoping for more late game engages. This is a little bit too early for them. Their comp doesn't really come together until that Ryze gets tanky, and the Ryze can be the point man. They were hoping for having Ryze start off a team fight, get down some AoE damage, then get York ultimated, and as soon as he went down, pop back up at Frozen Heart.
Well, that has hurt him a little bit. Of course, Mashmi starting up the blue buff for his team. I assume he'll give that to Ryze, unless he... No, he just wants the cooldown reduction on the rapid fire. So, interesting choice right there. Jinte not even trying to pick that up.
He was going for those group of stomps as well. He wants to get all the rocket jumps off. It's going to be really difficult for GGU to defend the next Baron. Now that their bottom inhibitor is down, side lane inhibitors are actually apply a little bit more pressure than the mid lane inhibitor because all those minions, the super minions from the bottom lane, are going to be hitting on that single Nexus turret, and they focus their damage a little bit better. So if GGU leave their base for too long, then they can actually lose out a Nexus turret while Dignitas just play around doing the Baron dance.
You know, we've seen that play out so many times. I remember Marn versus TSM, I think, had the exact same situation where TSM played them around Baron just for 30 seconds as their base exploded. This could be a similar situation here from Dignitas against Good Game University. 5-kill lead, 10,000 gold, 3 turrets, and pretty much everything else on the map going their way. And they start to push on in a little bit. They group around the Baron. Minions still push slowly towards that bottom side as well.
It's so dangerous for GGU because the Karthus always has that threat of the Baron, and here goes Crumbs trying to initiate.
He is trying to push on in. Daydream taking a whole bunch of pain flashes over the wall. Cupid still chasing him down though. Can he get away from this one? Actually forced to just die right there and pops the ult onto Ryze, but looks like it's not going to do a whole heck of a lot. Zion Spartan caught out, leaps away, but it's still a 1 for 0 so far in Dignitas' favor. Zion flashes back, W is off. There's Kiwi Kid taking pain, but so is Jinte, forced to flash away as well. And QDPie finds another kill. He's on a rampage. That is a 4-0 Ezreal with 2 kills in that fight right there. And now GGU, 3v5. I don't know if they can stop this Baron.
Dignitas took out Daydream in first, which just because he was in a bad position, but that's actually the best way for them to start a fight. Because if you have York use his ultimate early on Ryze and Ryze doesn't die, that's just an auto-attacking Ryze. Before Ryze dies, he can't use the spells on that Ghost, and so they basically just break the whole composition, making the York ultimate come out early, and there's no hope for GGU after that.
None at all, and you saw how easy that fight looked for Dignitas. Good Game University just forced to battle against minions, a fight they can actually win this time as Mashmi tries to get himself some more gold, getting close to that Phantom Dancer, but still not completed yet. Over at QDPie, he's got 3 full completed items.
Yeah, so does Scarra too. Look up the AP on that Karthus because that is devastating. He's completed the death cap now, so that's going to hurt just a little bit. And that's going to be AoE. He's got guaranteed hits with the Requiem as well. All of GGU are fairly squishy still at this point. You can see finally the Graceful Shroud coming out for that Ryze. So that's only going to protect him a little bit here from the physical damage. Dignitas, they're just so far ahead at this point that they really just have to focus up as a group and shove into the rest of GGU's base. They're going for a pick on Don't Mash Me and get him down to half.
A whole bunch of slows, and there's the rest of it. Cutie Pie with the ultimate drops him down. Great root by Patoy to set that one up. Spooky goes into Iceborne Gauntlet. Pretty painful thing for Mash Me to deal with. And the turret's going to go down as well.
So this series is so far very iconic of the Dignitas that we've seen in LCS. They're a very snowbally team. As Jet said, they're sort of a streaky team. And so, you know, they lost the first game fairly decisively. They're winning this second game extremely decisively. They just have to push in on another inhibitor turret up here in the top lane, and they've got 5 versus 4. So another 5 seconds on Don't Mash Me means that Cutie Pie gets to hit this turret for free.
Does a whole bunch of damage. Is down to about 3/4. And GG are forced to run across the map back and forth, looking for places to defend as minions keep piling in.
Dignitas have said that they're not quite comfortable with ending games quite yet. They just sort of default to pushing multiple lanes at the same time when they're extremely far ahead. And because they're so far ahead, they can just bully their way in. And they're slowly chunking down both of these turrets. It's going to work out really well. This time, the Void Spikes catching out Cutie Pie a little bit. They still have to be sort of careful here because if Ezreal actually does go down early, then that's going to be a huge bonus here for GGU, and the kiting potential will drop off tremendously for Dignitas.
Now these turrets are taking damage over time. Finally, Mashme's come back for his Phantom Dancer, so 2-item Tristana. Will that be enough? We saw 6-item Tristana carry Marn up against CLG, but 2 is a much smaller number than 6. I'm a Cutie Pie taking damage. He pushes down the turret, but they're going to find that one. That is one right there for Dignitas. Now for inhibitor number 2. The bottom one actually has respawned at this point, but they look to be in control of GGU's base. Mashme dropped low. Jinte puts some damage into Kiwi Kid. Ult comes across, and there we go. Turret has gone down. They will keep moving forward.
They're not going to leave the base of GGU. They've claimed their territory. They're going to take out the last turret and then slowly close around GGU.
And they look like they're going to be doing this quite well for themselves. The inhibitor down below half, taking more and more damage. Kiwi Kid has jumped into the middle. Zion Spartan getting eviscerated, but he does have the ult coming in. Will it be enough with the sort of revived clone here? Cutie Pie forced back. Jinte falls over right there. 2 kills for nothing. Now the Zion Spartan clone does fall. Again, the 2-for-0 fight. Second inhibitor goes down. Third one, looks like that just dropped to minions, and they're pushing on forward. Now the Nexus turrets will go down. Dignitas will look to tie this one up 1-1 in the quarterfinal, and I don't see it going any other way.
This is perfect for the fans. We get a Game 3 here. Excitement already for the North American playoffs.
And there it is. The Nexus is losing health and health and health. Skara will not even die in that last fight. Dignitas ties it up 1-1. And now the question is, where goes Game 3?
We saw the celebration from GGU after the first game. Look at how serious Dignitas are.
Yeah.
They are all business right now. Even though they won this game, they were not expecting to lose the first game. And Scar is not one to get a win, let it throw him off at all. So they're going to come back very, very much dedicated. Look at that. He looks like he's been through a hard time here.
I have never seen Scar so frazzled before. He's just like there's like half relief and half just like, I can't believe this, I can't believe this. Like, oh my gosh, really? Like, I mean, we've seen teams like lose games in Champ Select where like they get a bad pick and it's like, we don't have any options left. And like, if that had happened, like Game 2 starts and they're like, we don't even have good champions now. Oh my God. Like the number of things that could have gone wrong for them, and they played the game out so incredibly well. I mean, Scar himself, you saw his 1v1 against Jinte, burned his flash at level 1. Like, Scar himself had a great game.
He did. And that's going to do a huge amount for his confidence. He's been taking a lot of criticism lately, and he answered really strong here in the second game. So it bodes well for them. But both teams really amped up for this Game 3. You could tell GGU still extremely excited. So I'm happy that we're going to have another show for the fans.
Yeah, Game 3 coming up, guys. So, Dignitas and GGU are going to square off in an epic game in just a minute. The winners guarantee themselves a spot in the summer split and a share of $100,000, while the losers drop to the summer promotion tournament. Stick around, guys. Welcome back, everybody, to day one of the North American LCS Spring Playoffs. It's time for the third and final game between Dignitas and Good Game University. Now, both these teams know what's at stake. Lose, they're sent down to the promotion tournament where they'll have to fight for their LCS lives. Win, they're guaranteed a spot in the summer split, a chunk of the $100,000 prize pool, and another best of 3 tomorrow against Curse. Now, before we get into that game, I'd like to welcome back Complexity's Prolly to the desk.
Hey, guys.
Why, hello there.
I just wanted to sit on your smile for a second and have you just grin for a little bit. I like that a little bit. So this game was a bit different from last game.
Yes.
What changed so much for Dignitas?
Outside of picks, I think Dignitas had way better picks. Just like Nasus, Renekton, Karthus, like, what are you going to do? Just run. That's the only option you really have. That's like so much damage. And then they just played better than GGU in all lanes. Like top 1, mid was, more even, I guess. You can say it was a pure win. And then like bot 1, you saw like Scar go like super ham on Gente level 1.
Okay. So pop quiz then. You're in Champ Select. You see most of these picks. What do you change for GGU? Or is it like, oh, they got Karthus, we're done?
Yeah, I mean, other than like cry a lot, I would just do some kind of like snowball thing. Because, like Nasus is weak early. Like Karthus is like, 4 bars at level 1. Like you could still kill it. Yeah. So like probably I'd go for more aggression. Because like late game I felt like they just had, the better comp. So it would be kind of like, go for more early game advantages.
Okay.
So not only did we see a 2 versus 1 from GGU this time, but also Dignitas. How do you feel about switching that AD and support over to the mid lane, since that's kind of your territory?
Yeah, I don't like it. Get out of my lane, please. Because also you saw like Gente never got a blue. You know why? Because they took his mid lane. That's like so unfair. That's the only reason I play mid lane is so I can take blue buff. So when people do that, the whole time I'm just grimacing at them. I'm like, you're going to steal my blue, aren't you?
What if you play Cannon or something?
I still want blue buff.
Still want blue buff?
I want blue buff all day. Katarina, blue buff.
Mordekaiser?
Mordekaiser, blue buff. Oh, blue buff, Mordekaiser. Come on, I love that.
All right, so then, so why do you think they're doing it then? Like, on blue side, dropping their mid laner to the bottom is just so much strategic advantage, or what?
Well, for that, they 2v1'd against Ryze, which is really strong, because Ryze is, what, like 525 auto attack range? Like, his spells are pretty short, so he's not going to get any CS versus an Ezreal. Like, every time he goes up for a CS, he's going to take an auto attack Q, maybe an E. Like, so basically doing that against Ryze, like, really shuts him down. So that's why they immediately 2v2'd it, because they're like, Ryze is going to have no fun in this matchup. So they matched it, and that's kind of what it gave them. Like, yeah, I think, Karthus hit level 3 before Gente, like, even could do anything, because they had to swap. So they, like, had to reaction play against GGU, and that gave Dignitas, like, the early game advantage they wanted.
Could they have thrown Ryze top lane against Renekton?
That doesn't sound very fun.
No.
I don't want to do that. Especially, like, Kiwi Kid's pretty good at Renekton, so that's going to be, like, every single level. He's just going to go all over Ryze.
All right.
Plus, there's those mind games. You don't start out with the armor runes, then Renekton's going to just melt you. I want to talk about that Ezreal, though. We saw another Ezreal this time with a new take on the build, and the Spirit of the Elder Lizard is a sort of popular item for even solo laners now. What do you think about that?
I really like Elder Lizard on Ezreal. I think it's really good. But the big thing, they're still doing Iceborne Gauntlet. That is so unfair. Like, please, Riot, just don't let Ezreal buy that item. That should be like, if your Ezreal cannot buy X item, and that should be Iceborne Gauntlet. Because you saw in both builds, they had Iceborne Gauntlet, and that, like, made the build. Like, you put that Q down, and now if that person doesn't run out of that, like, little circle, they're going to get hit by the next Q and the next Q. So it's just, like, super mean. And then the Elder Lizard is just, like, true damage. So, like, how do you itemize against that?
All right. Well, thank you very much for your time, and we'll see what happens in this Game 3. So that was probably on the desk. We'll see, of course, more pros throughout the day helping us analyze the matches. Kobe, it is time for Game 3. These guys fighting now, do or die for their playoff lives. Shot at a $100,000 prize pool. Shot at the LCS. What goes through your mind now?
Who's going to get Ezreal next? Because each team that's had an Iceborne Gauntlet Ezreal has taken it and put it to a great advantage. So we'll have to see if that's actually highly contested or if that's just kind of fallen through the cracks here during the picks and bans.
No, of course we saw. It's interesting too because when you look at kind of blue side versus red side, right? Like Dignitas tried to rush to take the Twisted Fate, and then next game they were forced to ban it away instead. And then you just kind of saw the picks flow in different places because of what they prioritized. You think it's going to be Ezreal?
Well, Ezreal or Karthus here. Karthus has been really, really strong in both of these games here. Scar got off to an amazing start, so he had a little help there.
All right, well, here we go. Dignitas on the blue side. Caitlyn Thresh, TF, the same bands as last time. And you're right, that Daydream and Thresh band is all the way through. And GGU still not changing their band strategy.
Yeah, both teams feel pretty confident here. It's more about outplaying at this point, and they both have a reason to be confident. They both won a game fairly decisively, and they both showed that they know how to take out their opponents. Looks like it's going to be the Karthus. That's the highest point of contention.
All right, so the Karthus, the Death Singer, is back for another chorus here. GGU now have their turn to make their own preparation. So, you know, the Karthus, that was the highly contested pick. That was grabbed away. Of course, Ezreal and Elise, were hotly contested as well. Will these be picked up for GGU?
So, Elise, Nintendo definitely loves that one. I'll probably see him pick it up, but it's not like they have to nab it before Dignitas choose Elise, because while Kiwi Kid does like that, he hasn't played it in the top lane in a while. And it looks like they decided against it here and go with the old banana dog.
All right, so they're picking up Orianna and Nasus for their lineup. I mean, you said they're just not worried about the Ezreal Gauntlet pickup here then?
It doesn't seem like it. It seems like that's more of an afterthought here. The Dragon Control and late game attack speed debuff that Nasus has to offer is looking like it's king.
Okay, so there is the Ezreal locked in. Apparently Dignitas do want to grab that for themselves. Of course, GG picking up some new grabs for themselves. This is their first time Nasus. And there we go, Crumbs rushes for Jarvan the Fourth.
So he went back to that Lee Sin for a little bit. He likes the champions that can make early plays. Jarvan definitely in the same vein. He's just a little bit more popular at the moment than that Lee Sin too. So not surprised to see him picked up there. A hover over Heimerdinger. Definitely a shout out to Cutie Pie and those Heimerdinger mechanics.
Always, dude. This is just typical Mash Me, man. He just sits down there, likes looking at the comforting Heimerdinger fate. I mean, who doesn't like looking at Yordles while making a decision here? So looking at the Heimerdinger coming on through. Again, we mentioned the earlier picks coming in from Dignitas. Good Game University, they've got a mid and a jungler. They've got to pick a whole bunch more stuff still.
Oh, we're having flashbacks of the Cutie Pie Corky there. It looks like it was just a little shout out to Cutie Pie's little mishap at the double golems.
Indeed. So this time around, it's going to be Don't Mash Me, picking up Twitch, Gente with Lulu. So new grabs here again for Good Game University.
Don't Mash Me on his Twitch is one of his favorite champions. He said it so many times that he barely ever loses with Twitch, and a loss on Twitch is demoralizing to him because he feels like he's almost, invincible on that champion. He plays it extremely aggressively. He takes pride in the fact that he plays his Twitch more aggressively than other AD carries.
All right, we'll see if that aggression does pay out for them. Of course, Dignitas, they're forced a blind pick of their top laner here. We've got to figure out what it's going to be as Dig also looks for their final pick, which will be a support. Right now, it's looking like Kiwi Kid will be given Renekton, which can't really hate on too much, but they've still got 10 seconds to figure out what support they're grabbing here for Patoy.
Yeah, he did great on that Renekton in the last game. Like you said, he built a lot of more damage than he did when he was on Zac. They hovered over that one for a little bit and decide like they need the extra damage because, again, they're the ones who got that Ezreal. So it's going to be that kiting Ezreal with his Iceborne Gauntlet. And they want to have another damage source here to go with Karthus. It's going to be telling in this game which of those APs actually get going early. Because if Karthus, you can actually, like Probably said, he's very squishy early game. You can actually pressure him very early and try and keep him from getting those scaling items as long as possible. If you can hold off that Rod of Ages till 15 minutes in, then that's a huge win against Karthus.
We'll see if they can do that. They can pin him down. So the Dignitas lineup are here. You mentioned Karthus, kind of the odd man out. Only one not dressed in yellow on this lineup as well. I'm sad they didn't quite color coordinate this one. Ignite's showing through as well. GGU, though, you mentioned the Twitch being a big deal, the aggressive player. What's GGU's hope here?
So my hope here is that GGU uses one of these failed old secret CLG strategies that they used in a couple of scrims where they had double lift on Twitch, stealth into the rest of the team with an Orianna ball on him and shockwave everyone for a couple of spray and pray shots. It's fun to see. It's not very effective because then Twitch is obviously going to get exploded. But I always like to look for those type of plays and just hope that something like that could happen, because if you poke them down before you do that, there's a chance of getting 100% to 0 there. It's a big risk, big reward play, but that would definitely be exciting.
It does actually remind me of the very beginning of the season, which was GG versus Curse, where they did run a Twitch who would like run the heck into the enemy team and say, "Come at me, bro." But they had Kale on the team that time, so he wouldn't die. This one, Orianna, a little less defensive than Kale, not invulnerability, just a shield. We'll see if they can do it once again, guys. It's game 3. It's do or die time. This one. Well, I guess these 2 Nexuses, but really this one sort of bout means everything for these guys. Win, shot at 100K, prize pool, lose down to the promotion tournament. Big deal for both these guys. Dignitas in blue, GG in red. Let's get it going.
Now that I think about it, that stealth missile Twitch is looking a little bit better. We've got a Lulu who can knock them up too. Oh, I'm getting my own hopes up this time here. But we see both teams not going to take any chances in the early game here. This is the deciding factor. They're spreading out, trying to get vision. They don't want to overextend. Jarvan flag goes into the bush to check that one first.
This looks like game 2. Dignitas are running in hard right there, just saying, hey, get out of our way, get out of our way. We're going to put a ward in your stuff. Back on out, and Skara is just throwing down these Skittles, and they are going to get this ward here. Again, the flag toss comes out. There we go. Dignitas with early wards.
There's a good little bit of poke here onto Skara, so they're taking the bite out of Dignitas's invade. They were successful in laying down the Wraith Ward, and this time, GGU weren't in the position to answer with a Wraith Ward, so Dignitas with a slight upper hand and vision this time around, and they do have that one deep ward inside GGU's jungle, which is going to alert them to Nintendo's path. And we've all seen how well Crumbs can capitalize on the smallest bits of information that he does receive.
He is a very, very powerful player when that comes into play. So we'll see if he can make these early plays that he loves to do. GGU, though, they are going for a lane swap themselves. They've sent Twitch up to the top lane there with Daydream and Lulu. They want to get some free farm onto him.
Yep, Zion Spartan down here. He's pretty confident on that Jace. Played it very effectively during Super Week, and it looks like we're going to have a pretty normal start here. Both teams trying to take as many of these small camps at the beginning as they can. Everybody just helping out in the jungle here. Jace going to head mid, and Jin-Tae going to go bottom again.
Wow, that is going to be the matchup here. He's going to be stuck in a 1 versus 2, so that might be a rough matchup for him. Nintendo grabs the blue buff very, very easily. I mean, Cutie Pie did share double Golem's experience, and this could be a very rough matchup trying to fight against this pretty big Ezreal.
Yeah, luckily Orianna can CS from a decently far distance, definitely safe distance here with her command attack. But it's going to be a little bit hard. Jin-Tae's okay with his 1 versus 2s, though. We saw him do a really good job on Karthus, and it'll be a little bit of a similar playstyle here on Orianna as well.
Well, there's going to be something very interesting, though, at this bottom lane. Patoy spent an early vision ward around the dragon area, which will allow Crumbs to sneak in behind Jin-Tae very, very easily.
Yeah, if he does overextend at all, then they'll catch him out in lane. But it's been a long time since we've had the early tower dives, and Jarvan's really good at those as well, so they could actually sneak around and go for one of those. It looks like Nintendo had the same idea. He's going to go bring some backup to that Orianna lane and try and help him clear some waves.
Let's see if they can do that. Of course, early boots did come out for Nintendo instead of the Spirit Stone. Ward does go down in that Tri-Brush. That will help Jin-Tae spot out if Crumbs comes by. And, of course, Crumbs is coming by.
So a lot of things that people do, because they do expect the ward in that defensive Tri-Brush, is wait around here on the side like Crumbs is doing, just in case that vision is there. And it makes GGU feel a little bit safer because they have that ward. But Crumbs is still in position to make a move if Nintendo does back off and leave Jin-Tae to his own devices.
The lane is pushing up. They will see him now. It's the 3-on-2. Will they go in? There comes Crumbs. The wither comes off from Nintendo. So far, their turret is alive. Spirit Fire and the ball really shoving these minions out right there. And the turret does not lose too much health. And Crumbs runs away as, Zion Spartan came by to help party.
So Zion Spartan came down to roam and relieved some pressure, but Skara did not waste any time. He shoved that middle lane. Kiwi Kid just coming out of that scrap up top with a little bit of life. And it looks like he might be the first one to go back.
Skara and Zion Spartan, though, in a battle up in the mid lane. Zion forced to run away. The minions, of course, going to block any shock blast he goes for. Red Elixir was popped by this guy, and he's going to be forced to run back. Nintendo helps hold up this mid lane.
Kiwi Kid has not returned to base. He's sticking in this top lane too. And he has a red elixir of his own. So if they do go for that dive, they're going to have to take that into account.
But in the top lane, you have so much pressure coming in from Don't Mash Me. Look at how low that turret is, down below just a few hundred health right here. However, the jungler, Crumbs, he is coming by to help defend this one, as Intended has the exact same idea.
Yeah, so they're going to do the same thing here. He's just going to come through the lane and try and pressure this turret down. It's really low, so they'll probably be able to get some free hits here. It looks like Kiwi Kid is going to get exhausted, and Don't Mash Me goes for the turret.
Yeah, she's putting out some pretty good damage right here.
Withered.
Yes.
Same thing.
Close enough. Similar effect, actually, to be fair. And they push once again down for this turret. Looks like this will be theirs. Finally, Crumbs and Kiwi Kid are forced to run back. And then Dude says, hey, run away from me. Barked at him a little bit, and they back off.
All right, so first turret does go to GGU, but that means Cutie Pie and Patoy going to try and answer here. Cutie Pie going very aggressive.
They're going to put some damage onto Kiwi Kid, taking a little bit of pain over there on the left-hand side lane. But of course, on the right-hand side, you're seeing that turret is getting dropped down quite quickly as well. Patoy and Cutie Pie looks like they're going to completely answer this turret. So that 6.7 to 7.3 is going to turn right back to equal. But first, here comes Zion Spartan, knocks Patoy back in. Ignite is there. First blood picked up, and Zion is not done yet. Red Elixir is on, puts some attacks down onto Cutie Pie. Jinte gets the ball back. There's a dissonance. Cutie Pie flashes away, but it's hasting up the team. The Shock Blast comes out. One more attack to go. He flashes in. He finds it. Zion Spartan hopping over to minions, trying to run away from this battle. Only 200 health left on him, but there was no one even nearby. Scar, are you close to level 6? He's actually level 6 right now. He goes for the Requiem. Is it going to be enough? Zion Spartan back in base, and he lives with like 40 health.
Zion Spartan safe. He makes it home, and they get out scot-free. 2 kills for him. That's going to be huge. He roamed down from that mid lane, and it was just Patoy and Cutie Pie overextending. Dignitas made the call to try and answer back for that turret, so they just overextended way too far in that turret without any wards. Great job by Zion. He said he was going to carry this game, and it looks like he's got his backpack.
He's pulling he is pulling a Scar as far as last game is concerned. 2-0 very early on. Got that tier done. Doran's Blade as well. And now Dignitas are going to pick up the crumbs. They've got a few minions to try to clean up. So let's see if they can hold themselves into this game. They're down 1,400 gold.
That's a pretty early lead here, but we've seen bigger comebacks, and Dignitas not giving up. They're switching down the AD and supports down here. Crumbs going aggressive on Daydream.
They find the knock up there. Crumbs now forced to run away. They're, I guess, not outnumbered. It is 3v3 right here. They're sending Kiwi Kid back to the top lane. Dignitas are not trying that hard to contest this dragon. Of course, neither is GGU, as Zion Spartan goes to the same place.
So Zion Spartan, no teleport, but he is very fed right now. He got the early 2 kills, so he's going to go pressure up on this top lane. And meanwhile, they're the ones who got the Nasus pick this time around. So they're the ones with the dragon control, because that's automatically given over to you, as Don't Mash Me. Going a little aggressive here down in the bottom lane. If any action does happen here with the AD and supports, then they can immediately transition to Dragon.
This will be interesting. There we go. Cutie Pie puts a shield onto himself. Of course, a little bit of pain coming from Daydreamin as well. And Nintendo comes into party. He is level 6. Cutie Pie burns his E. There's a flash in for Mashme. Of course, no flash still for Cutie Pie. And there's the pressure. This is a very, very dead Prodigal Explorer. And he falls over. Mashme puts himself on the scoreboard with an early BF sword to boot. And Scar just grabs the blue buff.
Yeah, that would qualify as some action down with the AD and support lane here. And it's definitely going to mean Nasus gets a free dragon, Nintendo popping his ultimate, and they burn this one down.
The Shock Blast comes across, trying to scare away Dignitas. No one, of course, there comes the Q. That could have been risky, but no, red team does slay Dragon, and Tendude picking that one up in style as Kiwi Kid gets to free from the top lane.
So at least that's going to give Kiwi Kid a little free farm up there. He can try and get back on the same level of Jace here, because once the red elixir runs out, he's going to be under pressure up there, and there's no turret for him to fall back on.
Could be a risky proposition here. So we talked about the globals a little while ago in the earlier games. Twisted Fate in game 1, Karthus in the 2 so far. How much does that global pressure matter when you're trying to fight in side lanes?
Well, we saw how they almost were able to grab something here with Zion. It was just a little bit off on the timing there for Skara. So it hasn't really come into play quite yet. But you do always have to keep that in the back of your mind. And it helps if someone on your team is keeping that cooldown in their head. It's pretty hard to do that, so you can usually only do guesstimates of it, because there's so many different factors that could be reducing Skara's cooldowns. But a general timer on that one does help a lot when you're in a side lane and you want to go aggressive.
Well, GGU friends going to hope that someone kept track, because Skara's ultimate has just come back up, and he's still wearing a blue buff for now. So even the next one will come up before too long. Scar has hit level 9. He's trying to get himself some items. You mentioned if a Rod of Ages is after 15 minutes, that's when people can start to be happy about that. We'll see if that ends up being the case here. As Mashme and Daydreamin are still forcing their way 2v2 in this bottom lane, and Mashme just popping still just for an auto attack.
Yeah, we talked about how he's an aggressive Twitch here. He likes to get in the mix. He likes to be on the front lines here. The way to punish that is come in with a Crumbs Jarvan. Lane gank here could be effective if we see Don't Mash Me overextending again. As he sneaks into the side bush, they don't wait for it.
He goes for the flash. Oh, a lot of damage on the Mashme, and Pink Ward down as well. The Lulu, oh, and there is the Requiem coming across. Will they get the damage to pick up a kill? Exhaust is on, but not enough to kill off I'm a Cutie Pie. And the counter gank from Nasus won't be enough either. Great pickup there for Dignitas.
Great save by Patoy. That's the global pressure you're talking about coming into effect. They wanted to get off a gank while they had Scar's cooldowns up for the Requiem.
And just beautiful play right there. So now cleaning up the scraps. They're keeping this turret alive. Still 1-0 for GGU. That bottom turret, again, only 250 health on it. Dignitas, if they ever win a battle there, that turret is theirs. And look at that. Crumbs is just shoving. Okay, he's not going to push in. Daydreamin will have to try to hold this.
So they're crawling right back into it. You're right. If they had, Jarvan might have been able to finish that one off. But look at the wards here down bottom lane. It would be very dangerous for Crumbs to stick around. He doesn't have any vision of that river.
That could be, of course, very, very difficult. So, Jinte holding this mid lane down. Ball coming across. Keeping himself in pretty good shape. To recap this game, guys, in case you missed it, you missed a lot of really, really amazing games, and an amazing one so far. Oh, Cutie Pie! Oh, Mashme missed the slow, though, so he's not going to be able to answer onto this one too much. Cutie Pie tried to backdoor that turret, but guys, 11.5 minutes in, GGU up just over 2,000 gold, and this is the all-important Game 3. A win here is massive.
So we just saw Cutie Pie almost overextending again. Last time they wanted to finish off that turret, they both paid for it with their lives. That could happen to them again because it's only one hit, and that Cutie Pie face check right there means that he wants to go in there and just one-shot that thing so badly. They've prepped for this. GGU has sent Nintendo down to the bottom. They've now even got Jinte around here who could roam. So there's a lot of tension building in this bottom lane, and it could erupt at any moment here with Jarvan sneaking in as well.
This could be really, really big. Crumbs looks like he might just lurch forward here. Dignitas are looking for that counter gank. Again, that overextension, and there is the dog coming down to the bottom lane. Dignitas have pinged him out. Shield comes in, and Dignitas are running back right now. And of course, so are the rest of Gigam University, so no one wants to fight just yet, but Crumbs is still lurking around. Nintendo instead will just sweep away this mid lane, as Dragon is coming up in just 2 minutes.
This is that patient style of Crumbs that we were talking about. He spends a lot of time trying to get in the right position and trying to pull off good ganks and counter ganks. If he's not rewarded with anything, then it was just some wasted time down there in the bottom lane. He can't really make up his mind back and forth inside this bush, and he's not getting any experience right now.
He isn't indeed. So they're just relying on that pressure. As you mentioned, Gigam University is still holding their turret strong and freezing it right in front of that structure, actually. Daydreamin in a little bit of a spat with Cutie Pie. Ult comes across, finds Daydreamin. Patoy with a knockup as well, but they don't get enough pressure. That turret barely surviving on its last few legs, only 42 health. And as Crumbs sits right back in the corner, this could be the time they push in for it. Another minion wave comes across, and here we go, Dignitas. Will they make that push in? They've got Zion Spartan coming in from the back. I don't know if he'll be there in time, though.
So this is Dignitas trying to use Cutie Pie's aggression as bait here. And they've got Crumbs just been waiting in this bottom lane for so long. They've got a pink ward, so at least they know that he's not standing on one. But just this last hit on the turret is killing me inside.
And the ult is up from Skara as well, so a fight here would absolutely be explosive. As the jungler for GG is forced to hold the top lane. They got to realize something's afoot right here. Cutie Pie finds it. Shot Blast comes across, and here comes the counter gank. They're going in on Cutie Pie. The damage output is there. They knock him into the air. Will they have enough damage? Oh, the ult's coming across from the supports and the AP mids. Oh, the exhaust on Mashme. Cutie Pie survives that battle, and here comes this mix right here. Crumbs finds one. Will they find a third? Zion forced to run back. Shot Blast comes out. Doesn't quite find anything, but beautiful orchestration. 2 for 0.
There's that bait I was talking about. They used Cutie Pie's aggression to say, oh, look, Cutie Pie's going to one-shot this turret here, and GGU took that hook, line, and sinker, paid for it with 2 kills.
Beautiful pickup there. So now the game basically back to tied. GGU started out so strong, but now 19.5 to 19.9. Barely anything separates these teams as you crush 14.5 minutes in. So we get Dragon up now. It's alive. These teams can fight for it. Who wants to fight for it?
Dignitas are pretty confident after turning that last one around. They've just clawed their way back up to even score here pretty much right now with the gold. And since they took the bottom turret, it means that they do have that extra little control over the bottom side of the map. They need to get a ward in on it soon because Nasus is on GGU's side right here, and he again is just making a beeline right for that thing. He could try and burn it down with his ultimate.
Well, they are rushing it down. Crumbs and Scar are actually both in Dignitas' base still, so GGU get complete control over this one. The turrets are 1-to-1. This dragon is just theirs absolutely. And of course, the first dragon went to Nasus as well. So 2-0 on dragons, 1-1 on champion, 1-1 on turret kills, 3-3 on champion kills. This is the only thing keeping GGU up right now.
Nintendo just smite a little bit early right there, so Don't Mash Me picks it up, but Jenna was not able to steal that one away with her Howling Gale. Always nice to see a support steal. It would be very, 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 very hard, though, because it's a level 1 Howling Gale right now.
Absolutely. But hey, we've seen crazier things happen. So keep everything kind of on the table here at LCS. Dignitas are keeping themselves in the mid lane, all 5 actually. Of course, a very similar posture here for Good Game University. So they are in preparation for the Freljord event, prepping their skills. Dignitas holding off this turret. Poke comes across, doesn't quite land. They are playing the poke war right here.
Yeah, they've got a blue buff on Jace. They're happy to play this poke game. Orianna as well can play her part. The acceleration gate, not only does it accelerate the shock blast, but Orianna can get in there too, try and throw out her command attack and dissonance to add some extra damage.
Okay, so Dignitas getting poked away, and Mash Me actually, good move by Good Game University. They're actually letting him free farm in the side. He's got to be aware though, there's 3 members of Dignitas coming down from the side, and no, he will stealth and recall out.
Yeah, nice little trick right there. You can pop ambush. As soon as you pop ambush, if you push your B button, your recall will not break your stealth, and you can get out. Sneaky, sneaky.
Sneaky indeed, so good job right there. And now Skara being forced to, or being allowed, I should say, the free farm. Look at Skara, by the way, 187 minions at only 16 minutes 40. I do want to call out how ludicrously awesome that score is.
It's definitely exactly what you want to do on Karthus, just zombie farm. He's done a good job of it. Also trying to throw off his Requiem whenever possible to pick up kills. Successful one of those times. And so he has his snowbally items completed that we always talk about. Those two, the Tear and the Rod, going to be stacking up here. So he's fine with waiting for his power to really peak in the next 5 minutes or so.
Yep.
But they are behind in gold, so GGU still with a tiny bit of a lead here. And we'll have to see if Don't Mash Me lives up to his aggressive Twitch style and goes for a stealth kill after he completes that Infinity Edge. Because once he does complete that one, you can pop out of nowhere with a big crit, can be game-changing.
Well, he just got enough money for it now. We'll see if that ends up being his next trip, is to the base for some items. JJ still trying to hold on this mid lane, but Skara, I mean, he is massive. It's level 14 to level 11. Just look how well Skara is doing in comparison to his lane opponent. I mean, he's the highest level guy in the game. Dignitas are really putting a lot of weight on his shoulders.
They've also got an Aegis of the Legion here, complete for GGU though, so they've recognized it too. They're like, we need that magic resist quick, because this Karthus is going to be a problem late game. So Nintendo doing his part, being a team player, getting magic resist for everybody, and he's going to want to upgrade that to the Bulwark because Scar is in this powerhouse position.
Yeah, wow, the Scar though, even though he's so good at killing minions, could not stop that mid lane push, so GGU 2v1. Managed to take out that middle turret. So 2-1 now. GGU have found another advantage here in this game. Guys, it's game 3. This means everything for them. And Mash Me is just trying to farm out, trying to carry himself through. Skara and Kiwi Kid there. And On Fire Crocodile trying to make sure that their mid lane is safe. And the waves just get cleared over and over again.
Dignitas are grouping before GGU right now, so they're trying to take these objectives. They've got 5 people down here.
They got a knock up on a Nintendo. Crumbs in the mix as well. Nice shockwave comes across, but it's Nintendo getting caught out. Forced a flash out of Cataclysm. Kiwi Kid lands a stun as well. Scar is still taking a bunch of poke. Zion and crew might want to go in. They've got a lot of damage on this Dig crew. Looks like the blue buff was not stolen away at all. So instead, that will be given over to, I would guess, Jinte. He does grab that. As ult comes across, does not quite pick that up. Zion actually helped secure that as well.
Yeah, Zion wanted that blue buff too. He shot his shock blast over the side. Jinte's the one to pull it off though. And a good play by GGU right there to defend their blue buff. 5 people were in place for Dignitas before GGU were ready, but a beautiful shockwave by Jinte, able to disengage.
All right, so here we are into this game still, almost 20 minutes. And with 2 dragons and 1 turret in GGU's lead, they only hold, well, they actually hold a good 2,000 gold here. So, slight advantage them. Dignitas, nothing, well, I guess a minute and a half till dragon. Otherwise, they've not been able to force team fights in a while.
They haven't, and it's going to be a whole another minute and 20 seconds before another dragon is up. So it's going to be some more lane play for the next minute or so here as we see AD carries down bottom. There's actually a big discrepancy right now. So an Infinity Edge Twitch will add so much more than this Ezreal, who has only the Sheen, hasn't been able to turn it into that kiting machine that is an Iceborne Gauntlet yet. If they did have a team fight, Don't Mash Me's positioning would really be the thing to watch out for. Again.
Yeah, so they're just like buying as much time for Cutie Pie as possible, saying, yeah, ult this, I'll warm it up for you, burn the cooldown. Don't worry about it, go ahead and keep farming in the lane. So putting a lot of eggs into the Cutie Pie basket as well. Zion Spartan farming out. These guys should have dragon time very successfully. 35 seconds, we have it counted down. This will be an important pickup here. Daydreamin has picked up the early oracles, though, to help sweep this out.
Yeah, they were pre-clearing that one. They want it to be clear so that immediately when the dragon spawns, if they still see Kiwi Kid top, they can go for it. Because Kiwi Kid has no teleport. There's no way he's coming down there, and it'll be easy for GGU to burn down this dragon with that Nasus ultimate.
All right, so burn it down. They might try. 11 seconds to go. Skara farming out the mid lane. The ping's coming across. Everyone is localizing themselves now down to the bottom part of the map. This is going to be the fight. 3 seconds till dragon spawns, and everyone is here. Ward's coming across. Here it comes.
Yep, Kiwi Kid came down. They knew that dragon was spawning, and they had it timed very well. They're also able to get a ward in there. So this is going to be poke wars to start out around dragon, and we probably won't see anyone trying to tank it very quickly here. It's going to be who gets caught out first. Oh, if that Shock Blast had landed on Crumbs, it would be much more effective, getting him below 50%. Dignitas, they back off and they're going for the mid turret instead.
The mid turret does seem to be their goal. This could be theirs quite easily. The whole crew is there, and this is going to be their turret. They'll trade Dragon for it. And Dignitas says that's the right idea for us. No big deal. Dragon goes down. There's the turret.
GG, could either swing mid right now, or they could swing bottom and answer with another turret. It looks like they want to cut off Dignitas before the second turret in mid lane goes down.
Well, they're putting out some pressure there. Here comes another Shock Blast. They find a bit of pain, and Dig are not really too afraid right now. Iceborne Gauntlet comes across, and Dig are actually holding their position in the lane. Let's see, Don't Mash It comes in with a stealth, finds some slows onto Patoy. GGU stuck across the wall. This could be brutal right here, and here comes the damage up. But Cutie Pie and Skara turn in. They look for the damage on the Twitch. The explosion's coming across. It's still Don't Mash Me trying to survive. He goes down to Skara, and they found 2 kills so far unanswered. They're still pushing forward. Gente forced back. Cutie Pie gets the damage. Ignite kills off Patoy, and will the Requiem come across? They've not tried to just yet. Daydreamin and Zion Spartan still trying to be in the mix. Everyone on Dignitas so low on health, but they're staying here right now, and they are recalling back safely. 1-4-3 in that fight. Nice pickup for Dignitas. They win that one.
Ooh, Nintendo just got caught out so hard right there. They were trying to sneak around the corner into their own base, and Dignitas just cut them off so effectively. Don't Mash Me was stuck in the back with Skara, and Skara did not let him get out of his sights.
A beautiful fight right there. Well played, Dig. Zion just going to grab the lizard buff to himself. Yep, not going to give that one away to Don't Mash Me. And Mash Me, you mentioned that aggressive Twitch. He went for it, and he got basically nothing out of that fight.
He didn't have anyone to peel for him because he was behind enemy lines there. The rest of GGU were trying to sneak through to the turret. They got caught out, and that meant that he was all alone in the back lines. No defense for Twitch means they lose the team fight without even blowing that Requiem. So the next team fight, Dignitas still have a huge upper hand here. That's a very, very important tool for them because that's guaranteed damage. And Skara rushing towards that death cap even. Looks like he's going to go for that spike in power very quickly.
That is going to be a scary Karthus. So what happens if Skara gets that cap? How can GGU deal with super big Karthus?
We saw it in the previous game where you engage on Karthus if you can catch him out and burn him down, then immediately disengage. If you can get a disengage after a Karthus death, then that is the perfect thing that could turn out for GGU here. It's going to be very difficult for them to find Skara in a compromising position, though.
Well, we'll see if Skara can keep himself safe, as it's going to be an important thing for them. And important for GGU as well. They get the pressure. There comes the initiation in. Kiwi Kid across the wall. Beautiful shockwave comes across. Oh my gosh, everybody completely getting crushed out. Don't match me. Looking for a pressure, looking for the kill. They trade 1 for 1, 2 for 1 so far. And suddenly Dignitas are losing a whole bunch of health. The shields come across. They find 2 though. 2 for 2 in this fight. 3 for 2. GGU wins that battle, but Zion Spartan is not done. He's revealed by a word. QtPie knows he's there. Patoy! Ooh, that was a close shock blast. Will they be done with this? So QtPie, Patoy still running down the map. Looks like Zion's going to disengage.
Zion has no more vision, or he would definitely continue taking pot shots at these two guys down here. That was Jin-Tae just winning that fight right there. That shockwave on every single one right there was crucial. They bunched him up, don't mash me, pop, spray, and pray, able to burst down Dignitas so quickly that they all got low around the same time that Skara died, and they couldn't fight on the dead Karthus body. They had to flee for their lives.
All right, so let's take a look at the items. We've talked about Skara so very much. Let's take a look at the big sort of key playmakers for GGU. You got the 4-0 Zion Spartan, and the 2-3 Don't Mash Me, but you mentioned that spray and pray. What are they going for?
Well, you can see he's already going for the Blade of the Ruined King here. He's got the Cutlass plus the 2 extra daggers. So he is going to be melting down not only the squishy targets, but even the Kiwi Kid over here that is the tank. He just wants to be able to shoot through every single person in his sights. Meanwhile, Zion Spartan, he's got that early Muramana upgraded, and he's going with some extra magic resist. That's actually a really good item, the Hex Drinker, against Karthus, because you get that shield when you're low, and that's exactly when Requiem comes off. So a lot of times you can just block the entire Requiem with it.
Well, that's going to be his hope right there. Of course, no deaths on Zion. His itemization has worked for him, but Dignitas, ever the ones on the aggressive. They're looking to pressure out the map. They sweep out the wards towards Baron. They're going to keep moving forward.
I want to say after that last team fight too, Skara made a split decision to turn his tier into Seraph's Embrace instead of completing that death cap for the spike in power, because he needs more sustainability. He has to survive longer. He needs that shield. He needs more defenses.
Okay, so Skara will hope to survive in the battle. You mentioned getting him dead right away was going to be a key, and it was last time around. Let's see what Dignitas and GGU do right now. 1,700 gold, 5% only separates these teams. A very, very, very small margin here in Game 3, 27 minutes in, and it's still anyone's battle right now. Baron is up, Dragons in 50 seconds, and they're pressuring everything on the map.
So delayed team fights are what Dignitas are looking for, because they've got QtPie with all this cooldown reduction and his Iceborne Gauntlets. They want to be able to kite around, let Skara get off AoE damage. Quick team fights are what GGU are looking for, and look at Don't Mash Me on the front lines.
They find a little bit of pain. The spray and pray comes across, finding a little bit of damage, but not enough at all. That is the ult burn from Twitch. The ult comes across from Ezreal as well. GGU forced to run from this one. Nice read by Skara to get away from that stealth hamster ball that you mentioned earlier.
2 people still up on top for Dignitas, and GGU are running away from this 3-man mid.
Oh my gosh, such good positioning for Dignitas. They're still pushing down everything they can. Shock blasts come out from Jace as well. And the team will look to regroup towards the top lane. GGU trying to hold on to their turrets. They are actually down 2 to 3 in turret kills because of Dignitas' positioning.
GGU are still up a little bit in gold here, but they sort of panicked under the split push from Dignitas. They didn't engage on the 3 people. Scar's down to 50% to start this one off, though, and GGU are back in position.
Okay, let's see what they can do. Mashmi's ult still down for 60 seconds. We'll see if that ends up being an important timer for them, as the rest of their spells do seem to be available. Dignitas shoving out the mid lane. They're making sure nothing of theirs is under pressure right now.
So Dragon's up right now, and we only have this single ward over here for GGU to alert them. Skara's in the base, so if Dignitas did go for that Dragon, GGU are in the perfect position to try and burst down a Baron right now. They've gotten Oracles, they're clearing it out, and they want to force Dignitas into their hands.
Well, looks like this might be what the case is. You can see them pushing through. 3 in mid. 2 recalling. No, 3 recalling now for Dignitas. They are playing this one very, very slow. And look how measured these teams are suddenly now playing. You had like 2 minutes ago, it was super hectic, pushes everywhere. Oh my gosh, can we catch someone? And now they're just, okay, breathe. Breathe, think about it. Where do we go next?
That's what happens when each team trades decisive team fights like that. It takes the confidence out of each one. Both of them know that it's going to be very touch and go here. And we see Dignitas are going for that free dragon. Meanwhile, GGU are taking that opportunity to clear Baron. They have the vision advantage over here now, and they're trying to force Dig into a bad spot so they can get one of those bursty team fights that we saw last time and just take take out a member of Dig quickly so that they can back off.
No, Crumbs did spot they weren't going for Baron. The flag toss across. He walked over and said, okay, we're safe right now. So Free Dragon picked up does help Dignitas and puts them in the gold lead once again, 40.9 to 40.8. These teams are neck and neck. Daydreamin rewards the Baron pit right here. The ultimates for everyone but QtPie now at this point are up as he wave clears his mid lane and tries to buy more time for his team to run across. Jinte and Mashmi again trading farm. And let's see where they will go next as these teams still sit equal.
So we've got a Last Whisper on Jace. Great buy because that means the Shockwave, even if we have the front lines here, Renekton taking the hits from that with all his armor, it's going to shred through that and still stick. They need that poke to soften up some members of Dignitas before they go to the engage because they are looking for that burst fight.
Well, let's see what happens. Crumbs, again, sweeps out the Baron pit. They're definitely looking for some kind of battle. These guys are just fighting as hard as they can for control of the map. But Don't Mash Me has been sent all the way to the bottom side of the map. GGU putting themselves in a numbers disadvantage and saying, yep, it's okay, we want the farm right now.
Yeah, this is a really dangerous play from GGU right now. They're counting on their poke to scare Dignitas enough that Dignitas won't commit to a Baron, but they're going to do it, and it looks like it's a repeat from last game. The team with Karthus is going to burn this one down. They're going all in on it.
All right, putting a lot of damage down below half right now. Of course, wards are still there. QtPie takes some poke, and will GG be able to stop this? Crumbs flashing in, lands the EQ, Nintendo ults on. Oh my gosh, the burst damage, but Toy falls over, and their size party finds QtPie as well. So much damage, Scar falls, that's 3-0 so far, but they're starting to fire back. Crumbs losing health, Kiwi Kid the only one alive. It's a 4 versus 1. There's the Wither. Kiwi Kid losing his health, trying to dash out. He will fall over, and now GGU 4v0 have control of Baron.
That was GGU. They fought without Don't Mash Me. Don't Mash Me did not fire a single shot that fight. He was waddling up the river the whole time. Amazing shockwave once again by Jinte. Even though he was behind in farm, they're able to win out that fight, and they're going to be rewarded with Baron right now. GGU making a strong play.
Absolutely beautiful fight by Good Game University, schooling everyone in how to win a 4 versus 5 battle. And by the way, spoiler, Jinte with an amazing shockwave for the second time this game.
Both times that they've won the team fights, it's been on his shoulders. It's really nice to see him get some of the highlight reel plays now here too, because he was coming in. He was the sub for so long. They were without Shifter for weeks after weeks, and people have even kind of forgotten about him at this point. It's just such a great time for Jinte to come into his own. It's really the perfect time, actually, the playoffs.
This is literally the perfect time for Jinte. And I mean, what a story for GGU as well, right? Like you mentioned, the roster swaps. Daydreaming came in out of nowhere. Their players were getting stolen away, and look how strong they are now. Crumbs getting with a Nintendo, really playing aggressive here. Can't even break through Sharpen's shield, though. So not too much gain by that, but they're still pressuring. 3-3, they've equaled up the turrets. They're pushing the bottom lane now. No one will even try to stop that turret from going down.
Dignitas are not one to give up. They will defend these inhibitor turrets. They're letting the outer ones go so that they can have better positioning around here. They can still win a team fight here. Even with Baron, GGU, they do have that weakness. Skara, he's extremely fed. He's got Azanias now, so we'll be looking for Skara to try and get into the center of the team fight. Zanias before he dies, then after he dies, he'll have his passive up. He can continue doing AoE damage, and if GGU make the mistake of fighting on his body for the duration, then Dignitas very well could make a comeback right now.
Let's see what ends up happening here. The shield is off on the turret, and GGU don't make much headway at all. Actually, literally zero headway because of that shield from Patoy, who's got a Morel and Amakan finished up now. But that poke battle, it's there for QtPie. 3 completed items to 2.5 here for Don't Mash Me.
Yeah, he's going to be firing off Mystic shots willy-nilly here. Hopefully he can get some landing on high priority targets. Look how tanky we've got Daydreamin' on this support Lulu over here. He opted with the Locket for his team. That's why they had Nintendo to rush the Runic Bulwark here, so they're splitting up those defensive aura items, and having that one sitting on the support means that he is extremely tanky, and he's going to be able to get more shields off. Catching out Kiwi Kid here, this is really
They're
bad.
They're going to get a Crocodile right here. The slow is there, so much pressure, even using Blade of the Ruin King, and Kiwi Kid gets completely caught out. 1 for 0. QtPie says, that's this scary metal ball, walks away from that one. And here we go. 5 versus 4. Jay's still in the middle lane, actually, so it's a 4 versus 4 for this turret. Shield comes across, and here we go, the push in from GGU. Completely stopped, actually, by Wall of Pain and True Shot Barrage. And now Dignitas are on the hunt, actually. Can Crumbs find something? Wither comes across. There's the Glitter Lance as well. And no, he's going to be forced to run. There's the Flak Toss. He'll get away. KiwiKid is trying to wave clear as much as he possibly can.
During this whole time, we have Zion Spartan pushing down middle. He took out a turret. Now he's onto an inhibitor turret. He's getting free damage, and they have to send someone to answer.
20 seconds still on KiwiKid. Look how much health a turret is losing, but there's the battle in the bottom lane. We look at it now. Crumbs forced away. Zion says, I don't want to risk this one at all. Runs right back out, but Baron buff, it's only got 30 seconds left.
They made great use of it, though. Very big wins here from GGU. They were even able to get a lot of damage on that middle inhibitor turret. So next time that they return, they won't have to siege for too long. Something that they could do is pull the old trick with Twitch, where you pop your spray and pay, and he can outrange a turret. He can shoot that one from the back lines. It's not quite as easy to use as the Kog'Maw W there, because it's his ultimate and it's a very long cooldown. But since the turret's so low, they could just burn that one down if they really wanted to.
Well, the red buff is going to go to him right now, so he's got more great things for that spray and pray, applying Blade of the Ruin King, applying Lizard buff, applying critical strikes from Infinity Edge. This guy's going to shoot up an enemy team very successfully. KiwiKid goes back to the top lane. Looks like you're not having too many nightmares about that gang.
After Dignitas were taking so much AoE damage, magic damage, we even see a giant spell coming out here from Patoy. So he's trying to get tanky, just like we were talking about Daydreamin' being extremely tanky on that support, because every single member on the team right now is crucial. The first team to lose a player is going to be fighting for their lives for the entirety of the rest of the team fight.
So 7,000 gold now puts GGU in the lead at 36 minutes in. They took down game 1. Dignitas completely crushed game 2. And here we are in game 3. GGU just clawing their way into a lead right here. And look at that. They are just putting a lot of eggs in the Don't Mash Me basket. He is just taking the solo lane farm a heck of a lot this game. 297 minion kills on him. The highest on his team, to be sure. But Skara is on Karthus, and that's a scary thing to behold.
Yes, so Dignitas really have to have amazing positioning in the next team fight. They can still pull this one out. They have to have, especially KiwiKid, not get caught in a shockwave. KiwiKid has built mostly armor here. He's got 262 armor while only 100 so magic resist. If he's able to avoid that shockwave damage and get on to the backlines and on Don't Mash Me, then they'll have a chance and they can start wreaking havoc.
Well, right now, though, GG are wreaking havoc in Dignitas' base. Zion Spartan on the split push, so low that turret is, but here comes KiwiKid with home guard. This could be bad for Zion. He was going to go to dash through a minion. He will not land the stun as Zion puts down the acceleration gate and flashes away, so Dig did get a summoner out of that encounter.
They would have much rather got Zion's head on a platter, but they'll take a flash. That's at least a small win, and now they're going to have to worry about pre-warding Baron, because it's only a minute until GGU are again going to sweep out all the vision around it, threaten to do Baron, and if they don't go contest it...
Whoa-oh. Oh, Mash Me. Oh, Mash Me. Scar and Crumbs. He has to cleanse away, but here comes the knock up almost from Crumbs. He's trying to run. There's the ult. Will Mash Me go in? He looks to try to kill Scar. He's been exhausted, though. He flashes out, but he's just getting melted right now. Scar pops Zonius to be safe. There's a free kill, and he's dead for longer than Baron respawn, so Baron will be up in a 5v4.
That's perfect for Dignitas. This is the small little win that they needed to get back in this game. Scar making sure that he didn't go down to any poison or crazy freak ultimates right there, popping both the Seraphs and the Zonyas at the same time. They actually get the free kill, and it's going to be very important how they use this time without Don't Mash Me. They have to capitalize on this power play.
Well, they've got another 10 seconds till Baron comes up. 26 on the Rat. Right now, they're forced to just wave clear the mid lane, wave clear the top lane. Zion Spartan splitting bottom without so much as a ward to spot out. A bit of a risky spot for him, and you see him run away.
If Dignitas could catch out GGU right now, then it would be huge, because it's 3-on-5. Not only is Don't Mash Me dead, but with, we have the KiwiKid down bottom too, so it'll be 4-on-3 if they do make it happen. They're going for it with a blue buff Karthus right now.
And here comes the rest of the team. Mashme and Zion Spartan running across. Jinte puts the ball down. Can he get another miraculous shockwave? And of course, Kiwi Kid coming in from the back. Baron losing more health, down to 1,000 health. Oh my gosh, Nintendo steals it, and there's the shockwave. Do they have the damage? Skara does not have Zonia's nor Seraph's. Will they get the pain down? Jinte forced to flash away. Crumbs is in, and here comes Kiwi Kid as well. Who's got the damage? Nintendo is up in the front. Kiwi Kid kind of alone in the front line. Nintendo getting burned down. They find one kill, but the Nasus will fall over. 1-for-1 in this battle. GGU 4v4, but they've got Baron buff. Where are they going to go?
Nasus and Renekton both going down. GGU heading straight up the middle here. We have Don't Mash Me again on the front lines.
He gets the slow, and Scar's going to go down. They find another kill. Dignitas still forced to run away. Scar will not even attempt to use Requiem because nothing's going to fall over. Shock Blast comes across. It finds Cutie Pie, puts him down to 400 health, but here's the numbers advantage. The rat in a ball will force down the turret. They find it. That's going to be their first inlet into the base. They've still got 30 seconds of 4 versus 3 as they move down towards the bottom side of the map. Of course, this is another turret that's available. Daydream tanks that out. Mashme with another shield on him will happily kill that as well. It's time for inhibitor number 2, and they're going to look for it. Still 20 seconds to go. They've still got the numbers advantage. They've got Baron buff. The slow comes out onto Cutie Pie. Mashme just wants the inhibitor instead, not the champions. Cutie puts some more poke down. Inhibitor down lower and lower. One more tech to go. They find it. There's a knockup. Will they go in? Cutie Pie actually gets jumped on. Mashme's chasing it down. He gets the slow. He's going to keep chasing, but he's been exhausted. Can he get the damage up? The shockwave comes across. Crumb's getting lower and lower, and no, the team will disengage, but Kiwi Kid's not done. He is done.
That extended demolition party inside of Dignitas's base that resulted in 2 inhibitors taken was all set up by GGU's confidence in Nintendo. I feel like they plan for his Baron steals. He has had several Baron steals in the LCS that are just so perfectly executed there. It's really unbelievable. Yeah. That was even against a team with Karthus burning it down so quickly. He just got right in there fearless, and another shockwave from Jinte was able to set up that team fight.
I think you're right. I think Nintendo is like the Baron stealingest player in the LCS. I legitimately believe like Nintendo is the #1 smiter in the league right now, and that is
the
such
Baron
a
bandit.
like whatever subtitle you want. Like I want like a Nintendo playing card which has like a subtitle for each player, and it's like Jinte, amazing shockwaves. Nintendo steals every Baron when he's not even on the map. Like this guy has been doing amazingly for them and holding them in this 2-0 on Barons. The kills only separate by 4, but you have an 11,000 gold lead for GGU. They're playing this game amazingly.
They have really come out to play today. They're looking for that upset. They feel it's theirs. It's in their grasp, and they just need to finish it off here. They're shoving in, and they're willing to catch out Skara, but they don't go too deep on it. It's important that they don't overextend too much right now. It's possible to still throw, and you have to stay calm in this situation. Excuse me, I can't even keep my tongue in my mouth.
Not very hard. Of course, neither can Nintendo. You must be panting with how much that dog's been running around. Shock Blast comes across, still poking down Dignitas. Of course, that Baron buff regen helping GGU quite a bit. 2 inhibitors are dead. They're looking for number 3, playing the siege game. 42 minutes in, game 3 for the LCS spot. They're pushing in now for the turret. The shield comes out from Batoy. They're not going to get the damage just yet. Crumbs even smites away the cannon minion to help make sure they don't get pushed down too hard. But look at the wave they're coming out. The minions don't even leave their base before they die. I mean, talk about unsafe territory. And Scar again taking more poke.
We've got a shout out from Don't Mash Me to Cutie Pie 2. Distortion boots on that Twitch so that he's got his flash up in all situations here.
They are going to push on forward. There we go. Shield once again is their wall of pain. And wow, like look how much GGU has to respect the Dignitas disengage. The wall of pain, the Iceborne Gauntlet, and they're like, you're right. Not going to shoot the turret after all, even though we have super minions flooding into your base. So great play right there. Another wave getting cleared out, and GGU look for attempt number 17 here at the front door.
Yeah, they're playing this really slow right now, very calm. They don't want to overextend. They're just waiting for the minions to do their work. And you can see how well they're doing it. They're already on this Nexus turret. Zion giving him a little help here, bursting that one down.
He's trying to run away, but he pulled enough attention. That turret almost goes down to minions, and it does. He finds one, but he's been jumped on. He's got to run away from Kiwi Kid. And the top lane, of course, there's pressure as well. It's going to be a 4-on-4 in the top half when they engage, as Zion has successfully run from Kiwi Kid. I don't know, it's a scary crocodile. He really wants to go for this one. Puts the Ignite down. He's actually going all in on the Kiwi Kid. Zion Spartan will
trying to pick up the kill. Kiwi doesn't actually go down. The shield comes across as well, but he bought enough time. The team is able to push the top half of the map as Kiwi runs into his base. Zion in a battle with QtPie. This could be rough. Cutie gets the kill. The bottom Nexus turret did go down. The top inhibitor turret didn't even take more than half its health. So Zion gets a turret for his death, and they've got to back off of this one.
So Zion went down, but we have to shout out his play right there. He was just toying with Kiwi Kid there, knocking him back and forth, slowing and cutting him so well. Wasn't able to finish him off though, because Skara in the top was just wave clearing like a madman. GGU actually weren't even able to take that top final inhibitor turret.
Wow, and talk about how stressful this must be for these guys, right? You said you can still throw the game. They've got to be careful. It can always happen. You have 2 inhibitors dead and Baron, and you can't siege the top lane. You have someone distract the top laner down to the bottom half, and you still can't push the top lane. How nerve-wracking must this be for GGU?
This is a spot for Summer Split here. They are not going to go and throw this one away. Yes, they've got a very good lead, but you can tell how cautiously they're still playing. Everybody in their chat is saying, back, back, back. Don't dive. Don't throw this one. We've got it in the bag. It looks like they're even just going to wait for another Baron spawn. With 2 inhibitors down, that means there's going to be so much pressure on Dignitas' base that'll be very easy for GGU to force a fight around Baron or just even kite it out long enough. Well, both of those inhibitors have respawn, so it'll be a little bit tougher. But they're still going to look for that same gameplay.
That is the problem for them here. Now, Dragon is up if they want it. It's a free 1,000 gold for the team if they go for it right there. Baron up in 38. And instead of looking at Dragon, they're just trying as hard as they can to make sure wards are in their favor right here. I mean, you're seeing pink wards out in Dignitas' own jungle to make sure there's less ward coverage on their side of the map. These guys know that vision is the #1 commodity right now on the map.
If I was GGU right now, I would even make the call to try and get that bottom inhibitor before forcing this Baron, because you don't have to fight around a turret. Even the bottom Nexus turret is already gone, but they go for the pick on Patoy.
He's going to have to flash away from this one. Gets melted out right there. Pops. No, he's gone. He's gone for free. GGU finds 1 kill for nothing, and now the Dissonance comes by, the Acceleration Gate Shock Blast, and they're going to try to rush down Baron. Of course, they've been spotted. Will Dignitas try to fight them 5v4? Right now, they're still collected in mid lane, and look at that. They're not. They're giving up Baron. GGU gets Baron #3 for free, and they can push in after this.
Huge pick right there. Patoy didn't even go over to check Baron. He was just in the mid lane helping out with the CS there. That's going to be a really, really crucial 30 seconds. GGU have free reign right now. They can easily take both the mid and bottom inhibitor.
And they're pushing in. They've got 27 seconds of power play right here. Mashme, full offensive build. All of his items deal damage right now. But Mashme, speaking of that, he's in a bit of a problem spot. Gets a bunch of shield, now goes in for the pressure. This could be the game-winning fight right here. It's Kiwi Kid taking a whole bunch of pain. He goes down. That's 1 picked up. Skara, Crumbs, everyone else running away. The shockwave catches Skara. Forced to Zonia's back. The knockup on Azai's part. They might pick up that kill, but Skara goes down. Here comes the Requiem. Will it be enough damage, though, as GGU tries to keep themselves alive? Shields are on. Zion goes down. Double kill picked up for Skara. It's now a 3 versus 2 inside of Dignitas' base. Patoy and I'm a QtPie. The only thing right now keeping Dignitas in the playoffs, and GGU do not want to let them hold them back. Only 1 Nexus turret remains. Wither goes off into QtPie. They're pushing down the turret down to half health. Intended face checking into the Ezreal. Turret's going to go down. They're going to have minions flooding into the base. QtPie getting evaporated right now, down to 300 health. Intended withers him again, but they go for the Nexus. They get it. Don't Mash, he's unstoppable, and the Nexus goes down. GGU beats Dignitas in the playoffs.
You can hear the enthusiasm in their voices right now. Congratulations to GGU. We will be seeing them again.
We will be seeing them again. Look at the just elation on their faces. Would you believe it? 85% of the summoners are wrong. And oh my gosh, the beautiful play by Good Game University. They were only up 6 kills that game, but the strategic play, they controlled that map. Fully carried. Mashme is actually carrying Daydreamin'.
Oh, I love that right there. And we will be seeing more of Dignitas as well, of course. Gonna be back. But, wow, congratulations to GGU. You have to be just happy for them right now. It's such a comeback story after all the problems that they've dealt with in the LCS, having to change so many players. They pull off the upset, taking down the 3rd seed Dignitas.
I mean, they were the 8th place team. They were the
for a long
8th
time.
place team for a long time. And just to claw it back. And I got to say, a lot of that goes to Nintendo. That Baron steal, I want to see a replay of that one.
He's just so good at pulling those ones off. We're going to see it right here. He waits until the exact right time. And Patoy trying to play defense right now. He's doing his best. They want to keep him out of here. You can see Karthus is burning it down. They're very confident with that amount of damage. But boom! Nintendo flashes right in there. A shockwave onto Scar and PewDiePie, the two high priority targets, means that it's going to buy them some time, and they delay. Zion Spartan gets up here, Kiwi Kid gets up here, and they're able to put out enough damage, even though Nintendo does end up dropping. His brother, Nasus, also goes down, so it's an even trade, and it opens this up. Actually, following this, Joe Mashmi comes up with another pick right here, speeding up there, trying to catch Patoy and Skara, putting out the damage. Able to burst that one down too, and that really was just the nail in the coffin.
And look how fast he goes too. He got Shockwave or not Shockwave, but Dissonance and Whimsy and his stealth. The guy was zipping across the map. You mentioned that aggressive twitch. Dude was initiating fights as an AD carry.
Don't mash me running that rat race that is life.
the rat. Oh my god. I'm sorry. I'm just like awestruck with this one. I can't. My brain no longer functions. Wow. So again, beautiful play. This puts Good Game University in the top 4 teams in North America. Would you believe that? They've done it. They've played an amazing, amazing series. They got themselves there. And coming up next, we're going to talk to Zion Spartan and Daydreamin from that victorious Good Game University. Plus, Jat will break down the highlights from our unbelievable first quarterfinal showdown. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in a flash crescendo. Hey, welcome back, everybody. I'm here joined by Daydreamin and Zion Spartan from Good Game University. So I gotta say, coming into that series, obvious underdogs, first of all. What would you have given your chances coming into the series? Be honest.
Honestly, I didn't think we were gonna win, but actually no, I'm gonna take that back. I always want to believe that we'll win, because if you don't believe you're gonna win, then you're probably not gonna win. So I honestly believe we could win that. Okay. I wanted to win 2-0, but 2-1 was just as good. We kind of got down on game 2, but I'm like, guys, we need to focus. We need to stay in this. And then game 3, we just came back and played so well.
That seemed to be a recurring trend with your team, actually, is sort of mental game, right? Getting down on yourselves a lot and then trying to kind of recover back. How'd you get yourselves back into a good mindset for that game 3?
Well, we kind of realized that it's like, this is the playoffs. This is game 3. We need to win this to not get down to relegations. Like, you have to get cheered up. If you're not cheered up and you're not motivated to win, it's just not going to happen. So it was kind of like we have to be motivated. And like we kind of all cheered ourselves up and realized that we need to stay focused to win.
Okay. So I want to talk about how the series went, the best of 3, because it seemed like you guys started sharing each other's picks right off the bat. So game 1, you guys came out with Karthus and Ezreal and had an amazing showing, right? You crushed and it did amazing. Then immediately, Dignitas starts taking all your picks. Did that surprise you guys?
Not really, because we know Scar can play Karthus, and Karthus we have had a lot of success with. I mean, I think all of our wins have had Karthus in it, besides like a couple. And yeah, they knew that it was one of our strongest picks, so they just took it immediately, and yeah, they did really well with it. But I think it was more or less us as a team playing a little scratchy in the second game, more so than them taking picks from us.
Okay, so talk to me about one of the other picks you guys played, Blitzcrank, the miraculous Blitzcrank in game 1. You didn't show it again afterwards. Why is that?
Because it's more of, because the only way I can run Blitz is 2v1 mid, because Blitz as of right now, his mana pool is like abysmal. And the only way to get to the early game is not to 2v2, but to 2v1. And you can't 2v1 top because it's really hard, because if you 2v1 mid, you can secure objectives, pull buffs over walls, and just roam around and make plays. So if we picked it again in the third game, they would obviously know we were going to 2v1 mid, and they could plan accordingly.
Well, that's actually a really impressive way of thinking about it, about where the champions go and whatnot. What other sort of accommodations did you guys have to make in Champ Select, like for lane assignments?
Well, I just like to play really aggressive and go in, so kind of will like set me up so that I'll usually have the 1v1. Sometimes I won't be in the favorable matchup, but I like to do like golems or something and just like get like the cheese advantage on them and just like beat them like that, because 1v1ing is just really fun. If you play 1v2, you have to play like knowing that you're going to be behind. So playing the 1v1 and knowing you can like win is just so much more like enjoyable.
So walk me through the game 2 then, because you had to fight against Renekton, and it seemed to go pretty shaky for you. Like, how was that matchup?
Well, we knew that Renekton would beat Kha'Zix no matter what. Like, the only way Kha'Zix could beat Renekton is if you did like golems or something like that, and then like got like an early advantage. But just like straight up 1v1, Renekton would lose to Kha'Zix. So I just like sat back the whole time, just sat at my tower like really scared, and then just like farmed what I could, because I knew like I'd be stronger late game. That's usually a trade-off with Renekton, but it didn't turn out well that game because lanes got behind, and then they just kind of snowballed off that lead.
All right. So what do you do to impact a game like that then? Are you just kind of screwed if your lanes get behind, or what can you do as Kha'Zix to sort of get back in?
Well, Kha'Zix is one of the strongest late game assassins because of just like how like his like build and like his leap resetting. So if I got to late game, it wouldn't have been a problem, but to stay relevant, I had to just get some farm and then try to get into a team fight at like a level 11. But since that team fight never happened, and we were just getting like pushed on, and they're getting free towers and dragons, I just became not relevant.
All right, so JJ, I want to talk to you about picks. I think you played a different champion every single game. What was the logic? Like, how did each champ fit into your like lineup, basically?
Well, Blitzcrank, I explained the first game. We wanted the kind of surprise factor in 2v1 mid, and also Blitzcrank just has so much room to make plays and catch people off guard. I think I got like a couple hooks on Skara, and it was just freaking out. And then the second game, we went for a really strong late game. We had Tristana and Ryze, like we played against CLG. And we knew Yorick pairs really well with Ryze and Tristana just because the late game factor is crazy. But obviously we didn't get to late game, so it was kind of bad. But the third game, we wanted Lulu because we were going to 2v1. We had Twitch, and Lulu's a really known good combo with Twitch, and especially late game because they just can't get on him.
Cool. So you guys are coming in, and you're playing tomorrow in the semifinals now against Curse. Have you prepared for this matchup at all?
We focused a lot on our dig match.
Yeah, we didn't even really think about Curse at all. We were just focused on, okay, let's beat Dig, let's get into Season 3. And we didn't even think about, oh, what about if we play Curse tomorrow? And I think that's something we're gonna have to go over a lot because I guess we kind of didn't expect for this to happen.
All right, so you guys have you have best of 3 to play tomorrow. You got your 1 upset. Are you ready though? Are you ready for that second upset?
Oh, we're definitely ready. We're definitely ready. We got some stuff in store that we're ready to show.
Yeah.
I hope Curse is ready for us, actually.
Yeah.
All right, fighting words. I hope Curse is ready for us.
Yeah.
Good luck, guys.
Thanks.
Of course, great showing today. 2-1 over Dignitas into the summer split. What a relief. Just, again, great job by you guys. But, of course, we've got more action today. Another best of 3, another quarterfinal. Of course, we also have Jat to break down some big plays from Game 3.
Thank you very much, Freak. And the first clip that I wanted to break down was actually Zion Spartan's double kill in the bot lane here. And just to set this up, we have to realize that it's actually 1 turret to 0. And normally in these situations, teams trade turrets. So that's why Patoy is so far up in this situation, and I'm a Cutie Pie is up here as well, because they're expecting to opt into a double turret trade. So let's actually roll this clip and see how it plays out. At this point, Patoy shields I'm a Cutie Pie. Let's pause it here. You get to see, because Patoy was up trying to deny Jinte, who's actually just off the screen here, that he's way out of position. Also, since they were trying to take down the turret exceptionally fast, the shield was on I'm a Cutie Pie. So Zion Spartan is able to fly in and finish off Patoy almost instantly. Let's roll the clip to see how fast he gets taken out. And at this point, I'm a Cutie Pie realizes he has to run. He's on the run. Zion Spartan actually plays this so amazingly well in order to catch I'm a Cutie Pie. You can see I'm a Cutie Pie slowed, he flashes. Let's pause it here to realize what actually has to happen for Zion Spartan. He's thrown out this shock blast right now. He's actually waiting on his gate cooldown in order to accelerate it, and the range of the shock blast probably wouldn't have hit I'm a Cutie Pie if he doesn't put down his shock blast right at the end in order to hit him with the rest of it. And then he also manages his cooldowns throughout the rest of it to get away. So let's roll this clip. Zion Spartan jumps in, hits him with a shock blast, flashes, and because he flashed, he had his melee Q to get out, and then Zion Spartan waits in this brush, backs immediately, and actually avoids the Karthus Requiem, which came in right afterwards. The second clip of the game. This was the big turning point. Zion Spartan, after that double kill, is now 4-0-2. Dignitas is trying to get Baron. Let's actually roll this clip a little bit to see how the engagement pans out. Dignitas initiates hard. Let's pause it here. But let's actually figure out why Dignitas initiated in this situation. On the minimap, they knew that Don't Mash Me's Twitch was not in the situation. So this is a 4v5 for Good Game University. But pay attention, just off the screen, Zion Spartan essentially double kills the bot lane again, but in a team fight this time. Let's roll this clip at half speed to see perfect shockwave, but Zion Spartan, shock blast to finish Patoy, flashes onto I'm a Cutie Pie, finishes him off again. So not only was the shockwave perfect, Zion Spartan comboed in. And even though GGU is sitting in the Karthus Defile this entire time, since their damage got so obliterated in that fight, it didn't matter for them. Roll the rest of this at full speed. GGU was able to finish off Kiwi Kid, get the eventual Baron, and then finish off the rest of the game from there. It was a crazy exciting match. GGU definitely had their hands full with Dignitas, but they moved on. They're into the next split. Back to you guys.
Thanks very much, Jat. So, guys, we asked you earlier today, which North American LCS player do you think will have the biggest impact on the playoffs and why? Here's what you had to say. Very first, Boy's aggressive plays will take Curse to the finals.
Yeah, that's a good horse to bet on up there. He makes a lot of plays in top lane.
A great player. Now, next up, I think Dyrus will have the biggest impact. If he's not in the right frame of mind, TSM could be in trouble.
Wow, we have a top lane theme going on here, and they're right. There have been those communication issues between him and the rest of the team, so we'll have to see how that does play out.
Well, next up, Doublelift. He is the big playmaker for CLG, or for his team, I guess, as the tweet actually reads, and just needs to position himself well in team fights. His mechanics will win.
Yeah, CLG has been very up and down. Everybody looking forward to this next best of 3, so we'll see how Doublelift performs in that one.
All right, well, of course, we'd like to hear more from you guys. We're at LOL Esports. Remember to use the hashtag LCS. So, guys, before we get to the next matchup, let's take a look at the updated playoff bracket. With a huge upset win, GGU advances into the semifinal round, where they'll take on Curse Saturday.
And thanks to their first round bye, TSM will face off against the winner of our second bout of the day, CLG versus Vulcan.
But the loser of that matchup will be dropped into the summer promotion bracket.
With their loss today, Dignitas joins Marn and Complexity in the second round of the tournament. Scar and crew will play the winner of Team Summon versus Fidelis first round match, while the loser of today's CLG and Vulcan match will face off against either Double Buff or Azure. The summer promotion tournament will take place 2 weeks from today, live from Los Angeles from May 10th to May 12th.
And remember, these semifinals of the European Spring Playoffs kick off Saturday with Evil Geniuses facing off against Fnatic and then SK Gaming taking on Gambit.
Our coverage begins at 4 a.m. Pacific and 1 p.m. Central European Time.
Plus, there's still a lot more in North America today. Coming up is the second quarterfinal showdown as Hotshot and CLG take on Vulcan and Bloodwater. Don't touch that browser.
We started off the season 0-5, so it took 3 weeks for us to get our first win.
We finally got a bunch of practice in, and then we came in and just beat CLG. Everyone's feeling amazing.
Vulcan's going to be getting their first win here, and they take down CLG in game 1 of the day.
It felt like we could still come back through the season.
They needed both stronger bottom lane and like someone to direct their game flow.
Vulcan put in Bloodwater, which essentially just made them CLG Black again.
We used to be on the same team with them. Me and Benny used to be on CLG Black, and then eventually decided to come over, so we accepted them.
I think it was the right move. to bring those players together again and to have that old synergy back.
In that roster swap, our communication shot up since like the beginning of the season.
You got him? Damage, good
Oh, good.
Nice. Careful, Chris. Switch. Back out.
Back out.
Okay, good.
We've learned how to close out games a lot better, and we're just more organized overall.
It was not really an easy decision for me, but I felt like I deserved to be on a better team as well. I'm just happy that I'm on Vulcan because there's not really a lot of problems to worry about.
It's nothing but an upgrade for Vulcan, and it makes them a lot scarier.
Welcome back to day one of the NALCS Spring Playoffs. I'm Rivington Bism III, and this is, of course, Joshua Jat Leesman. And it's time for our second best-of-3 quarterfinal matchups, CounterLogic Gaming versus Vulcan. And it doesn't get much more evenly matched than these two teams. Not only did they split their head-to-head matchups this spring, only one game separates CLG and Vulcan in the final NALCS Spring standings.
And apart from being evenly matched, these teams actually share really similar playstyles. So both Mandatory Cloud and Link are very farm-heavy in the mid lane. Mandatory Cloud tends to carry games a little bit more than Link, but they both CS better than almost anyone in the LCS. Then you look at the AD carries. Both Zuna and Doublelift play hyper carries. They're the ones that generate the majority of the kills for their team. You look at the top lane as well, you have Zuna and Hotshot GG. Those guys split push all day, so there are so many similarities in these two teams. I just didn't actually realize it until I took a look at the matchup.
Right, and ever since the arrival of Bloodwater on support, Vulcan has picked up their game just a little bit, you could say. They come into this match with a 5-3 record over their last 8 bouts and are currently riding a 2-game win streak. CLG, on the other hand, is 3-4 over the last couple weeks, and they enter today's match on a 2-game slide.
Coincidentally, the last time CLG won against Vulcan was the last day was day 2 on Super Week. It was a very close game. CLG actually stole multiple picks from Vulcan. They took the Tristan away from Zuna and the Lux away from Mandatory Cloud. So they just kind of outplayed them at Baron aside from that. And coming into this season, Riv, this would have been such a landslide. Game 1 of the season, CLG versus Vulcan, they say, no way, that game's going to be over. But now, anything could happen. Evenly
matched. Any given Sunday, as they would say. And for Vulcan, their transformation from an 0-5 David to a playoff team began with their very first game against CLG.
We wanted to play GGU, but we got Vulcan. They're actually a pretty good team, and they try really hard to win, so it'll be a tough matchup.
I feel like we don't do a lot of silly things lately, and our laning phases have gotten better and improved.
Sona is like the key to beating Vulcan. If you let them have Sona, they're probably going to kick your ass because Bloodwater is very good and initiates when he needs to.
Their playstyle really hasn't changed since like season 1, 2.
If the lane gets dragged out where Doublelift gets all of his farm and doesn't even die once, for example, no pressure, then it's going to be a hard game.
We want to put them on their heels and definitely step on their necks by the time it gets around to late game and not allow them to come back like they normally do.
I wouldn't say the season's been a success for us just yet. Until we beat CLG, then I would say it's a success.
I think this is the perfect time to make people start believing in us again and to redeem ourselves.
Now that we've heard from the teams, let's check out today's starting lineups. On the blue side, it's going to be CounterLogic Gaming. Hotshot in the top lane, Chowster in the jungle, Link will be in mid, Doublelift, and Aphromoom, as usual, on AD and support.
Yeah, and on the red side, it's Vulcan with Psycho Sid in the top lane, Xmithy in the jungle, Mandatory Cloud in mid, Zuna on AD, and of course the new Bloodwater on support.
And the two junglers are this quarterfinals featured matchup, CLG's Chowster versus Vulcan's Xmithy.
And we talked about how the other 3 lanes are very similar players, but these guys also favor the same champion. So Jarvan is both of these guys' favorite champions as they try to jump back in there and steal the spotlight. But the games between these guys have really come down to whose ganks were successful in the bottom lane, because Xmithy will camp and try to get Zuna going, whereas Chowster will camp and try to get Doublelift going, as you see in almost every CLG game. But these guys really key in this matchup.
All right, we're getting close to Champ Select, so let's quickly check in and see who you think will be playing TSM in tomorrow's semifinal round.
And according to lolesports.com, 70% of you think that CLG will come out on top, so we're going to have to see if that's a correct assumption.
And we've said it before, these teams, as we said in the pre-match there, they're even coming into this. Yeah. There's been a lot of the hyper-carry focus for both teams. Vayne picked Band as they come into everything for this, so we'll have to see if they try to poke at each other with those comfort picks.
And we take a pretty long look at these picks and bans, and it'll be very interesting to see what direction these guys go when they're trying to decide how to attack each other, because the first thing you'd think is, oh, Jarvan the fourth, because Chowster plays nothing but Jarvan, and if he doesn't, he'll default onto a Mumu.
Right.
We looked at his Super Week stats, that was Chowster, and there was only one game where he picked a Mumu when Jarvan was available. But at the same time, if Vulcan were to ban Jarvan, they're also banning out their favorite jungler. So really, what exactly are they going to be going for? Because there have been a few patterns that you pointed out as well.
Right. These guys love to play each other's champions, and we actually seen that coming in with the past few games as well. It was a question Freak had to pose to Zion, Spartan, and Daydreamin'. So we'll see if these guys go back and forth as well. We expect the TF ban to come out. We'll have to see what happens. As Renekton and Nasus, the big ones, focused out already.
And this kind of tells me where CLG is going with their strategy. So they're blue side, therefore they have first pick. When you look at X-Smithy's roster, it is Jarvan, fourth, and Nasus. So the fact that they've banned Nasus tells me they're going to pick Jarvan with their very first pick unless Vulcan decides to ban it out here.
Vulcan does sometimes leave Twisted Fate to the last ban. They've banned it in every game so far, starting with Week 3 when they played against CLG for the first time. That was their first win as well, and it worked for them. There's the Twisted Fate ban to come out. We'll see what Hotshot and the team have.
And here's another interesting thing is they have not banned Vayne, but I don't think Zuna plays Vayne. So right now they're actually telling CLG, you get to pick your thing. If you want Jarvan, you can have it. If you want Tristana, you can have it. If you want Sona, you can have it. But whatever you take, Vulcan's going to take the other one.
It's going to be big. X-Smith, you're more than happy to grab Jarvan here. We'll see what Psycho Sid plays. Karthus is still up. The Vladimir Karthus was played by Vulcan, ManCloud, and Psycho Sid. They kind of shied away from it, though. We haven't seen it for a few weeks. But that composition still lies there. And the Karthus, a really big pick for Vulcan, still up.
And I'm sure when CLG was scouting Vulcan, it was a bit of a strange experience because they are essentially a new team since they picked up Bloodwater. And even maybe just in the 4 games they had to pick from in Super Week, because in Week 8, Vulcan, remember, had a bye in Week 9. In Week 8, Vulcan played that Karthus-Vladimir comp twice. And Karthus actually got banned out against them in Super Week a couple of times, but they didn't play it in Super Week. So maybe during that 2 weeks of having the new roster, of having the new strategy calling setup, they decided to go with a slightly different strategy. The Tristana is something that was there every time. The Renekton is something that was there every time. And honestly, the Jarvan the fourth is something that they had as well.
Yeah, and they're going to. Looks like they actually do lock it in as the first pick. You said it would be one of the first picks. Sona comes out on one side, Jarvan on the other. CLG looks to answer. Chowster has been pretty much giving Amumu hugs, and Amumu hasn't been too sad about it.
And I don't see why they'd really hide this pick unless Chowster's really been working on something new.
Right.
Start of the season, he played a lot of Lee Sin. He's had an explorative time on Maokai trying to make that work. Didn't work that well. He's done a bit of Nunu. He actually has played a lot of different champions, but he's really keyed in on a couple very recently, and that's mainly Amumu and Jarvan. So I wouldn't actually be surprised, since everyone knows Doublelift wants to play Vayne and everyone knows Chowster wants to play Amumu. They wouldn't even have to worry about the counter picks necessarily because they could just get them almost right away. But we'll have to see what they decide to go for.
Hotshot has played Malphite against it before. Chowster locks in the Lee Sin. Wow.
Throwback.
Yeah, definite throwback. A lot of weeks back, that's for sure. And we'll have to see how Vulcan answers here with their picks. This is going to be great. And we kind of said, made a point, or looked at the points of CLG playing versus Vulcan. And when they came into it, CLG had first tried their AD carry support middle. So we've kind of thought CLG might think they can try strats and stuff against Vulcan. They're going to try to bring out some stuff here that they've been working on this time.
It's really strange. It's full circle for Chowster because at the very start of the season, he was playing Lee Sin almost every game. Completely went away from it. He actually lost a lot of creativity in the way he was doing things. He was trying to brute force, and he had kind of jungler happy feet in a lot of situations. Lee Sin gets to jump around. He doesn't have to worry about having happy feet so much. And the Malphite pick for Hotshot is also very solid. It's really Malphite or Cho'Gath when Hotshot has found the most success this season, and it does seem like a pretty smart pick there.
It looks like Karthus could be locked in for Mandatory Cloud. He's got a few seconds left on that. As the hover is there, they also get Thresh as well. So that initiation, that first lockup is going to be really big for Vulcan.
And this is very curious to me because I was looking at Vulcan's Super Week matchups, and there was one game where they did not save their last set of picks for Mandatory Cloud. And that was the one game they lost. It was also against CLG. They picked Ryze early. Well, was it Ryze? I don't remember exactly what they picked. They picked something early, and then it got counterpicked. So they're leaving the opportunity here for CLG to completely counterpick Mandatory Cloud. And generally, Vulcan decides that Mandatory Cloud is their carry, so they want to wait to the last pick. The fact that they hovered into Karthus so hard is dangerous for them.
We'll have to see what CLG can put back on it. We did see some amazing Orianna play by Jinte in just the past few games, just throwing down awesome command shockwaves. But you're right, the Mandatory Cloud kind of showing himself out early there. We'll have to see what CLG can do against the last pick. Vulcan looks to round out everything.
And the last time that CLG picked Orianna was their last game of the season against GGU. He went 0-4-8 on Orianna despite farming amazingly well. And the fact that they picked Aurelia, a fairly attack speed based champion, against potentially a Malphite is a little bit dangerous.
And a Lee Sin.
Aurelia does have the true damage to get through some of Malphite's armor, but that is a very bold pick. They almost took away a lot of Psycho Sid's matchups in the top lane because of the Renekton ban, and the other thing that he defaulted back to on Super Week, even though he'd only played it once, was the Malphite. So having that at the end of the matchup will make this pretty interesting, Riv.
Now, Jat, a lot of people say it's all about Doublelift. Has Vulcan given themselves a composition that they can say all about Doublelift?
They have a lot of dive to get onto Doublelift, so Vulcan will definitely be able to buddy up with Xmithy and Psycho Sid and try to go. Mandatory Cloud's Karthus will also make very difficult itemization choices for Doublelift as the game progresses, because he can't just stack, say, a Randwins to stop those guys from diving, since he has to worry about the Requiem coming in from Karth as well. It makes life very difficult, but CLG, again, does have a lot of protect potential with their composition, as they usually do, so it's a little bit of a throwback for CLG, but kind of more of the same as well.
And when you bring a Karthus into play, you see that, right? You have the people that kind of want to dive onto Doublelift, and then Karthus can act as peel and whatnot. When do you choose when to play that zombie Karthus role and when to play that Karthus role that'll stay up for his team and continuously deal damage?
It might change depending on the moment in the game for Mandatory Cloud, because at the start of the game, he's going to be wanting to take all the attention onto himself and do as much damage as possible for himself. But near the later parts of the game, Zuna is going to be the same threat as Doublelift on his Tristana, and there might be an opportunity for Mandatory Cloud to kind of sit near where Zuna is and just make it even more detrimental for CLG to try to get on him. So these teams are actually very set up to play their style. They love going late game. There's a couple of hyper carries, and Mandatory Cloud and Link are on two extremely farm-heavy mid laners.
We'll have to see what they do. We are now 25 seconds into the second best of 3 here in the playoffs. Counter Logic Gaming to face off versus Vulcan. Rivington III and Jat to bring it to you live. Make sure you get your votes in at lolesports.com, because the game is underway. I think it was about 70-some% to Counter Logic Gaming.
Exactly,
here. Dignitas
70.
had something 85, and GG was able to find that win. We'll see if Vulcan can find themselves a win as well on this game.
Those 15% of people that voted for GG were like, haha, I told you so. Underdogs can win, as we've been seeing a lot in the second half of the LCS. I mean, Vulcan is 5-3 since picking up Bloodwater. That is a better record than CLG over CLG's last 8 games. In fact, just the story of the bottom 4 teams in the North American LCS really just an uprising near the end of the year. We've already seen one of them move on to the playoffs. Vulcan's going to be almost encouraged by that, and it might give them more confidence coming into the CLG game.
So in Week 3 when they played, and in Week 10, Vulcan put high priority on the tri-bushes, and I think CLG has done their homework on this because they are just focusing that.
And Xmithy better scout that before he goes in.
That was going to be too hot to trot for him. He throws the flag, and they are going to back right out. 2 minutes coming up, so they're going to get some quick farm out in the jungle. It looks like everybody's going to start dispersing.
And look at that. Vulcan had 4 wards down in the rivers. They were very worried about some CLG shenanigans, and they'd essentially eliminated the chance that CLG was in any other brush and then used the flag toss to get into the final one. So even though that may have seemed like just some stupid lucky check, how did they possibly know that? That was the only other brush they could have been in if they were going to try a tricky move.
And you know something we actually haven't seen anymore is CLG's 7 astronomical wards in the beginning of the game. They kind of did that once and said, ha-ha.
Yeah, we got a blue buff. That was neat, but it cost us like 1 million gold in wards,
Right.
so let's not do that again.
Yeah.
And there was a very interesting thing that came out in the start of this game, because Vulcan actually traded buffs, so Mandatory Cloud will have a blue buff in mid lane to start the game, and that means since Xmithy started red and he gave away the rest of his jungle, he might be looking for a very early gank top in that hypercarry lane. Looks like not.
Yeah, no, he's going to back. The hot shot doing some good damage to Sid, causing him to chug down some pots. A red elixir still sits in that lane, though. It's going to be the only one here, as they're kind of still making their mark with those top laners. Not too much difference between anybody with a real advantage in the lane just yet. And we do see that, obviously, the AD and supports are in the top lane for this game.
So let's see how this AD and support lane really pans out. Thresh has a lot of kill potential, and Sona has a lot of poke potential. Those AD carries aren't necessarily known for their crazy laning phases, and it's more about the farming. So I am expecting to see a lot of ganks in that lane, and I don't know if they're going to be able to get aggressive early. I haven't seen much of Bloodwater's Thresh, interestingly enough.
With somebody like not a Caitlyn having the Vayne, do you kind of have to back off on the poke potential of that Sona and play more careful?
They're currently playing a little bit more careful.
Right.
I think some of that has to do with the fact that xSmithy did give up his blue buff, and the Lee Sin early game is incredibly fearsome. They're really just hoping to wait out this situation by CLG because they think if Zuna gets to his 6 items that they're going to win, and they want to make sure that that happens.
Double buff Chouster on the move, putting up some wards. That's going to be quite helpful for that top engagement from mid as well. So it's going to be safe for AD carry and support to keep pushing with the wards they have. Psycho Sid to here farm as Hotshot back. So we'll have to see what he has for first few buys because he hasn't even warded bottom yet. Those guys haven't really gotten too much attention at all.
And this might be due to the fact that they know the top lane or the 2v2 lane is the one getting ganked. And here it comes.
There's the rocket jump on a double. If they throw it on the barrier, that summoner is going to block out a lot of damage, but they get the second pop-up, coordinating the crowd control perfectly onto Afromoon now. He may not be able to get out of this. Flayed backwards. There's the damage to slow again. Again, consecutively stacking the crowd control for another kill. Kills coming in all over, 2-0.
1 kill going to xSmithy, 1 kill going to Zuna, and that was one of the best possible ganks for Vulcan. They got shot backwards by Double If's Condemn, and it just aided Zuna in that gank attempt. Even though it came through a ward, since the hook landed right as the vision was created for CLG, they were unable to react to that gank. The timing was perfect. Vulcan knew that they were going to camp that lane at the start, and they're the ones that get the first blood.
All right, so Jat, knowing you're up against CLG with a win like that in lane, does it calm you down, or does it let the rest of the team know we have to at least be consistent in our lanes?
CLG needs to make sure they farm, and this is going to be testing time for CLG because when they win, they pretty much just pull a little bit ahead, and CLG is actually one of the best teams in the league at playing with a lead. But we've noticed CLG isn't that great at coming back in games. They haven't been able to find creative ways of trying things. What they usually do is they just try to turtle up, give up objectives, and then they actually don't get quite powerful enough to fly back in this one. It's proving time. They have to do something creative now.
Absolutely. Wavering, I think it was in the games that they did lose to Vulcan, 2,000 gold back and forth. But like you said, it's enough if they're not in the lead to really cause them the pressure and cause them the game. 6 minutes in here, they're only down by 1,000 right now. We'll see if they can teeter that back into their favor here at some point. The jungler's not, actually it's going to be xSmithy putting on some pressure here as he enters the jungle.
And this is a little bit dangerous for xSmithy. He is Jarvan, so he could jump a wall to get away, but he is down a flash, and he's just looking to make some trouble right now. I'm not really sure what his goal is. The whole other side of his jungle is gone, so maybe he's just hoping to lend support to Psycho Sid if Hotshot tries to get aggressive.
I think he mistimed Chouster. He just smited everything around the jungle there and made it out quick. Psycho Sid back and forth, gets a few blade surges down for some damage, playing with Hotshot's head there. Hotshot forced to use potions, but he's got the Dorans and 5 there, so he's all right.
And we haven't gotten to talk about this lane much, but it's been a fairly even farm fest, as we can see, 42 to 39, and the itemization is typical for Hotshot. He is going defensive with the door and shield. There was the red elixir start for Psycho Sid, meaning he wanted to aggress a little bit more, but as Hotshot does, he does a pretty good job of sitting in his turret, keeping his farm adequate so he can support in team fights. You can tell Hotshot has that teleport, so when he hits level 6, he might look to turn the tides back in this top lane where Chouster is currently camping.
So with that vision of xSmithy bottom, Chouster looks to make moves for his team, but it's just not going to be set up right for them. He's going to have to back off. So a little bit of wasted time there. He's going to be a level 5, and xSmithy could be level 6 soon. He is not even close, so those guys will be all right.
And that's kind of the jungle happy feat that Chouster's had a little bit in the past. He tends to waste a little bit of time. I mean, you have to keep in mind, this is Chouster's first season in the jungle, and his lanes aren't necessarily the easiest to gank for. Link is a very farm-heavy mid, so even though he can play strong, it's a little dangerous, and Psycho going big.
Hotshot going down right here. He has his ultimate still, so he can get out safely. He realizes the mana, so he kind of plays, oh no, that's not going to be what he wanted. Tries to chug the potion faster. Requiem to come in, 3-0 now for Vulcan.
A slight miscalculation there by Hotshot. He was trying to shove up the lane as far as possible so he could go back and make a play with his teleport, but he got a little bit too antsy. Also, there was a blue buff being taken by Link at the time, so there was no possible chance of it interrupting the mandatory Cloud Ultimate, and they really just didn't do the calculation to figure out that that was a dangerous situation to be in.
That Karthus, gotta remember the global map presence here at 8 minutes. It looks to take advantage for Vulcan as they continue to pressure their top turret. Now they've had quite a few waves to just go into this turret, but they haven't put too much damage on it. This is kind of backwards from what we've been seeing teams doing lately.
And even the minion kills in that lane, 60 to 46. So it's not like they've had the edge in that lane despite the kill as they go in for another game.
Oh man, Xmithy just putting all his time in the top lane. It's exactly what they did in that first week. They beat him with Heckle Room. They're able to get the 1 kill there. It's going to be big things here for Vulcan if they can get another one. Hotshot, however, did teleport himself in the top lane. He is just going to be a brick wall right now. You can see Zuna trying to throw rocks at him. Doesn't work too well. They're going to be able to save double lift, but that's 4-0 as Aphromoo did go down.
Again, the death sentence landed and it just created a kill, and you could almost tell that that was a plan by CLG, so they were trying to make that creative bait happen, but Hotshot's teleport was a little bit delayed, and Aphromoo was dead before the gank arrived, and it just turned into a 3v2.
You know, Jack, I saw some tweets coming out. People were like, you gave double lift Vayne, but they did the same thing, like I said, they did in week 3. Hecarim stayed in that top lane, they pressured double lift, and they kept taking down his lane. That's what they're doing this time.
One could say they gave double lift Vayne, but you could also say they gave Zuna Tristana, because he has been unstoppable on that champion. That's the reason, in the game that CLG beat them in Super Week, double lift played his only Tristana game of the year, and it was quite effective against them. So they're not doing a great job of shutting Zuna down, because even though they were outlaning him, they are getting caught out by these ganks.
Let's see what they can do. Chauster coming back to this lane now. Getting Hotshot in a little bit. Hotshot does not have that teleport. He is now down, actually, 72 to 55 in the CS, but he does have the Giant's Belt, so he'll be able to stay in through most of the Blade Surge and just smack damage that Psycho Sid's going to be able to put on him 1v1 in that lane. Really going to pressure this? They do have the blue buff.
Yeah, so the blue buff on Mandatory Cloud would be able to kill this very quickly. They know Hotshot's ultimate on Malphite is down. He also just showed in the lane, but there has been a missing Mandatory Cloud. Link is going to try to scout this one out. I don't know if Chauster can steal this. He's got the shot.
He's just on the backside. His Q is there. They get the smite down. He does not put himself in with the safety of Link right on the backside for safeguard.
He just decided not to go in, or Xmithy smited it down before Chauster decided to try that execute smite. They did burst it down a fair bit, but it's curious that Link would pop his ultimate and Chauster wouldn't go in for that, so there may have been a synergy break in their communication there.
We'll see what they decide to do with this. The blue is on Link. Like we said, that blue on Mandatory Cloud, so they're going to be able to get these lanes pushed. He's going back now to farm the Wolves. He knows he can get himself in a good lead. He has. He's been getting Wolves. He's been getting Wraiths. 114 to 90. Also stacking up that tier, the Goddess to the Catalyst, the Protector on Link, going for the Rod of Ages.
And every game that I checked for CLG, Link would get more farm than his lane opponent, except the game they played against Vulcan. Mandatory Cloud has been the only person I've seen who can actually outfarm Link in lane, and Karthus is the perfect champion to get it, and he's doing it by quite a big number, as you said, in this game.
Now, is that lane pressure as well? Because I noticed going back into the games, Mandatory Cloud is also one to roam before Link is too.
He's just an amazing player in the mid lane. Everyone talks about how underrated Mandatory Cloud is. One of these days, he's going to be appropriately rated, and people will realize he is one of the best mid laners in all of North America.
We'll have to see what he proves for himself here in this second playoff match. As we said, a best of 3 to come, and a LCS coming to the first split close. 4-0 here in favor of Vulcan in our first matchup versus Counter Logic Gaming. CLG, I think it's the first time in that interview we really heard Double Lift give credit to a team and say, you know, these guys made good decisions, pulling the team together that they did. We'll have to see what they can do.
And they've only gotten stronger as the season went on. The 0-5 start, as we saw them talking about in the pregame, to now where they're 4 kills to 0 up on CLG in a best of 3 to ensure their spot in the next split of the LCS and move on in the playoffs. They're doing quite well so far.
See both AD carries picking up a BF sword, 97 to 80 there, 17 CS in the favor of Double Lift as they push that top lane. Again, Chauster waiting in bated breath on the back side of that top lane to get a gank in. This will be the second time. If he doesn't go in, he's still just wasting time out.
Chauster spent so much time in this top lane, but he hasn't even scared Vulcan. He's not denying them any minion kills. He's not shutting down that lane at all. Meanwhile, Link has to burn Flash, maybe more.
Wow, Smithy goes double hard in this one. Flag toss into Cataclysm, but ManCloud can't get the file on just yet. A good amount of damage there. Smithy is going to be able to tank, but they can't get the last few Skittles down from ManCloud.
And I don't think they did enough damage to him to justify Mandatory Cloud burning his ultimate. Chauster finally shows top, gets the jump away, but getting back to that gank mid, that was actually a really good avoidance by Link. using his ultimate to force Mandatory Cloud to flash out of the turret saved enough damage so that the Requiem wouldn't have killed him. However, since Chouster was top the whole time, they're getting a boatload of damage onto that turret.
Chouster trying to come mid to see what he can do here. He's got to be pretty careful as well. He's going to try to throw down that Tempest, the cripple as well if he can get it. Hotshot coming in with a teleport. There's the unstoppable force. ManCloud could still do some damage here. It's only Hotshot with the auto attack. If ManCloud hooks up to the right, he could be saved here by Xmithy. He does go down to one last hit from Hotshot. I think they could have done a little bit more damage there, but great play and teleport by Hotshot GG.
Just enough to get that one done. They did pull off the successful gank, so that'll give them a slight edge back. It was a very dangerous thing. You could tell that even though Mandatory Cloud was down most of his threat, he is already a very scary Karthus. But again, the pressure is adding up when they do that. Hotshot left the lane there for a second time. So this time Psycho Sid took out his turret. We know that Psycho Sid loves to split push. He's actually the 7th ranked kills for top laners in the LCS. Hotshot is the only one behind it, but that's mainly because Psycho Sid doesn't necessarily participate in Vulcan fights. He is always trying to pull the other team away from the main hub.
Activating some fight engagements in the end of the game when you look for him, just as the Hotshot GG would. Now we compare those lanes. We've heard that a Malphite does all right, you know, under CS a little bit, and he has 123 to 82 right now. How's the Aurelia going to fare if she was in that position, or now that she's above?
Aurelia needs the farm. So it's a good thing that Psycho Sid is trying to get this one up. Going for Blade of the Ruined King is also a little bit interesting because that essentially tells me that Psycho Sid in teamfights is going to try to avoid wherever Hotshot is at all costs, because going with that percent current health on hit proc Blade of the Ruined King build, he cannot have his attack speed lowered. So he needs to avoid Malphite at absolutely all costs. And in order to get that item, it's very expensive. He has to be able to farm that up. Whereas you look at Hotshot, he's going to be able to get his attack speed slow off. He's going to be able to get a good chunk of damage off with his ultimate, regardless of his farm.
Yep. And I really like how Vulcan is starting to pressure CLG more and more across the map, right? They're putting wards down by the blue buff now. They want to make sure they have vision on that, and they're just able to pressure the top lane so much more. A lane they've already won and want to keep that advantage.
The one gank Xmithy did mid lane got them a kill, but it also got Mandatory Cloud killed. So you can tell that Vulcan's plan is to just gank top. And here's maybe round 3.
Going in, can he get the flay back as well? The Crescendo goes out, but they have a lot of tank coming into this one. They initiate the fight as well with Requiem. Alphamu goes down. They decide to go all in on double lift here under the turret. It looks like he may get a few shots down, but Zuna able to get out of this. Chouster not wanting to go in this one, looks for safety under the turret, but may find himself dead here. A great hook coming in from Bloodwater. They turn it around once more. They steal the red buff to Zuna now. Zuna picks up 2 on the day there.
That is 6 kills that have happened in that lane. Every time Xmithy arrives, something miraculous happens for Vulcan. 4-0 Tristana. Tristana is actually a weak mid-game champion, but they are consistently pulling this stuff up. Once again, Chouster was just slightly farther behind. Xmithy was 1 step ahead of the game and allowed Vulcan to pick up 3 kills there in the top lane.
A really great body block as well onto Zuna. That would have been a Q execute from Chouster, and he probably would have safeguarded to a minion. So they just set up the guard there. Now Zuna has red buff going back. Got a few thousand gold in his pocket, actually 3,100 gold in his pocket, and he actually sits on 6,100 right now. The one above him is Mandatory Cloud with 6,200. Nobody has hit 6,000 alone on CLG yet.
And as Vulcan picks up this dragon, which looks to be uncontested, we have to keep in mind that Zuna hasn't even been going for like an even early game Tristana. He has 4 points in his rapid fire right now. There's 2 gates that keep Tristana from not taking off in the mid game.
Right.
It's the fact that her E and her W are kind of her main tools in lane, but they're magic damage and they don't have any AD ratios. The big steroid that she uses is the attack speed and then the range increase from her levels. So since he already has 4 points in rapid fire and an infinity edge, he's got half the battle. The only thing he needs now is the levels for the range, but his mid-game lull may already be over just because of how many kills he's been able to pick up and his skill order so far.
I see him pressuring Double Lift here on the top lane. That red buff just giving him such an advantage. Double Lift wants nothing of that. They're going to jump right onto him, knowing Double Lift will condemn back, forcing the flash just for a rocket jump. There's no turret there. The fight's going to be all in. Double Lift could get a roll, and he does not. He goes down without even being able to retaliate.
That's the sloppiest gank, but it pulled off for a win because they didn't really do anything right. They like flash hook missed, walked in, jumped on his face, kill. Because he's that far ahead, and they're able to make the brute force play, knowing that no matter how they execute, it's going to work out.
Zuna now left to farm in that top lane. Still under the CS of Double Lift, but the 4-0-3 is really just going to negate that. He is not worried about the CS. He's getting all the kills in. We'll see what he can do. Aegis already being finished as well onto Xmithy as he looks for the bulwark after that. And the Blade of the Ruined King, as you said, build being finished. Chouster finding some Xmithy damage. Xmithy going for that. Oh, he kicks him out. Very nice little cheeky play there. Keep himself safe.
And it's become a bit of a mismatch in the jungle there. Those guys weren't even close. That was a full retreat by Chowster. That's the Aegis, as you say, for Xmithy. And Chowster's got the Sightstone. That is a great item for Jungle Lee Sin, but it's not necessarily what the team needs right now. They're 8,000 gold behind 17 minutes into the game. I don't know what they're going to do.
So CLG has been known as a team. Oh, Crescendo here onto Bloodwater, but he gets the hook onto Double Lift, which actually prevented a lot of damage from what would have come. The box goes down. It's going to be that Aframu taking damage once again. He doesn't have Cataclysm, just used it, but Psycho Sid gets himself in. They take down Aframu. Double Lift getting hit up. The exhaust has been used there. Chowster is for safety, but Chowster could go down in this one too if they decide to dive him. He went down to 75% just from the all of Psycho Sid.
Blade of the Ruined King was there for Psycho Sid, and there was no Malphite to stop him, so he got to run rampant onto Double Lift and Aframu, and they are just in complete control of this game. This is going to be the 4th turret, completely unanswered. The kills have been completely one-sided as well, and CLG just does not have an answer.
They also don't have any of Vulcan's turret as Vulcan takes down the 4th one, 10-1. 10,000 on the gold lead. Hotshot GG home guarding already 18 minutes into the match, knowing that this is going to be a base defense game.
He's got to guard his home. There's really no other choice. Home guard boots are one of the best things to get when your team is behind, and they need to be able to rush out to defend this already rapidly approaching split push. The 2 dragons were obviously just kind of given up. Zuna is now 1,300 gold. He's going to be getting that static shiv any minute now, and Double Lift is not only behind 4 kills, but he also hasn't been able to outfarm Zuna. So far in this game, every single matchup in these incredibly similarly styled teams has went to Vulcan.
Absolutely, and I was going to say before, we saw, Chowster liking that Jarvan. They chose to first pick Sona on this as well. CLG has said that the early part of the game is where they need Chowster to make moves. Chowster's actually down now, had to create a Sightstone, so he's only creating movement for himself.
So the race was who could gank top better and first, and Xmithy was the one who beat him into that situation. Okay. And that's been a big story this game because the majority of these kills and the majority of this lead has been created due to those ganks in the top lane and the trades that happen as a result of them.
We'll see Xmithy already sporting the Oracles. They look to clear this out. Probably not do Baron, but force that objective and really put CLG into a spot they just don't want to be in.
The one thing that CLG will have on their side here is the fact that Hotshot does have his teleport on Malphite, and if Psycho Sid isn't applying enough pressure in the bottom lane, he's going to be able to freely use it. But I don't think CLG is in any kind of situation where they want to actually force an engagement. They're hoping that Vulcan overforces onto Baron, and then something miraculous can happen. Aframu does have his ultimate, his Crescendo. They could combo an amazing Shockwave into something, and then hope Mandatory Cloud dies in a bad spot. But if Vulcan keeps initiated and putting the pressure on like this, they're in great shape.
Look at what the Vision is doing for them right now. Trying to get out very smooth moves by Chowster, but there are just too many to tackle for him. Goes down, and this may mean the Baron for Vulcan.
And they know the Shockwave and the Smite is down for them. So if it becomes a Smite war, Vulcan will win this because they're the only person with a gun. So they'll get that one down. Hotshot is trying to teleport back because maybe they're trying to defend this, and that's exactly what they're going to be trying to do. This will be a 4v4 with Vulcan in the Baron pit.
Hotshot right in the middle of everybody, so Unstoppable Force is going to have to find Zuna in the back line. He cleanses and he jumps out, he flashes straight out of that. He does it all defying gravity. The Crescendo comes off from Aframu. Vulcan is locked up right now, but Hotshot cannot get in the pinch. They are kind of stuck between both sides of that wall, and it's perfect for the long range of their team. Bloodwater locks up Hotshot, goes down in the process, but they're going to be able to turn. Zuna's going to find himself another kill. Might even chaos before the Requiem, but no. Kill secured, coming in from Mandatory Cloud.
CLG could not have hoped for a better situation to fight in, and they still lost that one 4-for-2. Zuna took 70% of his health in damage from Baron, and they were still able to come out on top of that one. Meanwhile, Psycho Sid was applying pressure in the bottom lane. He's going to kill Chowster, and this is just a romp at this point.
There was more Chowsters in the minions' favor. More minions in Chowster's favor even for that engagement. Zuna going to push this top lane, like we said, 90% attack speed for 7 seconds on that rapid fire. Looks to even push it with the static shiv, so he's just applying push to that kit, and those are really his items right now. And you saw him get out of that fight, turn around, and crush.
And we're only at 22 minutes here, so that 6-item Tristana is approaching ever rapidly. Especially once he gets that last Whisper, he will even be able to just take down Hotshot. He's got the cleanse to get rid of the first attack speed slow if he really wants to, when that thing's back off cooldown, and they might just continue to force in the same places here, because this time, when Psycho Sid goes down into the bottom lane, there will be not even a home guard teleport Malphite able to come in to shut that one down. Vulcan has so many choices here, and so many good choices, because they basically get to do whatever they want.
And they are playing this smart. They didn't pressure the Baron. We've seen, you know, these teams that we've said before make late game mistakes. They're not able to do things in the late game, but throughout the LCS, that's the chance they've had. Each player individually throughout the lanes have gotten better themselves. Lanes are becoming more consistent, and we did not see this from Vulcan for their first 5 games. They went 0-5 in the LCS, and now they're facing off against CLG because they're right next to each other in the brackets.
There's been so much improvement from them, and they seem to be rising a lot. But as we saw in the last one, the first game can't mean everything. Vulcan going in again.
They feel confident enough to go in on Hotshot here. Here comes Link on the backside. Nobody's near the ball for the Shockwave. They back off. It's all about the positioning for them. If they can lock that Shockwave down, it could be a really good fight for CLG.
And I think CLG's got to be real careful here not to demoralize themselves in the first game. I know we were talking to GGU after that first one. They won the first game quite by a lot. In the second game, they actually lost pretty badly, but had to make sure their spirits were high so that they could come into game 3 with the right mindset.
They said they all had to, yeah.
CLG actually has to do a similar thing here because there's a very low chance that they'll win this game, and they got to make sure that they probably make their moves to try to win it quite soon.
Yeah, they're going in onto Hotshot once again. The ult is down for him. Looks like they want to get the damage. They go in hard on this one. Mandatory Cloud can't get in from the Cataclysm. They've dropped it for him to come back, though. He's going to be a little late, but that's where Chowster and Double's going to meet. Do they really want to stand on the Cloud right now? He is going to be doing so much damage. They forced to tumble right away instantly. They start backing off, and they didn't even really get to take a good look at that fight.
That was a real good fight by CLG. Hotshot just got mobbed, and it allowed the rest of CLG to do some work in there. They stood on the Cloud, they got away with it, and a 1-for-1 that stopped the Baron from happening is a very good play by CLG, who was down 11,000 gold and really has no business still being in this game.
We'll have to see what they can produce. Doublelift not quite down in items, but he's definitely lacking those gather together of the core items he would get once putting them together. He has the Zeal looking for the Infinity Edge. Gonna have to have the Last Whisper, but we already have the armor coming in. The Warden's on Aurelia. Smithy's about to get more tanky. You have the Seeker's Arm Guard on ManCloud. It just seems like he's so far behind right now.
And the one thing that CLG does have going for them is the fact that Link has kept his farm up throughout all of this. Mandatory Cloud was out farming him earlier, but with all the action that Mandatory Cloud has been trying to force, 255. Right on that Orianna, so that's going to be pretty big. But here's another force by Vulcan.
The Requiem is going to start this fight and possibly end it for the team as well if they can continue. Everybody sees the Requiem, and I think it alerted them a little too much, but Doublelift being that low is going to make an advantage.
Mandatory Cloud used that one from the base, so that's now 154 seconds where CLG will maybe not have to fear that. Vulcan really forcing hard onto this Baron, and Chowster is nowhere near this.
Zuna getting himself into that pit so they can get out. They definitely have some gap closers, wall jumps to get themselves to safety if they need to, but the Baron's going to be theirs. CLG will back right off of this. They don't have that Unstoppable Force or Shockwave or Crescendo right now. This could be a big push for Vulcan.
I hope those double golems were tasty down there for Chowster because he completely abandoned that Baron pit. I don't know what was going through CLG's minds there when they decided to back up. Yes, they were probably a little bit too low and they could have defended it anyway, but you have to be together when you do something like that because either CLG has to all split push and try to pressure the rest of the map if you're going to give up Baron, but you don't want one guy farming on the other side of the map and the other two watching the Baron go down because you're just losing pressure potential there.
Looking around the map, looks like CLG has been able to put around 900 damage on the turrets of Vulcan. They've yet to drop any, and that's the cumulative of all three. We see Doublelift getting caught out down to the bottom. Looks like he's going to try to put out some damage. The Bloodthirster will not keep him alive through this pain. Goes down quite quickly there. It looks like ManCloud will pick it up for himself. 18-4, 26 minutes in. Hotshot looks to have Unstoppable Force soon. It's going to probably be the last fight.
It's going to have to be for CLG. They have to make something happen because split pushing around like that, everyone individually trying to kind of make plays or get farmed, isn't going to win them the game here. Vulcan is going to be able to push in. Mandatory's Cloud ultimate still isn't up, but the Baron regen is heavy right now. It's 15 more seconds of Doublelift being dead. They have half of this turret down. Zuna's level 15, so his range is getting longer and longer, and they're going to try to get as much turret damage here as possible. Hotshot home guarding out of the base.
Hotshot's ult is up, but look, they kind of just shut his ult down. They dive into him. He can't find the people he wants. If he dives behind, nobody's there to follow. They keep him in their eyes. There it is. They dive in. Nobody can follow. He's forced to just walk out. Everything was flashed. A good shockwave, but they continue the fight. The Cataclysm catches the entire team. Oh my gosh, Smithy is helping. Doublelift has the barrier. Here he's out. ManCloud comes in. He goes down, but nobody can break the barrier he is putting between his team and the turrets. Vulcan could look to take game one.
That's the late game power at only 27 minutes for Vulcan. They have the Baron. They've had control this entire time, and this 27-minute game looks to be nearing its end.
15,000 gold in their pocket. They're going to put that in the bank. A shutout on turrets. 27.5 minutes in the game. Vulcan takes CLG to game 2, 1-up.
Wow, that is a better start than Vulcan could have ever dreamed for in this one. One more game, and they guarantee their spot in the summer split of the North American LCS. CLG also one game away from being dropped into the summer promotion tournament now. They really have to regroup this time, Riv.
That was incredible play. I expected a good game, but for 0 turrets to be taken by CLG means that they had 0 control of the lanes.
Yeah.
They got a cumulative 900 to 1,000 damage on all 3 of the outer turrets.
Yeah, let's actually take a replay at the 4-for-2 fight at Baron just to show you how powerful Vulcan was in this situation, because you got to remember, there's only 4 people here for Vulcan. They do not have their entire team. Watch how much damage Zuna actually takes from Baron at this fight. Hotshot teleports in. Zuna's getting hit by the Baron this entire time. He has to flash away. He's not involved in this fight. So it's a matter of Mandatory Cloud flashing in, making stuff happen, and CLG had dug themselves such a hole that even though Vulcan made another brute force play that was actually a bad situation under normal circumstances, they were able to come out on top here.
I have never seen a team really use being so far apart of each other as an advantage. Like, that wall would separate a team and destroy them in a fight, but they used it to glorious proportions.
It was just a matter of Vulcan taking this one in hand. There was the sloppy gank also in the top lane where Zuna just kind of brute forced his way down a double lift, but that was after they already had 7 or so kills in the early game. So huge regroup factor coming in for CLG here. They do have way more experience, a couple of them. Hotshot and Chouster have way more experience in these situations of having to play the best of 3s, but that was a statement game for Vulcan.
Absolutely, and to come in that strong in the beginning, be able to push out Chronologic, like I said, 0 turrets when they came in on the game. They let Double Lift have Vayne, and like in week 3 during their Hecker Room, they just kept going after Double Lift in the lane.
Gank after gank after gank. Sure, Double Lift, you can have Vayne, but we're not going to let you play the game. Have fun. That's essentially what Vulcan did.
Absolutely. It took the cog out of his mechanics, but we've got to take a short break. When we return, it's game 2 of the quarterfinal showdown. Vulcan is just 1 win away from a series sweep and a chunk of $100,000. Stick around. Welcome back to the second quarterfinal matchup of the NALCS Spring Playoffs. The winner of this series will guarantee themselves a spot in the summer split and a share of $100,000. Vulcan is already up one game, and with one more, they'll move on to tomorrow's semifinal round against Team Solo Mid. But before we get into the match, I'd like to welcome the man with the Olympic-sized champion pool, Complexity's Prolly. Welcome.
Who makes these introductions for me?
Not me.
Olympic-sized? It's not that big. I've only played like 5 games. Come on, guys. Come on.
Like 5 different champions.
Yeah.
You get 8, and you have all 8 lanes of the Olympic race.
Don't defend him. Come on.
Do you dive into portions of the pool you don't know how to swim in?
Yeah, I mean, I'm playing pool
Is that
party
an adrenaline
6.
rush for you?
Yeah.
All right. So seeing that game, being in a position, if you have been, being down that far in a best of 3, in kind of when you know you can't come back, do you think about the second game, or kind of you do pull a CLG Legion and figure out how they're beating you so bad so you can stop it the next time?
Oh, I mean, you saw, the games like Marnes played when they were down against CLG. Like, they had like 3 inhibs down in like 20 minutes, and they came back. So I don't think it's ever a good point to just like cut and run in a game. Like, there's always a chance the other team can just like screw up and completely throw the game. So,
So I mean, take me through that last CLG Vulcan game a little bit. How did it go so absolutely terribly wrong? Was there a defining moment in it for you?
Those Thresh plays. He got a lot of hooks. He got a lot of flays, and then Jarvan kept coming top. So they shut down double lift really hard. And then when like a side lane's losing and you have Karthus middle, they're just gonna lose even harder. Like you saw bot lane got a kill because of Karthus, and then like top lane got a kill because of Karthus. And then it's like, what? You gonna go fight them now that they have like kills on you and they still have Karthus all around?
Yeah, and it seems like when Vulcan plays CLG, they just attack double lift and Aftermove over and over again. What do you think CLG can do against that? How do they counter that strategy?
Well, they tried with the TP Malphite, but he kind of got there a little late. I think they already had a successful gank, so by the time he came in, they're already so fed that he came in and ulted in, and then they just like, all right, we're going to walk away from you, Big Rock, and that's what they did.
So being a mid laner yourself, obviously Link had a tough time, right? You're up against a global ultimate. Your lanes are losing on the outside. What can you do as a mid laner to be like, hey, I need to roam as fast as a global ultimate?
Yeah, like they got pretty wrecked that game, but definitely probably the person who was like feeling the worst was Link, because he was keeping up in CS against Karthus, and like when you're losing already, it's hard to keep up in CS because like there's so much pressure. But he just couldn't do anything in that game. Like he's playing like an AP support mid against a Karthus, so like Karthus is gonna push the wave. He can't really roam. If Karthus wants to run and farm the creep waves, the jungle camps, he can go ahead and do that, and then like, Link can't really follow and kill him.
So where does CLG go from here then? Because they have to be able to bounce back from that loss. We know they've played a lot of successful best in 3s in the past. What's going through their minds right now?
I have no clue what's going through CLG's minds. They're trash. That's probably what's going through their minds right now.
Double Lift is going to have to wear one of his own shirts. So what do you see for them? If they were given Double Lift, how do they, if they're to support him, what strategy can they come out with next? Have you seen CLG bring to the table?
No, it looks like they just have to survive early game because they lost really hard after that first Jarvan gank. Like, they never really came back from that, so no. Play safer. Maybe don't buy Sightstone on 0-3 Lee Sin, something like that.
Yeah, so it's on the table right now. One more loss and CLG's out. Vulcan's got 1 game in. We know what happened last game. Give me a quick prediction. Who's going to win and why?
I don't know. Vulcan's looking pretty hot right now, and they took that game really easily, so if they just ride their confidence, it might be really hard for CLG to stop them.
So hot right now.
So hot right now.
Well, thank you very much, Prolly, as always, and we'll see you in a little bit. All right, everybody. So as we almost get into this game, Vulcan CLG, second matchup of the day to come, and we just saw Vulcan really pull out all the stops in that match. They left almost everything out on Summoner's Rift for Game 1 because they need a little bit for Game 2, but that was super impressive.
And you hope they didn't put all their tricks into one basket because that was such a one-sided victory. Sometimes you can kind of forget how to play the game because that game essentially came fairly easy for them. So if CLG just bans out the strategy that just worked for Vulcan, maybe if Double Lift takes Tristana away, maybe if they ban out Karthus or if Link just picks it away, they have a completely new setup, right? They could completely change the second game and get that first one right out of their minds.
So to say that was the swap and for Vulcan on red side would say Counter Logic countered it. They were the ones that call the swap back. Why didn't they just leave Hotshot in the 2v1? Malphite does all right there.
Well, I think it was just a matter of them not wanting to let Zuna get any farther ahead. As soon as you put him into a 2v1, they're already getting dove 2v2.
Right.
They're just going to 3v1 dive hotshot, and then you're going to have another person really far behind. The only thing that may have accomplished is Doublelift getting back in the game a bit, but who's to say that Vulcan wouldn't have just followed them around? At that point of the game, it's not that difficult to follow swaps around the map, so I think CLG kind of accepted the fate of the lanes and just went from there.
All right, we'll have to see what they put in. Coming into game 2, Vulcan is up by 1. This game gives them a series sweep. Champion Select could tell us a little bit of that story right now.
So the Amumu ban, this time because Vulcan has the first pick. So much like the Nasus was banned out in the last game, since both of these junglers kind of have 2 deep pools with the third jungler being a little bit questionable, it looks like Vulcan might be going for that first pick Jarvan, but maybe we'll see the same situation where it's a matter of, okay, we'll leave 1 up, but then the other team gets 2. Because last game, when CLG decided to pick Sona, they gave the Jarvan away to the other side. So now it's the choice, I think, for Vulcan here if they want Sona or if they want Jarvan. Or completely something else.
Wow, they also took the Shen. I'd be very surprised if they didn't take it as well. I don't think we've seen Link play Karthus. Karthus still there, so you're getting 2 globals if ManCloud takes it. But yeah, they have the Jarvan. Chaucer should take that. He can create more early game pressure with his favorite jungler right now.
I feel like Vulcan just threw a huge curveball at me right there because I see how they took the Shen away from Hotshot since that is one of Hotshot's fallbacks.
It was banned last game.
But there is still so much left. Like the Jarvan and the Sona are still available here, and they're actually just going for Thresh instead. So mind blown, these guys have practiced enough Thresh at this point that it's the #1 pick for both of these teams, even though coming into this, almost all of Aphromoo and Bloodwater's successful games were on Sona and Lulu, but they're going for Thresh in almost all situations.
I think mind blown is the right way to say it, because it was the support last time for them, but it was Aphromoo Sona. You know, you still get on Thresh, we know that just as good, but you don't get the fight initiation. You have to put yourself in there. Yeah, you get the pull, right, but you're going to get 1 guy instead of an entire team.
And a lot of that could have had to do with what Prawley actually mentioned when I asked him what the turning point in the game was. He was like, the Thresh hooks. Because they kept landing on Doublelift when the ganks were approaching.
That's true.
And they created the kills for him. So COG might just be saying, we want the Thresh hooks this time, and Doublelift is just going to turn into Zuna and just explode on the enemy team. Even though they're getting the majority of the composition they had last time. They got the Karthus again. Again, they've picked Mandatory Cloud's lane into whatever CLG wants to throw at it. And I think that's potentially dangerous, again.
We really don't see the jungler for Vulcan yet either. You'd see that the 2nd or 3rd pick here, but they're saving it out, maybe really to see what they can crowd control all the lanes, or they control all the lanes with.
And I just blah, blah, blah. I don't know, man. The Twitch actually comes out instead of Vayne, so the Vayne Tristana lane didn't work for them last time. They have a lot of opportunities here because Hotshot will get to pick the last pick, whatever lane he wants to go for.
Right.
Doublelift's Twitch will have fairly good protection already just because the Orianna shield will be able to get thrown onto him if he sees necessary. And I'm not sure what Vulcan's going to be coming back at them with.
Absolutely, have no idea. We have seen Alistar in the lineup for CLG here before.
And the situation, though, for Vulcan is just what is the 3rd jungler here for Xmithy? Because he played some Lee Sin when he had to pick a 3rd jungle. He's played some Hecarim when he's had to pick his 3rd jungle. Obviously, I'm saying his first 2 are Nasus and Jarvan already, so I don't know what they're going for with that last one.
I think I said Alistar for CLG. I meant for Vulcan here, but it looks like Bloodwater may lock it in. They're really going to go for that. They're just trying to kick people back into the engagement. They have the crescendo. This is maybe tons of shield team.
Yeah, so what happens here is it's just another one of those gank the Zuna lane again and again. And I think this is a jungle Lee Sin Xmithy, if I had to guess. And he's actually pretty good at it. The week where they went 3-0, he played Hecarim and Lee Sin a couple times.
Yeah,
and they're actually running that with an Alistar lane for the extra setup. It might work in this situation. I mean, Bloodwater did get the Sona. They just want the Lee Sin. I mean, they just saw Chauster's Lee Sin be extremely ineffective, and they're almost just like throwing down the gauntlet here and saying, we're just going to have it work for us. This is not the same level of late game awesomeness that they had last time. Instead, there's actually a lot more late game on CLG, so Vulcan will have to win this one early.
That is true. It's odd. I'm still kind of in the curveball situation phase, but to see this come out, Xmithy, and on a jungler, like you said, doesn't scale as far into the late game as we're going to see Jarvan scaling. And Hotshot, GG, Psycho State are going to kind of match up in that lane if they choose to swap it. However, that's going to be big as well. Maybe CLG can use the Thresh hooks to their advantage this time.
It might just be a completely different game. The first game, they have to pretend like it didn't happen, actually. So even though Vulcan will want to keep the confidence going, they can't pull off the same moves they did in the first one because CLG might be able to come back at them. They still have to worry about the teleport malfight. The solo lanes for CLG are exactly the same. Mandatory Cloud and Link had a happy farm, fun time matchup where they just kind of farmed with each other last time. They get to do that again. But the rest of the game has to go completely different for CLG, and they may have picked the composition to do it.
So with these junglers being picked out, can Xmithy be as aggressive as he wants to be still as he could last time? Or is he just going to have to focus on the lanes?
I think he has to be almost more aggressive than he was last time.
All right.
Because the impetus is on Lee Sin to make things happen. I've seen some junglers in the OGN start with a red elixir that they want to get so aggressive early. They don't even care about the Butcher's Blade to clear the jungle. They just get a buff and they go fight people. And that's essentially what Xmithy might have to turn himself into on Lee Sin.
Wanting to draw blood from the first few seconds of the game. There they are, pitted face to face. Vulcan versus Counterlogic Gaming, game 2 here of our best of 3. Riven Jap bringing you this game live from Los Angeles as we get underway with our second playoff best of 3 of the week.
And no red elixir start for Xmithy,
No.
but he did go for the Butcher's Blade and 5 health potions, and he needs to get aggressive very early on.
We'll see where they decide to push. It does not look like Vulcan's going to their ways of pressuring any of the tri-bushes as they did in previous weeks. We'll have to see if the lane swaps come out as well. CLG does like to swap the lanes, as we see Vulcan also last time. First time these teams met, CLG pulled what we saw in the first game between Dig and GGU, those AD and supports in mid. But we've yet to see that from them yet.
And it may be in CLG's best interest to try and pull off a lane swap just because they know how it didn't go well for them last game. Last game, they essentially really just opted in straight up to that 2v2 lane because a lot of times it is the purple side team that'll want to do the lane swap because they have access to the double golems.
Right.
And the fact that CLG sent 2 up there regardless was saying, we want to fight you 2v2 because we are confident in our ability and these are the lanes we want. It didn't work out for them, and this time it looks like it's actually kind of Vulcan saying, we're not going to do the hard opt-in. Instead, we're going for what I'd almost like to call the default LCS lanes.
This is kind of a different game for the junglers altogether, right? You get your 2v1 lane to gank. Are you good at 3v2 ganks when you go into the other AD support, or are you better at the 2v or the 3v1s when you go in on the single guy?
These situations do play out much differently.
Yeah.
Because the 2v1 lanes have a lot more wards down. So if you try to do a 2v2 gank, you have to be a lot more creative. And then you also have to worry about the 3v1 tower dives that we've seen so much of this season, where essentially the one person has to run away or hope he gets 2 people to support. Otherwise, he's at huge risk of just getting dove. A lot of times they end up just giving up their turret instead. Maybe we'll see something similar this game because it is looking like they're going to be doing those matchups, and Hotshot has a ton of experience in 1v2 lanes.
It looks like they're all helping on the experience here so they can get safe. Not safe in those lanes, just not all in, if you will. Xmithy going to get some help there on the red. He goes ahead and smites that one away, actually, so no fast one for him. And Mandatory Cloud, once again, taking the blue.
Same move that Vulcan pulled in the last game. They want Mandatory Cloud to get that early edge on Link in the mid lane. That's one of the reasons, actually, Mandatory Cloud was able to out-farm Link in the last game. Link out-farms everyone, I said this before, everyone in the LCS except for Mandatory Cloud, as is what happened last game as well.
Oh man, I don't know when the last time we saw a Boots pot start was, but shout out to Link for the Boots pot start.
And it actually makes sense against Karthus because move speed is more important than ever when you're trying to dodge Karthus Qs, especially with the blue buff. So last game he wasn't necessarily having to dodge constantly because, well, he didn't expect to have to dodge constantly because who gives Karthus blue buff at level 1? But they actually called it this time, and that's why he started with Boots.
This is really treacherous in mid lane for Link. Chaucer knows he has to create pressure in other lanes. He starts to move.
There's a ward he's walking through. Psycho Sid sees it. He's already falling back. So at this point, he's going to wait as long as possible because he knows that's where Chauster walked, and when Chauster shows, he's essentially going to have to give this up.
Oh man, see, would they want this turret right now?
They're going to take as much turret damage as they can as long as it's safe, but they have to worry about the roam coming in from Mandatory Cloud and Xmithy on the jungle. Link is passively farming in his turret, so there's the opportunity for Psycho Sid to still be able to get turret damage.
There's way more dictating happening here in this one by CLG, but Smithy's there. They're going to be able to counter this one. Good flashes to get out of the crowd control that was there. It wasn't much after the taunt. I think Psycho Sid could have waited a little bit longer on that.
That's that 3-man roam, counter roam almost. They knew that 2 people wasn't enough to hold turrets because they've experienced that earlier on in the LCS season. They knew they'd still get dove, so they roamed up Mandatory Cloud. That's actually, even though they stopped the push for Vulcan. That is good for CLG because 2 Vulcan flashes were burned, and Link got the all-important shove in the mid lane, which will give him a slight experience edge on Mandatory Cloud.
Hotshot forced to chug his potions, but he knows he's a little bit safer down bottom with all the pressure happening top, so he can go for those last few bits of CS. He still has teleport. He'll make it back to the lane. Nice and easy. He goes for the flask, actually, lately, instead of that Doran shield right away.
Really going for a lot of potions. So he started with like 8 or 9 potions, and then he just went for the super potion. And he's just going for experience in this lane. That's what that tells me, because he's dumped almost 700 or 800 gold into potions at the start of the game. He's really just worried about his teleport ult at this point.
So again, CLG now forcing pressure on all the lanes, and this is kind of going to pressure Xmithy to make more moves than usual, right?
And Xmithy hasn't been able to make the moves yet as Link pressures.
Oh man, there's the Ignite down. It's going to be a few more hits. He gets the last ball queue down. First blood going to Link.
And he got the blue buff, which is so important. There was a couple seconds left on Mandatory Cloud's blue buff after he got it at level 1, and that is huge for Link.
And you can see ManCloud's flash is down quite a bit ago, so Link had planned this engagement for a little while.
It's because of the play that Mandatory Cloud tried to make top where he burned the flash. So it just allowed Link to aggress. Adding on top of that, he started with the boots, so he knew if he got Mandatory Cloud into a bad situation, he could run him down, and that was just excellent play by Link.
Really a great job. Link, knowing ManCloud roams first, he's going to take advantage of it somehow. Turret damage good on the bottom. It looks like they could be able to get some more, but still, none has dropped yet, and it's going to be Chowster coming down to help and kind of tax out the lane for Hotshot.
I actually think this is really good sharing by CLG. You get a boost of experience, essentially, if you share lane XP with someone else. More map experience is actually created for them, so Chowster in the past has fallen behind a little bit, and sharing that experience will allow his brawling potential against Xmithy to be higher.
We'll have to see as ManCloud comes back to lane now, trying to stack his tier. Sork boots and a Doran's ring already for Link. This bottom turret still getting some good aggression. Chowster goes flag toss onto Zuna. Double lift, sneak in the backside. Toxic Flash is down. That rocket jump to safety.
So the last game, CLG actually got shut out entirely on turrets, and this game they decided to swap the 2-person lane back down bottom before they'd be able to finish off the turret. So CLG is actually trying to extend the gold flow in this game and make the laning phase longer because they don't want it to break down. That's why they're swapping the lanes this early before the turrets go down.
And it's pretty smart, right? When you're fighting against an AoE team, you want to get the advantage in lane before you dive into that fight.
I think that CLG has the late game advantage in this one, even though they're against a Karthus and Tristana. Twitch Orianna Malphite is probably a little bit more, and that would be why CLG's decided to make this. Both of these guys are late game teams. They both have fairly late game team comps, but that's just the call that CLG decided to make.
Looks like a little tit for tat back in the top lane there. ManCloud, you can see how much he's forced off of mid lane now. Just the positioning of the Q from Link is really keeping him away from CS. He's getting them with the Qs, though. Just a few here and there.
He's just got to be passive as much as possible, and it's tough now because he gave the blue buff up to Link.
Ooh, got some flashes going down in the bottom lane. Aphromoo trying to get the flash Q down. Bloodwater forced to flash as well for support flash there.
So he was trying to pull off the charge up the Q and then flash in for a point-blank range death sentence. Bloodwater saw it coming and burned a flash of his own because they were very scared about giving double lift that kill.
It looks like they are going to want to keep tabs on this blue buff as well. They know he took it right away. It's going to be about that 7-minute time jet, and they have eyes all over it. Hotshots even coming down to party.
And this is not something that Vulcan can contest happily. So Chowster using that experience a little bit earlier to make sure he has the power to get that. They refresh the blue buff onto Link, and that's big time power for CLG because even though Mandatory Cloud does have that tier of the goddess, the ultimate cooldown is kind of the all-important thing. Karthus' rank 1 ultimate cooldown without the blue buff is 192 seconds right now, so it definitely takes the pressure down on the side lanes by denying those blue buffs.
And usually you get a blue buff and then it's down and then you have to wait for it, but Link has gotten 2 consistently. That's got to hurt even more against your opponent.
It really hurts Mandatory Cloud. It's just constant pressure for Link. It's essentially 8 minutes of being able to spam his spells completely free, and because they were able to steal that, they actually gave their own blue buff to Chowster, who is now going to be able to clear the jungle faster and hopefully get a bit of an edge in this one.
You know what this is leading to as I look at Mandatory Cloud is he has to use all of those lay waste to farm. His mana's low. He's not able to Rec Room as much as he was last game. He hasn't even created pressure with it yet.
And he's not able to harass Link down either, because when he had the blue buff, he could use the Skittles to farm and to harass, but now Link is getting to free farm as well. It's actually not hurting him that much, as you can see 75 to 76 in that lane. They're both
It's a good thing he got a tier.
But it's a good thing he got that tier, and it's a good thing he's a good enough player to avoid Link's harass, with no defensive items whatsoever on Karthus.
Yeah, like you said, I'm going to be 8 minutes soon with a blue buff, and he's been able to dodge all of that. Losing out due to a little bit of flash mind games that we saw Link take him out there for the first blood. And it's been the only blood as both teams here kind of playing on the edge of their seat for their playoff match. The second in the best of 3, as we said. Vulcan up 1 game so far here at 9 minutes.
The lanes are a lot closer this time, so the ganks haven't necessarily pulled off in successful ways. Xmithie hasn't been able to create much early pressure on Lee Sin, and he's actually camping down in this bottom lane trying to sit in a pink ward. He might be getting those happy feet of his own because he doesn't know exactly where he's going to be wanting to fly in, and they don't really know if they're going to be jumping in to a counter gank.
Chouster just on the edge. They may try to come in on this. Looks like he's actually gather with Aframu here before they go in.
And the interesting thing here is Vulcan has a very low turret that they might be trying to pressure down on. So they're hoping that COG gets a little bit aggressive. This is a very mind-gaming situation because both teams sense that there's probably a third person here, but neither team knows for sure.
So Mandatory Cloud has sectioned himself off of Link in middle, so the Requiem could come in. It doesn't look like he's farming the Wraiths either. No, his mana is going down, so he's farming it out. They're not going to engage, though. They kind of just back off of it.
Chouster did decide to show, though. He wanted to share a little bit of experience down there to make up for his trouble, and now he might try one of those creative ganks through the wall, but no, he's just dancing around. Even though he's got the double buffs, he hasn't used too much of that blue buff he was able to get for himself to create anything happening.
I'd say it's going to happen soon. Hotshot just back. The teleport's up. All the ults are there to be used. See if they get a ward on Dragon here soon, if they can relieve some of the pressure in the bottom lane. But Vulcan looks to be kind of roaming here.
And this time, though, for COG, with the teleport on Hotshot, doesn't help them as much because Psycho Sid can just match it with a Stand United of his own. It's not that Aurelia versus Malphite matchup at all, so they're probably going to continue to farm out this top lane, split push each other, and then show up for the fights. Here we go, though. As you said, soon it might be coming. Chouster went full circle, and he's behind Vulcan.
So showing himself in the front, they made them feel quite safe here. They're going to show in the back, and they say, wait, we've been here for quite a while. It's going to be knocked out there. The Buster shot going on to Chouster. Bloodwater gets hooked in. The Requiem comes in to turn the fight around. You can see it changes CLG's mind for a second. They only get the kill onto Bloodwater.
Didn't turn around much of the fight, and even though the Shen ult tried to come in, Hotshot interrupted it with his unstoppable force over in the top lane, so that was the well-executed gank by Chouster, and it burned the Requiem from Mandatory Cloud, so huge wins across the board there for CLG.
We'll see what kind of items are coming in 10 minutes, or 11 minutes into the game, I should say. The Giant's belt onto Psycho Sid, and the Negatron cloak for Hotshot GG. Looks like they're going to kind of have to itemize differently here. Whoa, double
man.
it! Taking some big damage, doing a yelling in the background.
Xmithie just came in from the abyss there, surprising everyone and just kicking Doublelift out of the game. He's gone. He's dead right there. Even though he came back to lane with the BF sword, so Doublelift was feeling very confident there, knowing Zuna was just on that Doran's blade, but Xmithie made him pay.
That was crazy. Happened so quick. We almost didn't get there in time to see the kill. Vulcan's starting to make moves. They pull 1 kill here to kill that deficit that they have. It's still 1.5 thousand gold, or 500 gold actually, only in the lead for CLG.
And they got to be real careful here because Psycho Sid's ultimate is not up and Hotshot's teleport is. So even though Unstoppable Force isn't there, they could not risk Hotshot teleporting in there and creating a 5v4 at the Baron Pit for Vulcan. So they pulled them down a little bit. But at the end of the day, they're just going to go back farming, which is a shame because they have littered wards down by the Dragon.
And you can tell Mandatory Cloud not going to be doing any roaming this game. No boots yet, went for Catalyst, knows he has to stay in lane. The blue buffs hurting pretty bad against him now.
And it's just a farm off. He's been able to keep up, which is a testament to himself. He's farming these lanes, which is actually making more pressure on Xmithie to make something happen. He's the one who's going Sightstone in this situation and trying to make stuff happen. That's one of the reasons there's more wards around the pit as Xmithie tries to make a play, because they have the double Sightstones on Vulcan as well. But they should try to make something happen with it because they are sacrificing team fight auras for those double Sightstones, and they have to make positional plays instead of straight up brawl plays.
So we will, looks like so far, the Infinity Edge for Zuna. Doublelift continues to finish that as he usually would on a Twitch. They're going for Dragon here, and that's going to help. See how much money they have.
They know that Zuna and Bloodwater had just went back to base, so they decided to force this one. Also, Link was saying Mandatory Cloud just went to get blue guys. That means there's probably no jungler or Karthus there, which means you have a free shot at the Dragon, and they just took it.
So CLG already playing a different game here. They've put themselves in the lead, which they did not have at all last game. Like we said, within these games, when CLG wavers the lead, they are not the one to take it. So we'll have to see if they can keep this one in their hands right now. Just about 2,000 gold as they look to pressure the mid turret.
CLG is very good at playing with the lead.
Whoa, Mandatory Cloud, the fast finger flash, and he gets himself out of an unstoppable force.
It's a good thing that he was able to twitch that flash, but they trade the mid turret for the top turret. And to get back to that point you're talking about earlier, CLG is very good at playing with the lead. In this situation, Doublelift hasn't been killed a bunch, so he is in a pretty good situation. He has been farming, a little bit out-farmed by Zuna, but that's an acceptable margin for CLG right now. The big thing is Link is going strong. They're up in kills. They're up in total gold. When CLG plays with this lead, they actually don't make that many mistakes to throw.
I think we have everybody gathering in middle here. We have seen the Dragon go down so far. That gold lead still in favor of CLG just a little bit as we come up to 15 minutes. Hotshot looking to expend the last amounts of his mana bar here. Just taking a bit of damage from Psycho Sid.
And that is a lot of attrition that's been applied to Hotshot there. Either Psycho Sid's going to get a lot of damage at his turret here, or Hotshot's going to have to burn his teleport to get back to that top lane, because he's completely harassed him down there. And surprisingly, Psycho Sid's actually not trying to force that lane to the turret super fast.
CLG putting themselves in a good position, no matter how much they know it or not. All the ultimates right now for Vulcan are up, and they would really be looking to make a move. Requiem, Stand United, and Crescendo. But they're not even in that position. They are going to try something here in mid, but Link sees it.
If that Wall of Pain would have landed, it would have made Xsmithy's skill shot much easier onto Link, but because it was a little bit misplaced and Link smelled it coming, he was able to just back out of the area. So many wards are littering the map for Vulcan just because of their double Sightstone. They're actually very impervious to Chouster's gank in these situations. Chouster needs to recognize this and just farm up.
Both of the junglers with 1 assist. AD carries with a kill, and it's going to be Link with that 1 kill right now over ManCloud, and that's the kill they got 1v1 in mid. Let's see where the blue buffs still stand for those guys. Nothing actually for them right now, and it looks like they're going back to possibly get theirs if it pops up soon on CLG's side.
It's actually getting to the point for these guys because of their itemization that they don't necessarily need the blue buff to keep it up. Link with the Athene's and Holy Grail, huge amounts of mana regen, and Mandatory Cloud going with the Tear of the Goddess, Rod of Ages builds for when he gets his Seraph's Embrace to just have a huge amount of ability power just from the mana bonus of the Seraph's Embrace, plus just a huge shield he's going to be able to activate as well.
So we see the Aegis trying to come out here for Chouster. The Lantern going, whoa, kick back and forth. Xsmithy's finds himself in the middle of a fight. Psycho Sid comes well. Stand United comes in. Hotshot teleporting down to the fight and trying to get with his team. It's going to be Karthus in middle, so Mandatory Cloud not going to end this fight as CLG starts to push Vulcan out of the fight. Xsmithy very low here, but they keep
Link's
turning.
behind them.
Link coming in from the backside. Orianna looks to wreak havoc on the back of these guys. Psycho Sid in a 3v1, almost gets the kill. ManCloud coming onto the back. It's going to be Smithy going down. Link finally gets the ball in for the double kill, looking for the triple kill on the Q move, and he finds himself a hell of a lot of gold coming down on the late side of the fight.
It's not often you see the mid lane matchup that isn't Karthus get to the bottom lane first. So Link ran for that as soon as they saw the fight starting to come. Everyone arrived at that fight as quickly as they could. Mandatory Cloud was far behind Link because he didn't actually want to get caught partway through and just get soloed by Link, so he was lagging behind substantially because Link beat him to the punch at the start. Then when he came from behind, crazy chaotic fight by the way, he was able to just completely clean up, and once Vulcan saw the Orianna behind them, they kind of had to overcommit because they knew there was no escape, and it just all worked out for CLG in the end.
That was great positioning. I definitely put it in Vulcan's favor there. I said they had the Crescendo, they had the Requiem, they had the Stand United. Well played by Chronologic Gaming to find the way in and out of that fight. They pick up some good gold lead, and they pick up a few kills for themselves there. Mainly Link on that triple kill, a needlessly large rod in his pocket on top of that. Athene's now Hotshot starting to recipe together his favorite items.
And you can't really fault Vulcan for trying that fight too much. They didn't know that Link was going to be able to sneak down there. They thought that that gank was going to pull out. They realized that Hotshot would probably teleport in. They expected the counter gank there, but they knew they had the Stand United. So they were just ready to engage in a 4v4 because they thought they had the edge, but they were wrong.
So when you find out you don't have the edge, does it go back to, we can semi-farm now and we'll find somebody out, don't engage a 5-on-5?
Well, that's the question for Vulcan at this point, because that one didn't work. And with a Lee Sin composition, you don't necessarily want to engage in those 5v5s. You want to get the positional battles won. And the forcing by CLG is just overwhelming. This might be a fight that they would want to take, though.
Smithy trying to get around. They almost get the smite on, trying to get the safeguard in, but it's not going to happen. They transfer it over once again.
So total control by Link there. 4-0-0 on Orianna. Still not out farming Mandatory Cloud, but getting more and more powerful by the second.
They don't need 7 wards to take it.
No. they can just get the blue buff when they want with their overwhelming strength.
Do it when they want. So we got pings in the bottom lane. Link, I've said last game, he's making me a liar now. I said ManCloud roams before Link. Link all over the map, so omnipresent this game. Psycho Sid has the aggression up top, so it looks like they're trying to pressure every lane right now as CLG dictates these lanes.
And they really have the pressure because even though that was a two-man gang top, there's 3 people bottom and there's no answer in the mid lane for Vulcan to try to put any pressure back at them. So that is a free bottom lane turret for CLG.
That's just the thing, that they are kind of in the mid lane and they aren't pressuring it. They watch those turrets go down. They're finally going to get that wave pushed.
And this is actually a bit of a race here. So there's 3 people for CLG in the bottom and 4 for Vulcan in the mid lane. But CLG has the turret priority here. They are pushing more important turrets right now than Vulcan.
Oh, they just backed off of mid. They may be able to get it down there. No, Trist is still there. Looked like a minion with the shield on. Picture in picture, getting the best of me. So we have 20 minutes on this. 6-2 here, and it's about 4,000 gold lead right now in favor of Counter Logic Gaming. 3-2 in turrets. So they've gotten those this game.
At least they were able to trade 1 turret for a turret there. They went back at the right time because if they would have traded 2 turrets, that would have exposed their inhibitor. And CLG's just deciding to pull back for this Dragon. But this, if Vulcan gets here fast enough, could be a fight. But CLG burned that down so fast.
They are able to get the smite down. That goes to Chowster. They get themselves safely to back out of this one. The Aegis is finally finished. They can really thwart off a lot of that Requiem damage as they huddle around Chowster as these fights go down.
This is really crazy, Riv, because the last game was so one-sided, and CLG seems to have regrouped very well off of that. This is not the same one-sided flip that we would have previously seen, but CLG looks very in control this game. They have the Runic Bulwark already at 20 minutes, and Xmithy went for the Sightstone there on Lee Sin, so the auras in teamfights are just not even comparable. Doublelift is farming up a Storm on Twitch, even though he's died 2 times. And most importantly, Link has had the best of Mandatory Cloud this game with 4-0-0 on Orianna.
He has, and somehow we keep saying this for each person, but he stayed on top in CS, 223 to 209 right now, without blue buffs all game, with that tier stacking up. So like you said, they built for the mana regen, because some of them didn't have it.
It's a really interesting matchup watching Mandatory Cloud and Link just farm at each other because they are just so good at killing minions. It sounds foolish, but they're really, really good at farming. And no matter really what the situation is, they're able to get all the creeps.
And we see Xmithy, eyes on Xmithy. Oh no, the pinch coming in. He tries to get himself out of the safeguard of the minion. Oh, what? Oh, he flashed that too. Pulling out all the stops, Houdini.
That was a really hard flash too because that was a close range unstoppable force, and that was great reaction, but all the reaction in the world doesn't help the 4 people beating down their turret, and that's another good move by CLG, able to take that one.
Quite bittersweet. Yes, indeed, he did live, but they lose that global gold to the team. 32,009, we'll say 33,000 now to 28,000. So that gold lead is growing in favor of Counter Logic Gaming. We'll hit the point again that when they have the lead, they can carry the momentum, and they usually don't falter from here on out.
They got the auras too. That's another one of the reasons I think they can take these games in such control, is because they just make sure that they win team fights while already going into games with a split pushing strategy. So one of the big things you try to do against a split push team is just create team fights. But because CLG builds so strongly for team fights, they kind of set up one of those damned if you do, damned if you don't situations for the enemy team. And that's what we're trying to see right here with Vulcan.
Chowster getting hit up a little bit. Xmithy feels like he can put some damage down, but he's really done nothing using that whole energy bar. So good deterrent there, I guess, an invade.
You were right. He didn't do anything.
No.
That was one of those 0 damage situations for Chowster. He popped his Golden Aegis shield. He had a Orianna ball on his head since there's 693 ability power coming out of Link. That shield is shielding for 300 plus. That just, Smithy couldn't touch him.
These guys, I was going to say they're burning each other, but I don't know. Psycho, you are sitting on top of a Sunfire Cape right now, and that's going to hurt.
And there was a Twitch in approach too, which he needed to run away from. So he kind of had he had the advantage on Hotshot, but he was like, you know what? I feel very unsafe right now.
Why are you standing still attacking me? 23 minutes in, the mind games continue between these two teams. Looks like they find Psycho Sid, so the Unstoppable Force was used there, the taunt run, the flash for the engage, and it looks like Spray and Pray is also used here. They're spending a lot, and it's going to be a lot of focus on Baron. No, the teleport stand united to go to Karthus. They're going to go for Baron.
So now they have the Karthus on the Baron. Hotshot has his teleport as well, but there is absolutely no double lift here. This is the move that Vulcan would have to make something happen.
Oh, flash crescendo from Bloodwater. They say, we don't want Baron, we want the blood. They're going to go for the kills. Link is the focus. Chowster comes into the fight, locks it down. Hotshot's there for the teleport as well. He says, I can travel the map as well. There's a Requiem coming down. CLG turns this one on the heads of Vulcan as they try to pull out the magic tricks.
I have to applaud Vulcan for trying to make that play. Smithy.
Oh, Karate Kid coming in big for a kill, but it's going to be Link picking up another one, 6-0-2 on the day.
And now the Baron might get turned around on Vulcan. That was a smart move trying to pull it off, but CLG was ready for that one. I mean, the teleport was well timed. Link landed a awesome crescendo to stop Mandatory Cloud from really getting in on that fight. And now CLG may acquire this Baron and put a seal on this game.
Looks like they're going to be able to get a Baron. Like I said, they don't make too many mistakes from here on out. The re-engagement onto Vulcan was crisp, clean, and it got Link another kill. He now sits with Baron and his team strong. Looks like they're starting to take the CS lead as well in every lane but the AD carries.
What an awesome playoffs we have here already.
Absolutely.
Good Game University coming out 2-1 against Dignitas miraculously. Vulcan really just showing up super hard in the first game against one of the most experienced teams in the world as far as League of Legends goes, or at least some of the most experienced players, and now seeing CLG bounce back so strong in the second game, potentially forcing a game 3.
You know, displacement, moving, locking off a champion is such an underrated thing in League of Legends. We see Cataclysm can help and hurt a team. Shockwave changed fights for Jinte last game in GGU, and it's changing fights for CLG here as well.
And I think we're really seeing these teams got to put, wow, as Hotshot goes in for Zuna, that's a lot of trouble.
Yeah, Zuna's probably not going to be too happy here. He's going to get punched in the face by Rock. He does have help from McSmithy, but that's not much. It's just going to be that rage backwards. Gets the kick. They're going to be good. That's Buster Shot. That's 2 ults to save him from the Rock.
Yeah, and Hotshot is a Rock. He's not taking any damage. Yes, they all knocked him away. Now they have to run away from him, and CLG's using the advantage to just get down the middle turret.
You can tell Hotshot's happy. He's in stream mode at home. He's bouncing up and down in his chair, knocking his knees together like he usually does. He is pretty much knows he can mess with anybody here. The Shockwave just missing on that dive-in.
It is unfortunate that Shockwave missed, but they still got what they came for. Baron buffs regenning everyone up. They've now gotten the 5 turrets, and to get back to what happened before Hotshot showed how rocky he was, is it tells you the value these teams put on Jarvan.
Yep.
Because when Smithy had it, he was controlling. He got those 5-man ults off, and now when Chouster has it, he is dictating this game and creating fights in the right spots.
They have a bit of wave clear here. Obviously, if you keep ManCloud and Zuna in the front, but that's scary wave clear. That's the initiation that Hotshot GG wants. So once they get up to these turrets, they're going to be able to poke a lot of damage.
And Hotshot's got the build to be able to both dive turrets and also survive in the Defile. He's got that 40% CDR from the Spirit Visage? Yeah, Spirit Visage.
Yeah.
And the Frozen Heart. And it's just a matter of, right now, Vulcan does not have the tools to kill a Hotshot.
Seraph's Embrace coming out from Mandatory Cloud, so he is going for that Seeker's next. Looking to keep himself alive. And it still becomes situational for zombie or not zombie Karthus this late in the game.
At this point in the game, it is sit back, Karthus, and hope they dive you, because you need your Defile and the turret to essentially get stuff done, and they need to keep Zuna alive as well for the end of fights. So they're really just hoping CLG does something foolish so that the Defile can just do its work. If he dives in too far, CLG will probably just go right through him, because Chouster, Hotshot can fly through, Link will be able to shockwave whatever he wants, and they'll be positioned properly in that situation.
So 27 minutes in here, it is 10-3 right now. Chronologic Gaming looking to take game 2. They do not want to give Vulcan this sweep. We're going to see what they can do here at their first turret aggression in the base.
So 5 turrets down already. Baron buff's got about a minute left. Hotshot just does not take damage from the turret, and it's a matter of CLG just manning up and going for it, because I think they could do it on the next wave.
They got a little bit of damage onto that one. And by a little bit, I mean a little bit of nothing.
Yeah.
We'll see what they can do. A lot of O's in that middle column for CLG. They've only gone down 3 times, and it's been the AD and the support. They go to dive in. Mandatory Cloud gets locked up here. Seraph's Embrace right away, and they're going to deter that fight. They get that lockdown. They're trying to figure out what they can blow on the cooldown side of Vulcan here.
There they go.
That's going to be a lock. And the Zuna gets, oh my gosh, he doesn't even get a chance to jump out of that. Smithy pushed back. Mandatory Cloud looking for the defensive run. Defensive flashes all over the place. Nothing used in aggression. And CLG has eyes on the inhibitor.
I really like how Hotshot made sure the turret stayed on him that entire time, because he's actually the only one on the team to build an armor item. The only other armor is part of the runic bulwark that Chouster has. No one else has any of it, so he was the turret tank. He essentially nullified the turret. He is a human ohm wrecker. He turned it off because all it was doing is hitting him, and they're able to burn the Shen ult, get the inhibitor, and get out with no losses.
We'll see what they can do as they continue to push here. Psycho Sid called off his stand and he kept going for the turrets in that top lane so he could get his team some global gold and kind of stop the bleeding, stave off the bleeding a little bit that CLG's been putting on here and wrap that one up. We're going to see this chase again. Hotshot just being a nuisance in the top lane.
And this is the situation where they know that Psycho Sid Shenolf is down, but Hotshot's teleport is up, so they can force the... Right now, since Mandatory Cloud is up there, 5v3 in the bottom if Hotshot goes.
This is going to be real big. Hotshot uses Unstoppable Force to get out. They don't have a wave, so they kind of plan this one good. But like I said, that wave clear, siege clear is not there for them. Hotshot's going to try to force off as much as he can. Shockwave comes out. Xmithy is all locked up there. They get a good lockdown. Zuna is face-to-face with Aphromu. And you can see Hotshot is still messing with Mandatory Cloud in that top area. He gets out once again from the fight, forced to flash out of that engagement. The inhibitor is now going down. Hotshot gives up in the fight. Mandatory Cloud forced to back as well. The inhibitor's going to go down.
That was awesome stuff by CLG. Just the distraction from Hotshot in that one, keeping the attention of Mandatory Cloud just long enough to flash away from the Skittle that would have killed them, keeping enough health so that the Requiem wouldn't have killed them either, and then allowing CLG to pick up their second inhibitor.
More health being picked up here by Psycho Sid. He wants to try and get the Randuin's Omen in as well. Hotshot was able to pick up that Giant's Belt, so we're getting quite tanky here in the end of the game. You can see Link stretching out, getting his neck all stretched as they are going for possibly a final engagement and a push for Vulcan to Game 3.
And this is really good growing opportunity for CLG here because Link has been the one that's really carried this game. Everyone always talks about kind of Double It being that threat, but this game Link really stepped up. He was able to get as many kills as possible, and he's the threat, and it's allowed Doublelift to get kills because Vulcan put such a focus on trying to shut down Doublelift that it allowed Link to shine.
This is a scary spot. There are summoners down all over the place for Vulcan here. Flash and Ignite for Mandatory Cloud. Teleport is still up for Hotshot, so he can split push that top lane, and they can choose to just pressure an open inhibitor here. Those doors have been knocked down, and they look to keep them down.
And now with 2 inhibitors down, like you said, the super minions will be arriving at the base very quickly. Very difficult to defend those third inhibitors, especially with the Baron coming up very soon. So CLG has many options open here. If they just kind of mess around with Vulcan near the Baron pit, they can either get a free Baron or a free base, whichever they choose.
And it looks like all the CS about to be soaked up by Vulcan, as Counter Logic could have a free Baron here. 7 seconds until it comes up. There are really no wards Vulcan can see up until their wolves are up to their wolves, I should say. Past that, it's all a light bright for CLG.
Vulcan hasn't been allowed into that jungle for quite some time because CLG has had such control of the game. So this is that completely uncontested Baron that we talked about.
Going to get called on going back on the wrong side of the court. They don't really have anything they own at this point. It's going to be a push down middle if they can really afford anything now.
At this point, doesn't look like CLG is going back to Elixir up, which is what a lot of teams do sometimes after Baron. There's about 5,000 worth of unspent gold on CLG right now, but they're not wasting any time. They want to get to Game 3.
Shoster getting poked a little bit. That red buff onto Zuna may be able to do some good damage in this fight if they can start it to a kiting form. But I don't think it's going to happen. A kick out, they get the damage off the inhibitor, but Hotshot is just relentless here, putting himself in the middle. His team is not even as sure as he is, but he knows the damage he can take. They take it down. The crescendo on the back line. Nobody's there to follow up, though. That would have been an amazing engagement.
It's one of those situations where they just do not have the tools to fight.
Absolutely. It's coming down on to Mandatory Cloud. He goes down at the Seraph's Embrace. No Zhonya's there. The Requiem comes out, but it's only going to tickle. CLG looks to continue the fight. Psycho Sid is the only one to go in for his team. Bloodwater stands on the back side as he watches the Nexus turrets go down. Chat, they look to bring it to a Game 3.
32 minutes in now. CLG with the resounding comeback win. 16 kills to 4. Total domination almost once they had a bit of an early game lead. CLG just closed that one like pros.
And deja vu, we saw Dignitas do it as well. It's not the steer up enchanting, it's the sigh of relief. They're ready to do it again, though, with the momentum they have.
And what are we going to see here? So this is going to be our 6th game of the playoffs today. Both of our first-round matchups going the distance. And that's the look of fear a little bit on Doublelift there. I mean, I guess that's how he always looks. He doesn't actually show expression in his face. He's just cold, tactical support player. That just sets the stage for the third game, Riv.
And there really is a white and a black to that one, right? It was Lanes won last game by Vulcan. Lanes completely won this time by CLG. 4-0-9 Malphite, 8-0-6 Link.
And let's take a look at that Baron fight actually as well to show just how CLG took control of this game in that situation. If we can look at that Baron thing. It was a fight where they already had the big lead. This is the Sorry, I thought we had a different clip. This was Vulcan's forced attempt at the Baron when they were trying to make the comeback. But CLG, even though they didn't have double lift here, since Psycho Sid was so low, it was essentially like a 4v4, and the shockwave on Psycho Sid and Mandatory Cloud just ended the fight as far as CLG was concerned.
All of these fights looked so good as they came in. The teleport top fight as well looked like such an amazing fight for them, and CLG adapted really, really great in these fights.
Yeah, even though Xmithy made the hero move to finish off Aftermove at the end of that, it didn't stop the Baron. CLG was able to come through with it, and that was actually a really good move by Vulcan to not let CLG run away with it, but it ended up actually letting CLG run away with it.
So the back and forth continues. Coming up next, the epic conclusion to our second playoff showdown. Game 3 of CLG versus Vulcan. The winner guarantees their spot in the summer split, and a chance at the spring title. The loser has to fight for their LCS life in the promotion tournament. Plus, TSM's team captain, Reginald, joins us to break down the match. Stick around. Welcome back to the NALCS Spring Playoffs. It's Game 3 between CLG and Vulcan. After 2 games, each team has shown they can dominate the other one, and what the future holds for these two evenly matched squads couldn't be more different. For the winner, there's a guaranteed spot in the upcoming split, a share of the $100,000, and a match against Team Solo Mid tomorrow. The loser will have to fight for their spot in the NALCS Summer Split, if you can. Acronyms are fun. In the promotion tournament. To help us break down this matchup, I'd like to welcome TSM's captain, Reginald. Thanks for joining us here at the desk. Watching the last match, obviously a change-up from the first one. What do you think CLG brought to the table that was just different for them?
I definitely think Thresh, and they surprised middle with a kill, and they got blue buff. Like, one of the biggest things is when you're playing against a Karthus, right, you cannot die to that lane, because Karthus, if you beat Karthus, you can bully him around and just roam and bully the whole entire map. But if you're losing to Karthus, Karthus can sit middle and just farm the whole time and just use his ult, and you're already doing enough by just pressing R. So I think Vulcan kind of fell behind when Karthus died mid.
And why was it so bad for them when they fell behind in this composition, particularly against CLG?
Absolutely. So Karthus is the type of champion, right, where you can constantly push up and you constantly farm raids, and you're always there. You're always the fifth person just pressing R. It's 250 damage, and people didn't expect it. Karthus did really well the first game, mainly because I think CLG wasn't used to playing against Karthus. Like, Hotshot ran in and fought Irelia, right? And he's like, okay, I can get away with 200 HP. I'm fine fighting this, and we're just going to trade. But he runs away with 200 HP, and then Karthus just ults, and Karthus gets a free kill. So like there's a lot of like surprises. Like at the same time, Bloodwater's like renowned for his Lulu play. He's really good Lulu, and he pulled out Thresh and surprised Sonas. Thresh is a big lane bully, and they managed to get hooks. They got the kills they needed, and they snowballed the game. Similar with the last game, CLG, they killed Karthus in lane, and they had an engaged comp with Orion and Malphite. They were able to just bully Vulcan when they got the first early kills and snowballed the game as well.
So how do you counteract that when obviously you Stand United and your Requiem coming in at level 6 and you don't get it when you need, when the team just keeps knocking on the door? What do you do from then on out?
So I think when you're playing against a strong global comp, right, you have to constantly pressure, and the biggest times to make plays are when their ultimates are down, because Shen has a very long ultimate cooldown, and Karthus has a very long ultimate cooldown. They're weak by nature when they're fighting straight up against other champions, but they're strong globally, because it's always an extra man you're fighting against. And it's really important to pressure all lanes when you're playing against global comp, because if you're pressuring the global lane, right, they can't go elsewhere and fight there. So CLG did a really good job with that, and they constantly pressured the map. If you play passive against a comp like that, you're just going to lose, because they're going to outscale you. They're going to split push, they're going to win globally, and CLG played it right, and they won.
And coming into this, even though there was the fan vote 70%, 30% favoring CLG, what did you see in this matchup, and who did you think was going to come out on top?
I thought that Vulcan was really hot last week. They literally went 4-1, and that was a huge surprise. Like, they just came in and they won. And it was a huge surprise to me that they just outright beat CLG. I always thought CLG was going to actually win, mainly because I think they beat Vulcan last week. I was really surprised that Vulcan was able to just straight up just stomp CLG the first game. I think the third game's going to be a really difficult match, because when you're playing a best of 3 and you're 1-1, everything's on the line. There's a lot of pressure. CLG definitely has a lot more experience with best of 3s. Like, we played for a whole entire season, best of 3s, MLG, best of 3s, IPL. There's days where we played like 14 games in one day, and Vulcan doesn't have that experience. They're used to best of 1s. They're not as experienced as CLG, so that might come into play. But like, I absolutely don't know what's going to happen in Game 3.
So what are nerves like coming into the third game? If you haven't used that strategy, what is a team thinking when everything's on the line now?
Teams usually go back to what they're good at. Teams usually go back to their standard, like the most comfortable comp, because they know they're going to do well at that game. They're not going to try anything crazy, because everything's on the line at that point. They're going to go in and play what they're comfortable at and what they're good at. And they're already warmed up. They've been playing for 2 games now. They probably know why they lost, and they're going to go into the third game really solid and just play at their best.
So final thoughts on this game then. Who's going to win it and why?
I think CLG is actually going to win it, mainly because Vulcan caught them by surprise the first game. They're not going to allow that to happen again. CLG has a much better late game than Vulcan. All they need to do is survive. And pretty much, I definitely recommend them banning Thresh.
All right, so preparation and ambition, a big one for this matchup. They have the homework of those 2 games we just saw. Reginald, thank you very much. I'm sure you'll see you later around the studio today. So we have the next game and the last one in this series. It's going to be CLG and Vulcan, that third game to come up now, Jat, and this is going to be absolutely amazing. These teams have just put themselves on the top one game and then on the bottom the next game, and it was kind of just flawless the way each team posed that to the other one.
And if the last series taught us anything, we saw 2 one-sided games, and the third one's going to be the great one. It's the one where they're going to be really close against each other. It has to be.
That's the way it happens.
They're going to ban Thresh this time. We're not going to have the hooks do anything crazy. Maybe one team just won't be the only one with their favorite jungler. Maybe both junglers can be comfortable in this last one. And I'm expecting actually a really incredible match here.
It's if they're really going back to their comfort ones, who's going to get the bans?
So at this point, it's CLG back on the blue side again. So they have the first pick if they want it.
Yes.
But what's happened actually is there's been so many priority picks and so much shared between the teams that first pick has actually felt like a disadvantage for these guys. Red side has won both of these games because red side or blue side gets the 1 pick and then red side gets the 2, and it's just more.
It's like, boom, countered right off the bat. We got you. So Lux has seen a ban every time. The brothers going out once again. Shen not being played this game. Jace and Twisted Fate once again. They always try to force the other team on it real quick.
I think these are the exact same bans that we saw in the first game.
Yeah,
You'd have to correct me if I'm wrong.
Super
And
close.
It's the Thresh that is picked first this time. So Reggie wanted the Thresh ban. Nope. But it's the Thresh pick for CLG, and he's won both games so far.
They don't get the ban. They do bring it in. Like he said, once you're in a lead or behind a Thresh lane, he can zone you out so much, and he's going to hit those hooks even more.
And it's just going to be a matter of Vulcan not wanting to fall behind in this one because something immediately has to give. The Jarvan team has won both games this series, and the Thresh team has won both games this series. Not going to happen for a third time here, so it's one of those get 1 versus get 2 situations that we just talked about. And I actually wonder if... See, I was actually like, maybe they'll pick Sona, but obviously they're not going to because they already have Thresh.
At least we caught it this time.
We caught it this time. I don't see Thresh as a support.
The support pick first. But so we have 3 games in a row. Zuna picking up his Tristana. Feels safe on that. Xmithy's going to be back on to Jarvan. That Lee Sin really, I don't think it fit either Chowster or Xmithy there. It was kind of trying to work too niche with the composition.
It didn't really seem to work. And even though the Sightstone is kind of a team fight item for Lee Sin because he can jump around and try to kick people through, they just didn't find the situations where it would be relevant. Hotshot on Malphite seems very good for them. That was a great shutdown for them last time. And this is a, obviously without the Jarvan, but so far comfortable situation for CLG. I wouldn't be too surprised to see Chowster go with a Mumu as their last pick and just go with an even heavier teamfight composition than they did last time.
That would actually be pretty crazy. Vulcan likes to gank the Amumu, so they may even want to see that come in as well. We do see a little bit of poke being put in here with some Diana, as well as the engaged going with Jarvan. So they have safety as well as face roll, which is offense and a good defense is a good way to go in at it.
And Diana coming in for Mandatory Cloud, it's actually a pretty good pick. The thing is, he generally picks Diana against lanes that have a lot of trading potential, so he's picked it against things like Kha'Zix a lot in the past, or even Zed. But again, for whatever reason, Vulcan is picking Mandatory Cloud's champion before last pick. In the past, they had always picked Psycho Sid's top laner first and just said, we'll pick it into anything.
Right.
But because of the picks that have been going against him, banning Renekton every game and picking Malphite away from him, for some reason, they're just waiting for last pick for Psycho Sid this time instead of allowing Mandatory Cloud to pick into the counter matchups. And we'll see what Link goes against it in this situation. Will he go with the Orianna again, or is he going to go with something completely different as well?
The Orianna works so well for them, and it gives them just that long-range initiation for the fight. You can throw the ball on Malphite and get that double lockdown. And they're actually going with a lot of beef this game.
Chowster going with the Volibear, so Orianna can speed him up if he wants to try to get in there. It is one of the big Quadra 4 junglers that a lot of these guys have been playing. And it's not something I've seen Chowster play much of, but
I was just about to say this.
I think this is his first Volibear game in all of the LCS. We'll have to see, quite a time to pull out your first champion all year, but crazy move for them here.
The lock in here for the top lane. Who will we have? There are a few to be picked. They don't have the global composition, so they probably won't go with the Vladimir like they pulled out in the past few weeks. I really can't see much of what they pulled out. They're going back to the Aurelia, actually.
The Aurelia worked out for him.
It did,
in the past.
Yeah, it worked out well, especially against the Malphite, against the speed lockdown team. They even had Chowster on that one, too. Or, yeah, Chowster. Lee Sin on that one.
Even with the attack speed reduction, it was enough to just power through. The only difference in Vulcan's there's a couple differences in Vulcan's composition from game 1. They have Diana instead of Karthus and Sona instead of Thresh. For CLG, the only differences from their game 2 composition is there's no Jarvan. Everything else is the same for CLG. So these are similar compositions to the ones that we saw each team win with. So they're both kind of going for comfort. A lot of the traditional strategies in these best of threes was to just ban out what was working for the other team. That didn't actually happen in this situation. They just started trying to pick away what was working for the other team because these are very similar teams. They like a lot of the same champions. And this should just be a throwdown for the final game.
And we're going to say Chowster bringing out the Lee Sin and the Volibear here. I'm really excited to see what he can do. CLG has said, we look to Chowster to make moves in the early game. Can he do it on Volibear?
Well, Volibear in the past has been picked for his incredible early game power.
Yes, sir.
A lot of people do not want to fight a Volibear in the jungle because no matter what, he gets away from the situations. His passive is just so potent in the early game. And the only thing you have to wonder about is even though Volibear has seen play since his Q nerfs, which took his level 1 move speed down from 45% on Q and to 30%,
Just a tick.
and then had it scale up throughout the game, will he be able to make the level 1 plays? Because Chowster needs to be able to do these, as we've seen, in order for CLG to succeed.
And we are into Game 3, ladies and gentlemen. We'll have to see if that can happen because everything has to be put onto the Rift in this one. Game 3 of your second playoff matchup, CLG versus Vulcan. The winner of this will go on to face Team Solo Mid. And that is going to be one tough game. So it looks like they're going to have to use everything they got now and build it up for that.
So now, Red Elixir once again on Psycho Sid. Just the potion opening again for Hotshot GG. Everything looks fairly standard in this situation. Doesn't look like they're trying anything crazy. This is the most important game these guys have played all year right now. Winner's definitely in. 100% for the next split. Still have a chance at that $50,000 first place prize in the playoff tournament. And there's nothing going on here at level 1, just wards and standoffs.
Not surprised. I thought they may do something with the Thresh. They may do something with the flip of Volibear, but no hooks, no tosses to come in and start this one off. It looks like it's going to be safe again. 2 wards coming in for Vulcan to keep that bottom side extra safe. They're right next to each other, which is kind of odd.
And again, what I would want to call the standard LCS lanes, because the AD carrying support are in the lane with the double golems, and they're opting into essentially those 1v2s. But interestingly enough, are they going to give the blue buff to Mandatory Cloud again, even though he's on Diana? That's going to be the crazy thing, because Vulcan has done this jungle opening now 3 games in a row, and it doesn't look like CLG is doing much to counteract it.
It looks like Xmithy is going to stay topside. Mandatory Cloud going for the Wolves by himself. And, it's going to be a long way around for Psycho Sid here.
So it does appear that Psycho Sid is actually swapping back for some reason. What? They're going to do the AD carry and support mid lane, I think, and then have Aurelia go top lane. So Diana is someone that is capable of doing a top lane or a bottom lane, so a side laner. And even though it's Mandatory Cloud is usually a mid laner, that looks like what they're going to be trying to do. And they are giving him the blue buff afterwards. A lot of really last-second movements by Vulcan that CLG will have no knowledge of since they have no wards in Vulcan's jungle.
They're definitely going to roam to mid here, and this is kind of the pressure we heard GGU talking about, right? When they get the Blitzcrank, you can put that support mid. Obviously, Sona can't pull those buffs over walls, but they can still roam to the buffs more and keep better map pressure here.
And we'll see if Vulcan's able to put on the map pressure here because they know where Chowster would have started. Well, they don't know exactly where Chowster would have started the jungle, but they can guess based on how Link approached the lane. They know roughly which side he came up on.
Good call.
But Chowster is rushing there so fast, and they know that Bloodwater and Zunu are there, that this is mainly just to try and shut down Link. They're not going to gain any additional buff control by having the 2 people mid.
We see Xmithy going back quite early since he didn't get too much help on his attacks, or on the camps, I should say, using that smite for his first one. Psycho Sid getting some blade surges in for CS and a little bit of attack damage in as well.
And there's pink wards down in this bottom lane for CLG if they want to have Chowster approaching for a gank. He knows that he can walk through that one brush cleanly, and Mandatory Cloud might have to worry about a dive. They could do the Lantern Volibear gank from that brush and maybe catch Mandatory Cloud unawares of the turret, but no, they're just going to brute force through.
They're going to say, hey, we're here, and we're going to try and push you off of the lane. So it looks like they're just trying to brute force Mandatory Cloud out here, shut him down from experience.
And this looks really good for CLG because you cannot match this type of turret push pressure in the middle lane when they have Sona and Tristana there. So Mandatory Cloud is just having to give this up essentially.
And we see Xmithy trying to put pressure onto the top lane. Now he knows bottom is in a hellacious position. Mandatory Cloud isn't even seeing minion waves right now.
It is just a matter of total denial, and CLG is actually not focusing on turret damage. They're trying to deny as much as possible for Mandatory Cloud. They know how much Vulcan keys off of Mandatory Cloud's success, and as soon as they saw Mandatory Cloud was down there by himself in an abusable situation, they want to do everything they can to keep him down.
And this is going to be bad, right? Because you can't take the time to even switch ManCloud back to mid here, but it looks like they try to take out Link in mid. They are going to create that pressure aggression, but like you said, it's not as easy.
It's the thing about the mid lane, as soon as you get the dive, there's another turret behind them, and Mandatory Cloud is now stranded at this turret. Chouster ran mid.
Chouster just diving into the fray, gets a little ball help there from Link. Looks like he's backing off pretty safe.
This is a really crazy level 1 now because it's now just 2 people, Doublelift and Afromu, trying to farm out this lane and maybe go in for a late dive on Mandatory Cloud. They know that Mandatory Cloud has no flash up, and he does have support and jungle coming to help him.
That turret is taking just so much damage. Now, like you said, they haven't put pressure on it. The minions have been putting pressure on it. Yeah, they put a few hits in, but that is theirs. That turret is preemptively damaged down so they can get some global gold whenever they need it. Quick items to be finished. It looks like Hotshot could get some help now from the jungler in the top lane, which he's already taken.
And the thing is about these trades in the bottom lane, Riv, is if CLG wanted to, they could have the turret already, but they deliberately chose not to kill that turret because denying Mandatory Cloud to them was more valuable. We'll have to see if that pays off here.
Mid turret almost down as well. That's some big map pressure to be let off, chat. Is the bottom going to equal the mid?
Well, it looks like the mid is down beforehand, as you said, and no, it's actually not. The mid turret is more valuable than the bottom turret in terms of map pressure. Obviously, the gold is exactly the same. It's 750 for the whole team, but it's really a matter of Link with 20 minion kills versus Mandatory Cloud with 9. And that's the trade that they're making to sacrifice essentially mid turret for bottom.
Let's see what Mandatory Cloud can do to keep himself in this game. His build is definitely not going to be one, like you said, that they can key off of anywhere towards this mid game unless he finds some good kills or good amount of CS from here on out. We do have 24-17, like you said there, 40-38 for Hotshot GG and Psycho Sid. So those lanes are farming accordingly, and the AD carries are quite close as well.
And it's more of the same as far as the CS goes in these games. The laners are very evenly matched as far as being able to farm, and especially Hotshot. Going up against a red Elixir champion on Malphite, who doesn't necessarily like really bully lanes, but Aurelia is a pretty good matchup for him, and he's doing a good job so far.
Leveling up that ground slam, making sure you can get those waves pushed as well. The ping's going down. Or really just ping Chouster just for where he is. Maybe they can be aggressive here. Hotshot kind of staying in lane for a second as he gets a little aggressed down by Psycho Sid, playing some mind games here at 6.5 minutes in. It's only about a 500 gold lead in favor of Vulcan. They do once again have a shutout on their turrets, so we'll see if they can keep that. But it's that bottom one that's very low, so I don't think it's going to last for too long.
CLG has this if they want it. Chouster has spent so much time in this bottom lane this time, but this time made more of an impact than he did in game 1, where they got a bit of a shellacking, and they'll be able to get this turret down, which will give them the gold lead. We'll see if then Vulcan can make moves accordingly because the mid turret is down.
So this opens up dragon pressure as well, so their advantages are kind of stacking now.
It opens up dragon pressure kind of for both teams because both of those turrets are close to the dragon, so it actually takes away from the retreat paths of both teams when they decide to go for dragon. It takes the safe areas away because now the blue buff for Vulcan is less safe since there's no turret in that area, and the dragon/red buff of COG is also vulnerable.
All right, we'll have to see how teams play off of this one. Bloodwater getting some use in return on investment from that pink ward. Looks like he puts a little gold in his pocket. Still, Link does not look like they have gone back to buy too much yet. No, he did. He got a Doran's on the first back. Still has that Fairy Charm. So really, we've seen the past few games these guys starting into the Rod of Ages right away, starting the tier right away, but they're kind of just building in lane for regen.
I think one of the big reasons they did Doran's Ring actually is Hotshot gets ganked. That was nice.
That was pretty cool.
He actually unstoppable forced while Xmithy was trying to get the flag knock
and the
up.
Blade Surge.
Interrupted his move block and knocked him up in the meantime, allowing him to just kind of get a free escape while doing some nice damage. But to get back to that other point, the Doran's Rings on Mandatory Cloud and Link had a little bit to do with fear of diving, and they wanted to pick up a little bit of temporary health in order to stay alive.
Psycho Sid still sticking with the Blade of the Rune King build. Bilgewater Cutlass comes out on him. Even, really, the boots are being thrown to the wayside here in the early part of the game. We saw Dig doing it previously back, I believe it was MLG week, and now kind of people are waiting off on boots in their games now, but still to pick them up later. It's not really a lane they would need it in. They're kind of fighting back and forth, and then backing out. We see Afromu head to the bottom lane here. Looks like he's going to back to give some more support to Doublelift with wards.
Both of these guys, AD carry-wise, farming really well. Junglers have mainly just pressured lanes. this is where they might catch Hotshot by surprise.
They try to go again. The flash gets him out that time. So they try with 2, they try with 3, maybe 4 next time.
Xsmithy did not ultimate there. I think he just hit level 6. I wasn't sure if he had his ultimate up during the initial gank. If he would have had ult, they could have gotten Hotshot GG, but Hotshot barely got out of there in time. Now, though, this could be turret number 2. When they got the turret lead in that first game, they really just carried it through, but they didn't. They had the kills that time as well.
They absolutely did have kills at that point. 10 minutes in, though, 9.5 so, if you will. It's not a bad time to get your second turret. That means CLG, however, is going to be able to pressure bottom, but it doesn't look like Vulcan's giving up in the top lane.
They could just continue this push because they know that the Dragon is gone. Also, Mandatory Cloud is able to freely farm, but it's on Hotshot now to hold off this 3-man push. Malphite is a pretty good guy for doing this, but they might be going.
Most of his summoners and that ultimate down. They go for the jump, rocket jump onto him. The kill goes over to Zuna. They perfectly execute that.
Very dangerous situation there. We knew we had no ultimate or flash on Hotshot, so Vulcan could just jump right on that, but they will not be able to get the rest of this turret because Link was able to go back after that Dragon, so they got a kill and a turret for a Dragon, which is a slight edge for Vulcan.
Hotshot still piecing things together, 59-73 in that lane as that CS started to get some discrepancy into it in favor of Psycho Sid. Everybody else quite even. Actually, Link this time has taken over in mid CS, 71-61.
And this was actually the only game where Link and Mandatory Cloud isn't necessarily comparable because they were in such different lane situations. Mandatory Cloud got denied multiple waves right at the start of the game because of the 3v1 setup he was essentially in the bottom lane. And Hotshot's items as well. This is just what Hotshot does. He pieces together as much as possible. You will almost always see 6 items in his inventory, whether it's potions or wards or just components, because there's not an item in his inventory worth more than 475 gold, but he's still got 6 items.
ManCloud pulling out the Seeker's arm guard. He knows he is going to have to dive into fights here with Xsmithy. It's going to get tough. Chowster and a Hotshot, a Volibear and a Rock. That Malphite to go through in a team fight is going to be really hard for them.
And it was a huge boon for CLG last game when Hotshot could just be the hugest distraction possible.
Yeah.
Vulcan will have to have that guy to try and solo Hotshot, and it may be Psycho Sid Zarelli with the Blade of the Rune King, even though attack speed against Malphite isn't necessarily the best way to go. Or it could be Mandatory Cloud's Diana. It's just a matter of which one of them they can get going and who Vulcan wants to initiate fights.
But how often do you see that? We know you kind of say Psycho Sid's picking Aurelia into Malphite, but how often do you see somebody say, this is a skill matchup, I'm going to play attack speed anyways because it's going to help my team in the late game?
Sorry, I was thinking that Diana was going to go, and I agree with you. You don't see it all that often, but in this situation, because Psycho Sid was so heavily targeted in Champion Select, it was the thing that he's most comfortable with. And when you watch the actual team fights play out, Hotshot is much more worried about getting onto Zuna, so Psycho Sid essentially gets to escape the attack speed slow late game from Hotshot GG because they are in completely different sectors of the fight, and he is invulnerable to it in that regard.
All right, we'll watch it play out here. We're only at 12 minutes. Those fights still a ways away as we are watching the Dragon and turret control sway back and forth here. Only 500 gold in the favor of Vulcan. They also sit a turret ahead. One of those turrets is the mid turret as well. So if they choose to start pushing in, as they have with the wards around that blue side, they can start to make some advantages.
And this does feel like the closest game we've had of the 3. It's been a little bit slower. There hasn't been any crazy Link soloing Mandatory Cloud and stealing a blue buff. There haven't been crazy 3-man dives. It has been trading objectives and just farming up gold because when CLG's had those little edges, they're able to pull them through, but Vulcan has a little edge this time. And this actually reminds me the most of the game that CLG and Vulcan played in Super Week, where it was very close almost the entire time. And then CLG was able to outmaneuver Vulcan a little bit and steal a Baron objective, so this one could very easily go in any direction.
So here we are pushing down into mid. It looks like all of CLG now coming together here. They're going to be able to use all of this gold in the next fight, which isn't a lot. So we'll have to see what they can do.
They're going to have to get a lot of damage down onto this turret. It's quite low. Obviously, Psycho Sid isn't running down. Hotshot could potentially teleport in, and Vulcan just wants to clear the wave. They don't have very good wave clear as a team.
Pushing that out. Zuna gets the last hit. He is a little down in CS, but he almost has the Infinity Edge completed. That's going to be a big burst in damage for them. But see the aggression now of Chronologic Gaming. Look for Chowster to make these moves.
Oh, and Pink Ward on Pink Ward. Actually, Vulcan is able to finish off it right at the end, so CLG knows there is vision on this one, and that is why they're pushing down mid while they're giving up their blue.
Hotshot's going to be there to help a little bit, and it's going to be damage onto the turret. Hotshot GG back and forth with shards onto Zuna, just trying to deter some damage, but Zuna's just kind of taking it.
And Hotshot needs to be in 2 places at once because Psycho Sid was also pushing the top lane. That is a turret for a blue buff. That is a trade that Vulcan is willing to take because it's not even a blue buff for a turret. They get the other blue.
This is something that CLG did not allow to happen last time, and they're being kind of spread thinner on the map.
Which is really strange because you look at Vulcan's actual siege wave clear and it's low. They have 2 melee solo lanes in Diana and Aurelia, so if CLG was able to put up a siege at a turret, they would actually be able to starve out Vulcan a little bit, which I guess is why Vulcan is split pushing a little bit more because the shove of Diana, when she's actually in a lane and able to melee creeps, is quite fast.
Blade of the Rune King finish on Aurelia. Just a 200 gold off for the needlessly large rod that goes with that Seeker's Arm Guard. And then they have 650 gold on Link. He's looking to complete that Athene's Unholy Grail. He's a little bit behind on that one. We'll have to see if this scaling and this increase in damage that Vulcan can pick up here soon can put them even more in an advantage.
And we see that 1,400 gold advantage, which is actually pretty big when you consider the greater context of the game. It has a few implications. If I look at the gold of the individuals, Zuna is 400 gold ahead of Doublelift, which if he went to shop now would actually be enough to get the Infinity Edge, whereas Doublelift would not be able to complete his yet because he still doesn't have the Cloak of Agility.
Right.
Also the fact that, you know, Mandatory Cloud is actually 200 gold behind Link, but the rest of his team is much farther ahead. Psycho Sid 500 ahead of Hotshot, that's going to mean some item breakpoints, and even Bloodwater having 400 gold up due to the global objectives is actually a Sightstone entirely up, whereas Aphromoo is still working off regular wards and having to put the money into that.
So we can see where the core items are and where the recipes sit. A lot of recipes right now. That core item is only going to Psycho Sid as he's, like we said, finished that Blade of the Rune King. Hotshot, like we said, piecing together items for himself. We look around at the CS, it's still quite even. And really, again, props to Mandatory Cloud and Link and Lane for all their CSing. Like we said, ManCloud having some trouble in the beginning was able to bring it back. Now our Dragon Engage.
And CLG needs to stop the global gold bleed. They know they have Hotshot's ultimate up, so it's on Psycho Sid. He's actually trying to shove up the other lane, create as much map pressure as possible so that if Hotshot teleported in, he would get a turret out of it. So Vulcan is actually willing to concede this Dragon if it means a turret, but they're just going for it and forcing CLG into the choice.
They have the wards, 2 pink wards now for CLG in the top
go.
bush here. They may dive in on this. The teleport comes in from Hotshot. Looks like they are going to completely take over this Dragon. Oh, he tries to get out. He does actually get the jump there on the second one. It looks like they are going to go Cataclysm on it. Smithy locks up 3. It's going to be Chaucer and Aphromoo looking to walk around and get some help out here, but it looks like ManCloud on the backside. Aphromoo able to lock a few more up with a flay, but Zuna comes back in to do the damage. Smithy flag tosses back in, and the team is just able to take out CLG methodically, losing only Psycho Sid.
4 for 1. Psycho Sid came down late to that fight and really made a play. Zuna has double buffs after that one. CLG was forced into going, and Vulcan just took it in stride. They're going to get the Dragon out of this as well. What a great play for them.
He could really go on Zuna here. Zuna has the jump, but he's got to be careful. He has flash. If he just flash Q'd, he could get those double buffs for himself, but it looks like he backs off. They grab the Dragon and actually give a little bit of CS to Zuna there.
Big time plays. Having the double melee solos in that fight in particular exploded Doublelift. Everyone just jumped onto him and he was gone. There was a great crescendo the Bloodwater landed that kind of counteracted the shockwave that Link was able to land, and it was a great fight overall for Vulcan. It was actually a very chaotic team fight. They don't have necessarily great AoE on Vulcan despite having the crescendo. It was scattered enough that they were able to come out on top.
Super scattered, and those purchases of those items, right? Like we said, the news of our draw just came out. It was a Fiendish Codex to come out from Link. He was 600 gold to 1,600 gold. It's a bit of scaling there in the damage. A 2-0 and 2. ManCloud just picking up his Zanyas.
That's going to be very great for him, especially if he's going in onto Link. Everyone's reaction times have evolved to a point where Shockwave on Orianna, if you have your flash up or if you have his Zanyas, you can avoid the damage entirely. Yeah. And that's exactly what Mandatory Cloud's going to be able to do. We've seen everyone dodging Malphite ultimates if they have the reaction speed. I mean, if they have their flashes up, they just dodge it. These guys are ridiculously good, especially in the low ping environment that we have set up here. That was such a big win for Vulcan because they were up in globals. And really, that's a matter of CLG just having to force the fight and try to win it. And since they lost that, I don't know if CLG can continue to force the fights.
That gold coming in right now is really big, as it did complete an Infinity Edge. Now you look at 3-0-1 to a 0-1-0, almost the same CS. Infinity Edge. So Doublelift is keeping up. He just cannot stay on the outside of these fights. That extra possibly 800 gold that you're seeing is that Brawler's Glove and the dagger.
It definitely looks like he's keeping up, but it won't be that way for long. As Hotshot's trying to distract, but his team is not in the position to capitalize.
Oh, he plays Ring Around the Rosie, and he gets himself out. Very nice job there. Using the ultimate, however, he's still waiting for a few other things to come back up, so they're not ready to engage anyways.
Yeah, that would have been great if other people were doing things, but everyone was back shopping, so that was just the team not being in sync in that situation. And now there's a Malphite ult down where Vulcan is probably going to go for this blue because they know Chester's going there.
These guys are just hanging out in each other's neighborhood, walking by, just kind of hiding in the bushes. What's going on? So it looks like they allow CLG to have their jungle back only for a little bit of time here, knocking on the front door. They come in for the blue.
And CLG did smite that away because they would have had an opportunity to fight that. Since they knew that Psycho Sid was off in this lane pushing, CLG wanted to be able to send 5 there to make sure they got the blue buff, but getting the blue buff onto Chouster isn't exactly what they wanted. The pressure alone is a win since they denied the blue buff from Link and also got the turret from Psycho Sid over in bot.
Now, would you not call that playing with fire? Was it just a smite being down from Chouster there that said they're not going to do Baron, let's push bottom, it's okay to show our top laner in bot right now?
It's not a matter of them having to worry about Baron yet. They weren't necessarily playing with fire. The only fire they would have been playing with is if Hotshot had his Malphite ultimate up.
Okay.
But he didn't. So even though it was a 5v4, there weren't really hard ways of CLG initiating unless Link landed a miracle shockwave, but it wasn't the case. And again, Smithy's just hanging out.
He is all over the jungle right now. He says, why can't we share? Let's just be friends. Hotshot says no. He's trying to be greedy right now, but more to his own. He wants that for his team, and they need to get themselves back into this one. Right now, they sit exactly 5,000 gold down, 3 turrets, and 4 kills at 20 minutes. Smithy finally leaves them alone, and it looks like they're going to have a little bit of play time in mid in just a little bit.
And I wonder when Vulcan's going to kind of get their next team fight. The interesting thing about their team composition is since they don't have a huge amount of ranged poke, and that they have to be so committal when they decide to go in, they have to find the right fights, and they can't necessarily dive turrets.
That's the second unstoppable force as soon as it came up to be used defensively.
And this just gives more freedom for Vulcan to kind of go around where they want. Now they only have to worry about the shockwave and the thresh from coming in, and the threat of Hotshot's unstoppable force is non-existent.
Yeah. So the teleport is up now. That's what I was saying. He was waiting for that, so they're not going to engage, but now that down again once one is up, and they still just have to wait it out.
And this would have been a dangerous turret for CLG to push because they knew Zuna was on his way down. Even still, it might be a dangerous situation. Psycho Sid coming in, maybe from behind.
Oh, that person on the tail end of the party as you run is such a dangerous spot to be in. So scary for Doublelift right there. They get out safe. They're going to be able to guard this one. Half health on their second tier turret in mid. They look to lose the bottom one if Psycho Sid pushes, and they've already lost the top.
You can tell this is a real tense situation for these guys because this is actually a type of gold lead where Vulcan would be much more comfortable under normal situations. 5,000 gold up. You can see Psycho Sid is doing whatever he wants to Hotshot in the bottom lane. Zuna is happily farming in the top lane, but there is a sense of tension that exists now because both teams know how much is on the line.
There's a point in the game when we saw that Hotshot really wasn't taking any damage because he was so tanky, but right now Vulcan just seems to be outscaling and really doing better in this late or mid part of the game still. It's only 22 minutes in here. Feels like it's gone for so long.
And I could have been wrong with this Aurelia Malphite matchup because Psycho Sid seems to be doing what he wants to Hotshot. The Mercury Treads were a great choice to reduce the duration of the attack speed still that Hotshot GG is applying to him, and he just wins in the long fights against Hotshot.
A bulwark quickly finished here on Chouster's side. Seeing the amount of AP really only coming from Diana. Could this have been a lock-it moment?
Well, it is a lock-up moment for Chouster. Was that the question?
Yeah.
Sorry. Yeah, it is a lock-up moment. So if they want to fight now, it's actually a pretty good situation. Diana is one of the biggest threats right now, even though Zuna does have 2 items. He hasn't hit that critical mass point. You could make an argument that Chouster should have stopped at the Aegis and then went for Lock of the Iron Solari, but he just loves the efficiency of the Bulwark in general, and they decided to go for that one.
Let's see how they lock it down and use that. Everybody's going to be huddling around Chouster as they go for Man Cloud. Shut down that experience, magic resistance rather, with the Bulwark. Athene's finished out, but we do have the Blasting Wand Abyssal Scepter looking to be finished out in Diana, so a second item already built into. A Flay coming out, the box goes down from Thrush. They turn around so much damage just from the outside. The Crescendo actually put out quite a bit. Chouster looks to go in, a Shockwave only from Man Cloud as he throws down the Zonias. That means CLG and the team are forced to run on this one.
Psycho Sid wasn't in that fight, but still, Vulcan was able to get away with no deaths. Zuna actually flashed out while Hotshot was in mid-flight from Unstoppable Force, even avoided the attack speed slow as well, which punished COG, got them back a little bit. Seemed like a good fight for COG to take, but it was disengaged well enough by Vulcan that Vulcan ended up coming out ahead because they got the Dragon.
See, as Vulcan now decides to push middle, they don't even need Psycho Sid. Oh, I was going to say they're hovering towards the top side. We're not going to go for Baron, and they don't.
And the longer this goes, the closer Zuna gets to those 6 items. Both AD carries are incredibly threatening with 6 items. Hotshot will do his best to try and shut down Zuna in the late game fights, but then it's a matter of just triple dive for Vulcan getting on a double lift, and double lift doesn't have the defensive itemization. There's also no Lulu to kind of tell people to screw off when they go for Twitch.
Yeah, that's
as
true.
GGU was talking about, they love running Lulu in their protect AD carry composition. COG doesn't have that option in this one, and they haven't actually had a full-on team fight with Vulcan since the 4-for-1 that happened at Dragon.
And you can just see the comfort coming into the builds as well. Bloodwater also lending damage with his Kages. They're looking to get more damage in, even from the support. Probably going to turn that into a Phoenix or something later.
And he's way ahead of Aphromoo in gold. He's
Yeah.
1,500 gold. The big thing that happened is not only did he get to his Sightstone faster, he got to his second gold per 10 item much faster, just because global gold manifests itself more in junglers and supports than in anyone else, since they're the ones that aren't necessarily farming, and they can't make up the differences when they're losing globals.
Right. We'll see what they decide to push these lanes now. As we see the Static Shiv put into Zuna's kit on Tristana, gives him another split push lane, or just really a siege back lane to push back into CLG as they're trying to stop these turrets from going down. Those turrets currently stand at 4-1. There hasn't been too much change between those or the kills, still at 5-1 here, as it was 5 minutes ago. But at 25 minutes in the game, Vulcan in Game 3 holds a 7,000 gold lead.
And it's been one of those stall-outs kind of from both sides, but Vulcan has been able to increase their lead.
Yeah.
You know a team is in a bad situation if they're stalling and not increasing their lead, because then the percentage of the gold difference is changing. But in this situation, the longer they stall, nothing really changes. They're keeping up with the pacing of the game. Vulcan is holding their percentage advantage, and until they make a mistake, they're still in a good situation. So it's actually on CLG to force something in this scenario.
The Abyssal Scepter now finished out on the Mandatory Cloud. 600 gold sits in the hands of Link as he is piecing together his next item. Like you said, Psycho Sid taking advantage of Hotshot GG in the bottom lane. They keep everybody in mid. He's going to keep going onto this one. Hotshot trying to get the ground slam in, thwart that attack speed. Not a Blade Surge in range to continue the aggression. They go into Aphromoo here. Looks like they're going to be able to take him down. He doesn't use anything for that. He is actually waiting on Flash and Exhaust. So if they can hold it as 4, they'll be all right.
That was the Psycho Sid distraction that actually caused that. CLG peeled down to help support, and Aphromoo was just a step behind.
Oh man, Double Lift definitely wanted to get some aggression on that. Maybe a few shots onto this. He knows that Double Lift is there. I think he saw him poke out. Chowster in a minute, gets down to the flag toss, popping him up, and they put him down to the ground. The bear is out and down for the count.
You could almost see that Double Lift was screaming and trying to get support at his red buff, and it just distracted the rest of COG. So now they have Chowster freshly dead, Aphromoo just spawning at base, so there's a chance Vulcan could rush down this Baron. If they don't, they could peel and fight COG very well. This is also a potential choke point for Unstoppable Force and the Orianna combo. We could see the conclusion of this game right here.
CLG has spread themselves thin for quite a bit of this matchup. They don't have thrust for this fight. They go in, Chowster's down for 6 seconds. Hotshot Unstoppable Forces with nobody to follow up. CLG could be the final fight here, 26 minutes in. A kill coming in from ManCloud. They continue with a double kill for Mandatory Cloud. Zuna tries to finish off onto Link. They focus to Aphromoo. It's 35 seconds in the death chamber. They may have enough to guard the base.
So they've gotten 2 down. It looks like they want more. Mandatory Cloud and Zuna are chasing Aphromoo instead of going for the Baron, so it looks like they get the kills, and maybe Chowster's going to chase on.
Chowster going crazy, the I think I can mentality, but you are going up against an Infinity Edge Tristana. He's got to throw down all the damage. He tries to keep himself alive here. He gets the shield from Link, but Link steps out a little too far. He could go down here as well, the shield for himself. And it's not going to be a blue buff transfer this time around.
Everybody calm down. The fight is actually over. That was 3 deaths for CLG. Vulcan didn't lose a soul in that one. There's still only 1 death on the game. It looked like X-Smithy was dead, but he's still that 0-0-10 perfect score on the jungler. That was a great peel by Vulcan. They showed their team fight superiority, and even though they fought in the choke, the Malphite ultimate was already down, and they got on to double lift fast enough that the spray and pray didn't obliterate their whole team. That was a very dangerous situation to fight in, and a dangerous spot for Vulcan to position themselves in, but they came out on top nonetheless.
We'll see. CLG finally got to use some of their abilities and summoners aggressively there. However, they were forced to turn around from the fight. I think the cooldowns kind of helped there. We're not that late into the game. We still have 30-second cooldowns, and the fact that CLG could rebolster themselves actually stopped a lot of damage there.
And they might just have to go yet again because Vulcan is forcing very hard here. And again, Doublelift's cardinal sin sometimes.
No.
He has a summoning pole in the bot lane that he sometimes just runs to every time he spawns, and he's caught in that situation again. So everyone in Vulcan is a Baron here, and I don't know if CLG can stop this one too.
Like a moth to the flame, Doublelift to bottom lane. He does have a turret there, though, that is on fire and has his name on it, but the fight's going to go down on a hot shot. Baron Nashor has been slain. Xmithy coming through with that. Ultimates are up, summoners are up, and Vulcan looks to push after a quick buy, I guess.
Doublelift trying to get this turret down, but that is not worth it. Even if he gets this turret, it's 1,500 gold and 4 minutes of the Baron buff for a 750 gold turret. When they only had one turret on the game, they can't really apply pressure elsewhere, and Psycho Sid's actually just going to go kill him.
He is absolutely going to go on and throws down the pink ward. Oh, he doesn't let any of the tricks let him slip away.
He knew exactly what he was doing when he went back to base. He home guard boot and bought a pink ward. He's like, Doublelift, you're going down. Now they're going to use this 36 seconds of the Baron buff to continue.
So much time, they stop it up. Going for the initiation, he does pop two. Oh, into the command shockwave. Crescendo comes back across. Zuna is left to only shoot on Malphite. Xmithy trying to come and peel for him, though. Chouster to the back line. They got to run, but here comes Sid, the Aurelia to come in. Can they continue the fight? Mandatory Cloud just on the outside. They still have Baron for this one, ladies and gentlemen. They're going to dive the turret. It's not even there for them. Aframu is going to be in the eyes. Can they get the Blade Surge just to jump the shot? The ball save, but they are able to take down Thresh just before Hotshot gets out alive. It's going to be inhibitor turrets, though, in the eyes of Vulcan.
Zuna gets the unstoppable call with this one, and they still have Baron. There's still Aframu down. 12 kills to 1. Inhibitor at 30 minutes.
They're going to go for top lane 2. All these waves are pushing. No, they go around the outside. They want to play it safe here. They don't want to make any mistakes. They may not get it, however.
CLG really tried to jump on them with the combo at the start of that fight. They pulled off the Malphite Orianna combo, and it looked like it could have been enough to finish off Zuna, but they didn't have the follow-up because Doublelift was dead. No one else could run in through the rest of Vulcan and get to that fight, and it turned out that Vulcan just got more advantages off another attempted CLG play.
And I feel like this is where Vulcan's experience is now growing and coming into play. Week 3, I feel like they would have went for that top turret, and CLG would have been able to initiate, but they made the right move. They got out, and they cut 0 losses because they got the inhibitor. They just made it out with everything.
And they've been playing almost flawlessly this game. Just the one death. They're that close to a flawless victory in a Game 3 against CLG. 5 seed versus 4 seed. Almost perfect that it goes 3 games.
1 game away.
They're close here. They're real close. 12,000 gold edge with a Baron buff. Still many minutes left on it. Hotshot trying to split push. See if Vulcan stops him.
Here we go. Xmithy coming on. They have the gap closer. 2 gap closers to get it onto this fight. There's the first one. They pop him up. A red buff, no, onto nobody. So it looks like they got all the chase to come on here. They keep getting the hits down. Hotshot could be able to make it out of this one. Zuna goes to turn around, and Xmithy needs to stop tunneling here, but nobody's there to... Actually, he's going to keep going.
Yeah, they really want to get Hotshot to at least burn his ultimate, so it's a safer dive in the next situation. So they get that, and now they don't have to worry about Hotshot closing onto Zuna the next time they siege a turret.
Them mind games. Absolutely coming in so strong for Vulcan, and I guess these are the kind of advantages you need to push when you're dictating the game as much.
And they got a real big lead here. You can tell they are super into this one. Psycho Sid trying to make sure all the lanes are pushed at once. They already have the 6 turrets, and since they have the inhibitor down, they're making sure all the turrets on the outside are just going down at the same time. That's why Psycho Sid's pushing up that bottom lane. That is essentially an exposed tower that CLG has no business defending, and it's just free gold that Vulcan's going to be able to mop up on their way to the base.
They keep going. They're just tanking turrets now. Even Bloodwater goes to face tank this one. He has the Shirelia's boots mobility as well onto Sona, so they're all going for aggression in their purchases here. They know they're that far ahead. They look for the bottom inhibitor turret.
And they know that they still have Hotshot's ultimate down. Sure, they have no Xmithy Jarvan ultimate, but they probably don't care that much. There is a Crescendo from Bloodwater. That's their initiation tool. Also, the E from Diana, if Mandatory Cloud just decides to go in. Doublelift does have his flash available, so they have to be somewhat careful with if they decide to dive this one, but they're in position, and if they want to force something, they definitely have an opportunity to.
An opportunity coming from 12-1. about 13,000 gold in the lead and 5 turrets in their favor is that opportunity they're looking to pressure here. 33 minutes in, they're spreading them thin, double lift in the bottom. It looks like they clear the wave, but no engagement, chat. This is getting tense.
Double lift has to just run back there as fast as possible. You can also see Zuna has a giant spell instead of going full offense Tristana because he respects the power of a Malphite dive with Orianna, does not want to get instantly killed, and they realize the team has enough of a lead that shots like that still matter.
Chouster looked like he got hit by a Nidalee spear, but really just an auto attack from Zuna there. That long range, 1 level away from being at its max, and it looks like they're all about to level quite soon. We have a level 13 Chouster to level 18s on the map right now. The junglers, however, on both sides, they are low, 12 and 10 on the supports, so big focus is there once you come into these fights as well.
And it still shows that these junglers are very similarly styled. Their minion kills are quite low. They're really just there to support their team, which is why the team that's ahead, jungler, always seems so much farther ahead because they're just living off of the team's success. Yeah. So they don't really get any personal gain out of any of this stuff. And because Vulcan's Baron buff is down, I don't think they're trying to dive this turret. Now they're just trying to make the split push plays happen as Psycho Sid is at home trying to split push the other lane.
Pressure here, pressure there, a few shots when they can. Psycho Sid going in, clears the cleanse off of double lift. That's going to be quite helpful for them. Lee, wow, taking quite a bit of damage, so he won't be able to just quickly engage with his team just yet.
One thing, though, about Aurelia with Blade of the Ruin King is the healing. There's a fight.
Hotshot GG just stood still, reinitiated on the back line, but Chouster took so much from the first shot of Zuna. He had the Static Spark ready to go. Static Shiv, rather. Hotshot GG in the back line. Zuna taking a lot. Mandatory Cloud on the Zonias, but he's not able to help his team. They need output of damage right now. CLG is able to turn it around to the turret here. Vulcan may have gone too deep.
CLG with 3 kills. Vulcan just dove, could not get anything, and this looks like a 4th.
They look like they could get Bloodwater. He is going to go down quite quick. They let Double Lift get it on the expunge. Psycho Sid stays alive, and the damage he took initiated that fight.
That is exactly what CLG has been waiting for. They thought, Vulcan thought they had an edge because there was a Thresh and a Twitch potentially distracted by Psycho Sid. But when they went in to dive, they didn't have anyone to tank the turrets. Hotshot counter-initiated Great Link, was there with the Shockwave. That was just not a good initiation for Vulcan in any situation, and they gave back a lot of power to CLG there.
I'm baffled because Hotshot stood there like a rock next to the turret for 4 or 5 seconds and then just threw his ultimate off. It's like what you would do to someone in solo queue. Hey, that guy lagged out. Let's just run by him.
Yeah, Hotshot's not watching.
It was like he wasn't there in the fight anymore.
But at the end of the day, he just pulled it off perfectly. It was a 4 for 0 for CLG. They waited
He did
long
his
enough.
best Teemo impression.
His best Teemo impression. Yeah, I'm invisible, guys.
I'm invisible.
They can't see me.
Completely invisible.
Oh, man. That was so huge for CLG. Vulcan needs to almost regroup behind that. That is not the type of decision that they've been making. They had almost a flawless game up until that play. And now I think it's about the next Baron just spawning now. Can CLG make it back? Because again, Double Lift was in the bottom lane.
They're still up quite a bit of gold here. They may be able to pressure some more. They're going to go for Baron once again. They're not going to get any contest onto this one. So they pull a little back of what happened. Back in their favor. And it looks like they are going to try and pressure here. I think they'll stick as 5, though.
And at least they have the exposed inhibitor that they can try to get down once again. They haven't been able to get much damage on any of the other outer turrets because we know that since they have 2 melee solo lanes and the Tristana with a huge fear of Malphite for good reason, that they have trouble sieging down these turrets. So the exposed inhibitors is the one they can get, but what Vulcan really needs is CLG to engage in a fight. We've already seen here that Vulcan gets counter-engaged on very strongly by CLG, and CLG's defensive base holding is actually quite strong. So Vulcan needs to almost trick CLG into fighting them if they want to come out on top, or just have a better executed fight with all 5 there, where someone with a lot of armor sits in the turret and tanks it.
So we see that Psycho Sid now adapting to the situation last time, puts an Oracles on top of his head, which doesn't allow Double Lift to get that shock on him, or get that surprise on him, I should say, just right off the bat of the fight. He's going to be coming in with the team, however, to give the team full vision onto Double Lift and wherever he is, now in stealth mode in the backside.
And I really wonder if CLG is going to concede this or try to fight here, because this could have such huge implications. It looks like they're just going to concede this because they made it through the down inhibitor once before. It's the second inhibitor that will probably do them in if they give it up. They're much better off fighting under a turret with all of their counter engage, and that could be exactly what happens here. You can see very clearly that Psycho Sid is not trying to split push this time because they want to be together.
That ball is on Hotshot. Watch for that again, and then watch Hotshot to fly across the screen with unstoppable force. The clear comes out from Dissonance. They get a good shot, or Toxic Flask down by Double Lift, and the clear is there for CLG. Now they can get these waves out. Looks like it's just going to be, how can Vulcan, like I said before, stretch CLG thin on this?
And they kind of saw there, they're not going to have minions if they try to 5v5 dive. CLG has enough wave because they can completely keep them back. Right. CLG has experience in this type of game. During Super Week, they had that game against Marn, where they had the huge edge, they had multiple inhibitors down, and they could just never close it. Doublelift is going for the 6-item Twitch. He wants to get there. He's 350 CS. When you have inhibitors down, all the waves just push to you, and you get to outfarm the other team. It's actually, once an inhibitor down, it's on the other team to finish because they know that CLG will slowly outfarm them. Vulcan will have to pull off some kind of dive or some kind of creative way of getting this turret down, whether that's Zuna just man-moding and getting this turret down, or whether it's a hard dive for Vulcan, because CLG is ready for the long haul here.
They are sitting once again in front of the turret. That Dissonance to come down from Link. Psycho Sid to the top lane. 40 minutes into our third match in our second best of 3. CLG versus Vulcan. The winner of this faces off against TSM. This is their last chance.
And we know the gold lead is over 10,000 gold now. It's 11,000 gold lead. There's actually 2,500 gold on Zuna, but they're still here because they know they only have a minute left of the Baron buff. They want to make something happen with this Baron buff because CLG is just farming in their base. Putting the poke down on a Chouster doesn't get the turret lower. They need to be able to get this turret down if they want to make something happen. Split push might do it though.
There's the pressure. The Oracles has worn off onto Psycho Sid. He dodges the slow and he dodges quite a bit of damage. The Guardian Angel is out onto his hotshot. Goes in, but there's no command shockwave to come in there. They get a free turret. The Unstoppable Force is down.
So the harass that had went down onto Chouster gave Vulcan the window to go in there. They did not want to follow up if they did not have 5 people there, and that inhibitor is getting a little bit chunked.
This is going to be big. Now it's going to maybe go on Chouster to walk into that fight. We saw how much damage he's taking from Zuna. That's a telegraphed command shockwave though. These guys need to get it. This is what executed the fight last time. If Doublelift can take down this kill, CLG might go.
The fight's on the other side.
There it is. It is going to be in Jet. Smithy coming in strong. Chouster takes so much damage there. It's Doublelift's going to be able to come back into this fight. They have to make sure they can pinch him. Mandatory Cloud going right for him. They don't have the Oracles. It looks like they're pushed out for now. Doublelift wanted to go in, but he did not.
And this could be the third inhibitor clean for Zuna. The Baron buff just expired. It is a 5v3 in the base if CLG tries to go for it. Vulcan might try to end here. They're still sticking around.
This is big. 42 seconds and 36 seconds on the tankiest champions right now. We haven't seen too many hooks coming from Thresh, or Aphromoo on Thresh, I should say, but right now would be a damn good time to lock down somebody, but I don't think they have it. Link's on the outside. Doublelift gets locked up, put down in the middle, gets popped back a little bit there by Thresh's Flay. They go for Psycho Sid. They're holding him off behind the Nexus, and they take the first turret.
The second turret going down, CLG trying to fight for their lives.
Vulcan trying to go for the Nexus, but yes, CLG goes in. They're throwing everything they have at Vulcan. Vulcan's throwing every auto attack at the Nexus. They're going to be facing off against Team Solomid as they take down CLG in the playoffs.
Zuna is as pumped as I've seen him in my life. Vulcan does it. They beat CLG.
That is so amazing for these guys to come up. 16,000 gold in the lead. 0-5 to start the season. They found their first win in Week 3 against CLG. They find their playoff win after Week 10 against CLG.
Stunned faces there for CLG. They're stunned. They don't know what happened there. They're now in the summer promotion tournament along with Dignitas. And who would have called that coming into this? The 2 underdogs in the first round of the playoffs come out on top in the best of 3s.
It's got to be shocking. And CLG said from the start, these guys, now they've done good things. They've picked up Bloodwater. CLG Black team has synergized together again, but they're Vulcan now. And Vulcan just came out on top real big.
And what a strange situation, too, for some of these guys, because essentially the CLG organization gave a lot of these guys their starts into the competitive scene. And to now beat them in the LCS with 3 members of the original CLG Black team,
kind of like
just
Frost,
a weird experience.
Like a Frost thing back in the back in the day. So an amazing match, amazing second best of 3. Lucky enough to have our best of 3s go to 3 today in Europe as well as the NA LCS here. Huge games. And upsets as well. We did have a second one. And again, the percentage polls were incorrect.
I don't even know what to say after this. To have back-to-back upsets, we've seen it creeping up throughout the entire season. At the start, everyone was thinking, I don't know if a bottom 4 team is ever going to beat a top 4 team. And then near the end of the season, it was creeping up and up again. So many upsets that we saw. coming into this one, you could almost see the trending coming up. Good Game University and Vulcan both had better records in the second half of the season than CLG and Dignitas.
That's absolutely one of my favorite stats, to see that the lower teams had better records at the end than the top 4.
And it just overcame at the end here. The revolution is completed. The bottom teams have become the top 4 teams, and I can't wait for tomorrow.
Circle of life has been completed, but it's all the stats this time.
Yeah.
All right, so when we return, Vulcan, Psycho Sid, and Zuna will join us to talk about their huge win. Plus, we break down the biggest plays from Vulcan's quarterfinal victory. Don't touch that mouse.
Welcome back, everybody, and I am joined by 2 of the victors of the CLG vs. Vulcan match, Psycho Sid and Zuna. How do you guys feel after that one?
Feel amazing.
Feeling good.
The best thing about it is just beating Link, because he left to join CLG kind of, so it just feels good to rub it in like that's what happens when you leave.
I mean, talk to me a little bit about that, because you guys are both former members of CLG Black, which used to be kind of a B team for CLG. How does it feel to now make it through the LCS, be a different team in Vulcan, and essentially knock them into the summer promotion tournament?
I mean, I don't know. It feels good. Like, there's no other words to describe it, really. It's not like we have any rivalries with them. Like, I personally don't have that grudge versus Link.
I don't
He's
have
still
a
my
grudge
boy.
against Link. I love Link. But I'm just saying, when it comes down to it, your boy gonna come to work, gonna show up, take him out, and then whoever versus tomorrow for SM?
Yeah, you guys against TSM tomorrow. Have you even thought about that game?
No. I didn't even know if we win, we play tomorrow. So, but whatever, we'll take him out just as easy.
I mean, were you guys, obviously coming into this, you had all your preparation towards CLG. Was that just your life for the past week?
I would say, yeah, about a week and a half even.
Like, like during scrims, like we would ban whoever team were against. We'll ban exactly how we'd ban with CLG, like Lux, TF Shen, or Lux and Mumu, etc. Like, yeah, we just prepared every game.
Did the 3 games go kind of as you expected or as you planned?
I would say so. With the second game, we should have won. We just we were about even, but we had way better late game comp, and then we had really bad decision making. We forced some really dumb fights, and we just fell too behind from there. But if we just played as well as we did game 1 and 3, game 2 would have been nothing. 20-minute stomps just would have won home.
Yeah. Also, my Shen sucks. So like, game 2, you know, we had to pick Shen. I was a little against it, but like, I don't know. In the end, it worked out.
Talk me through what was happening in the picks and bans as well, because it was actually the second pick Red Sign team that won every time. Was having a first pick in this matchup a disadvantage?
I wouldn't say it's a disadvantage. I just think we betted all our marbles on having Shen first pick, and we just didn't use them as good as you can use Shen, and that's all that happened.
So in between the second and third game, what were you guys doing to mentally prepare for the third game, knowing that everything was essentially on the line for that one match?
Gotta shake it off. Shake off the last loss. Even though like it's disappointing. Like after the first game, like it was so one-sided that like we went in the second game confident. I don't know. I was a little shaken after the second game loss, but we overcame it.
Awesome stuff. And now, essentially, double upset today. So it was both Good Game University taking down Dignitas and you guys taking down CLG. Has this been something that's been approaching in the LCS? Why have the bottom 4 teams now seemed to have just reached the new level and shattered that thought?
For our team, I would definitely have to give a shout out to the Godwater, the Bulgarian gangster. You know, keep it G, 2012, Bloodwater. But for GGU, I just think they've always had potential, and just now they started clicking. Like, even when they beat us, like, it's whatever. We were the only team they beat for a while. But now that they just, I feel like all the bottom teams are just as good as the top teams once they hit the potential, and they've always had it. So now that it's at the end of the season, they have just as much experience as everyone else. It's starting to finally show.
Aside from the Bloodwater acquisition, what have you guys done individually to reach that level?
Well, I say our biggest weakness is communication. So when Bloodwater came, he didn't have he didn't want to use his headset, so we were just like, all right, fine, we're not using any voice communication. And our desks are pretty far away from each other, so we just started yelling everything so everyone could hear us, and that's helped us tremendously for our communication.
And I mean, you guys do face TSM tomorrow. Do you have any initial thoughts of like what you guys are going to do to prepare for that one?
I think if anything, we're going to celebrate today, wake up tomorrow, and then be like, all right, we got to beat TSM now. And then we'll prep for just however we got in the morning.
Well, thank you very much, Psycho, Sid, and Zuna. Again, congratulations on beating CLG. Thrilling best of 3, you guys. Definitely entertained. Tremendous progression throughout the season. I have to again congratulate you making the summer split of the LCS and on your victory, and good luck in the rest of the playoffs for you guys. But for now, we got Kobe on the telestrator to break down a clip from the games.
All right, thank you, Jat. I've got a clip here from the crucial dragon fight of that game 3. This is Vulcan just playing it perfectly. Even though Hotshot's the one running teleport, CLG should have the upper hand in this dragon fight. Look at all the distance we've already had Aurelia make coming towards the dragon here. He's already been able to walk halfway through the jungle. CLG should have the upper hand, but they're taking their sweet time getting this fight started. And by the time they do, it's going to be a little bit too late. All right, let's start this clip off here. Vulcan, they have 3 members in vision, so they're going to try and just bait this one out. Pause right here. All right, good job. We have the flash hook here from Afamu. Good job. He targeted Zuna because Zuna has no cleanse this one. He's running barrier. And since they only see 3 members of Vulcan right now, they're actually going to burn everything on Zuna. Link uses his shockwave on 1 person right now. This is a really big gamble. If you use an AoE ultimate on 1 person, you had better kill them. And it doesn't work out for CLG right here because Zuna, this is why Tristana is one of his favorite AD carries. Not only does he have flash to escape, but he has rocket jump as well. Let's run the rest of this at 50% speed, and we can see how it unfolds. Here's the flash from Zuna. He also pops his barrier, but it brings him back in. Rocket jump gets him to say, pause here. Bloodwater. That was a 5-man crescendo, if you didn't see that. And then the rocket here from Tristana, able to kick everyone back out. So that, if you're keeping track, 1-man Shockwave, 5-man crescendo. That's a huge difference, and that buys them the time for Aurelia to come down. She's going to join this fight, and you can see Mandatory Cloud going to go right with him onto double lift. They're going to take out CLG's one threat instantly and turn the whole fight after that. All right, let's continue running this clip. 50% speed, there we go. Now they're going to burn down double lift. He had to use his flash. Psycho Sid comes in from the back. Still, they're kiting right now, and they did a good job with that Cataclysm to quarantine off Choster and the rest of CLG. But CLG just have no damage left. After you take out double lift, there's no teeth left on this team. Vulcan just clean this one back up. They also get the Dragon off the back of this, so that's really just a huge game changer right there. All right, so really that shows the importance of landing your AoE ultimates on multiple people. If you do land it on one person, then you had better be sure to kill that person. Let's send it back to you guys at the desk.
Thanks, Kobe, for the sound advice. And with the quarterfinals of the NALCS playoffs in the books, the summer promotion tournament seedings are now set. Let's take a look at the brackets.
And after their upset loss today, Dignitas will now play the winner of the Team Summon versus Fidelis first-round match. Remember, Locust is actually on Team Summon, so that could be an interesting one. And while CLG will be fighting for their LCS life when they face off against either Double Buff or Azure.
And we will be broadcasting the entire summer promotion tournament live from Los Angeles, May 10th through the 12th. And coming up Saturday, it's the second round of the NALCS Spring Playoffs. Up first, it's the tournament's #1 seed, Team Solomid, taking on a red-hot Vulcan.
And then it's Daydreamin' and GGU facing off against Curse and their new support, Rugs. It all starts at 1 p.m. Pacific, 10 p.m. Central European Time.
And remember, the LCS playoffs resume Saturday in Europe with top-seeded Fnatic taking on Evil Geniuses, and then it's the second seed Gambit battling SK Gaming.
That'll kick off at 4 a.m. Pacific and 1 p.m. Central European Time.
And everyone, that's it for day one of the NALCS Spring Playoffs. I'm Riv for Jack, Kobe, Freak, and the entire live broadcast crew. Thanks for watching.
Let's do this. Let's do this, guys. We can collapse. Yeah, we can collapse. Kiwi, come. I go hard. Fight again. Go hard. I'm going hard. Go hard. Nice. Yep. Nice. Go. Just go. Keep going. Nice job. Here, I'm almost here. Yeah. Going deep. I can come up. Oh my God. Yes. Fucking yes. Could be top 2. Yep. Careful, Aurelia's missing, guys. Yeah, she's still missing. Just keep being aggressive. Really aggressive. Chester, Link. I have no mana. Good. You got it. This is on. And stay up free. 2, 1, Vulcan!
We'll be right back.